she knew I was Brian's friend.
Had you seen her before?
Yes.
Was that in relation to spending time with Brian Jr.?
Yes, I believe so.
Had you ever seen her or spent time with her outside of Brian Jr.'s presence?
No.
How about her husband, Matt McCabe? Did you know
No.
who he was?
I knew who he was, but I don't believe I had ever met him in person before, no.
Anybody else, any other adults come with that group?
No.
Do you remember who came into Fairview first as far as the adult group?
Yes.
Who?
Mr. Albert, Brian's dad, and Mr. Higgins.
And who came next?
Next, I think they all kind of walked in together, Caitlin, Nicole, Jennifer, and Matt.
Other than you, Julie, and Brian Albert Jr., had the young group left at that point?
Yes.
After that group arrived, what happens? Tell us what's happening inside the house.
So it then was Brian Jr.'s actual birthday. So again, we were celebrating. Caitlin, his sister, was playing music on one of the speakers. And we were all pretty much sitting or standing around the kitchen table, talking, socializing.
Do you remember what was being played for music?
Like 70s, 80s type of music. I don't want to overstate it, but.
Were you drinking?
I don't believe I was anymore at that point, no.
Did you feel impaired at all?
No.
As the night grew on, was there any problems in the house?
No.
Any argument?
No.
Any fighting?
No.
Anything exciting or controversy in any way?
No.
Did you have a plan that you were going to leave with Julie?
Yes.
What was the plan?
She said that her oldest brother, Ryan, would pick us up and drive us home when he was done wherever he was.
Did you see at any point before you ultimately left Fairview, did you see your sister leave the house? Did you see Julie Nagel leave the house?
Yes.
Did you actually see her go and leave?
Yes.
About how long did she leave for?
5 minutes or less.
Did you see her come back?
Yes.
After she went out of the house and came back in, did the plan change about a ride home with her brother?
Yes.
What was the new plan?
So a little bit before she went out to talk to Ryan, we were talking, myself, her, and then Jen, we're talking about how we were leaving and Julie's older brother was going to come pick us up. And we were the only ones that weren't like related to the Alberts there. So like Brian's friends left. So Jen was like, oh, like, don't leave just yet, because like we were celebrating Brian's birthday. If you want, myself and Matt can drive you home a little bit later. So we agreed to that. And then Jen said, feel free to invite Ryan inside because he was already on his way. So Julie went out to tell Ryan, like, hey, we're not coming with you. But
you weren't outside for the conversation, so you just heard this secondhand from Julie.
Yeah.
So from what you saw, Julie went in and out?
Yes.
For about 5 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you decide to stay? Did you want to stay?
Yeah, I didn't mind.
Did the night continue after Julie came back in and spoke to her brother?
Yes.
Was the mood any different than it had been the entire night?
No.
Anything extraordinary or remarkable happen inside that house?
No.
After Julie went out and spoke to her brother and came back in the house, did anybody else come inside the house other than everybody who was already there celebrating Brian Jr.'s birthday?
No.
Did you ever see another man or woman you didn't know come into that house?
No.
At some point, there was a decision that you would leave, I suppose?
Yes.
What time do you think you left generally?
Between 1:30 and 2 in the morning.
Do you have a specific time? Did you look at your watch? Did you know a certain time you left?
No, I believe it was closer to 1:30 because I believe I was home by 2, but I can't say for sure.
When you left, Tell us what the weather was like when you went outside. Was it the same as when you came in?
No, it was snowing.
What was the conditions like? Had they changed? The wind or temperature?
Yes. Yeah, it was colder.
How much snow was on the ground at that point when you left?
Like, I don't know, a dusting, or I could still see like some little pieces of grass like sticking out of it. But it was pretty much like the walkway and everything was white.
Did you leave by the front door or the side door?
The front.
You remember that?
Yes.
Was there any type of hazard or difficulty with you walking?
Julie and I walked out together down like the front stoop stairs. And I remember we were arm in arm. I was wearing shoes that didn't really have traction, so I was looking at my feet, so I didn't slip. And other than that, no real hazard, I wouldn't say.
Whose car or vehicle did you walk to?
Jennifer and Matt's.
Did you get in?
Yes.
Which seat did you get in?
The back seat behind the passenger.
And where did Julie Nagel sit?
The back seat behind the driver.
Did the McCabe's get into the car?
Yes.
Who was driving?
Matt. And then Jen was in the passenger seat.
Front passenger?
Yes.
As you were leaving, was there any conversation or joking going on?
Yes. So Matt actually forgot his jacket inside, so he went back in. And then I believe myself and or Julie turned around, just kind of looking, and we saw a lone loaf of bread in the third row. So one of us said something to Jen about the loaf of bread, which she had gotten because of the storm. And I believe Jen was turned around looking at us and said something along the lines of, "Does anyone want a peanut butter and jelly?" Joking around.
Do you remember that moment, having the conversation about the bread?
Yes.
It stands out.
Yes.
As you drove out of Fairview, you were in the McCabe vehicle was in the driveway?
Yes.
Did it back out or go out forward?
No, backed out.
When it backed out and began to drive away, what side of the vehicle was closest to Fairview?
You mean the house?
Yes. Was
Okay.
it I'm sorry. Was the
It's okay.
passenger side of the McCabe vehicle closest to 34 Fairview, the house, or was it the driver's side?
The passenger.
When you drove, did you drive towards the flagpole?
Yes.
And during those moments when you were, or Mr. McCabe was driving towards the flagpole, was that the time you were having conversations about the bread, or was that a different time?
That was a different time.
What was happening as you were driving past that area or in front of the house?
I believe maybe I was on my phone, and then Julie said something.
Did you ever look out the window near the front yard, near the flagpole area?
Not like at the front yard, but a little ways up the street. Yes.
Next to 34 Fairview, up the street is 32 Fairview.
I believe so. Yes.
When you looked out the window, the first time you looked out the window, what were you facing in relation to 32, 34 Fairview? What could you see?
There's like a little bit of woods in between the two houses. So it was the trees.
Did you notice anything that stood out?
No.
Ultimately, did you get home that night?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning, Ms. Levinson.
Good morning.
You've been longtime friends, as you've described, with Brian Albert Jr., going all the way back to high school.
Yes.
And that high school friendship has percolated into a friendship into adulthood.
Yes.
You obviously know much of the entire immediate family, Brian Albert Sr., his wife, Nicole Albert, correct?
Yes.
You know his uncle, Chris Albert.
Yes.
You're familiar with his wife, Julie Albert.
Yes.
Obviously, Brian Albert and his cousins. By the way, which cousins are they? Last names.
Do I know?
Right.
There's the Alberts, and then there's the Galvins, the Reardons, and the McCabe's.
Okay. You indicated that you've been to the Albert home probably at 34 Fairview. That's the home I'm talking about.
Yes.
Probably you estimated at least 20 times, correct?
Over the years, yes.
Over the years. And you've known Brian Albert for, well, since high school. I mean, in the last 8, 10, 12 years, you've been to the house to and from.
Yes.
You've never met, or you had never met, going into January 29th, 2022. You had never met their dog, had you?
Their dog?
Their dog.
I'm not completely sure.
Didn't you testify about a year ago in another proceeding that although you had been to the Albert home many times, you had never actually met the dog?
If that's what it says I said, then yes.
Is that because the dog was not really good with strangers?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know why you hadn't met Chloe? By the way, did you know the dog's name was Chloe?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know why you hadn't met Chloe in all those trips to 34 Fairview?
No.
Just wasn't out and about among the folks that were in the house when you were there.
Yes.
When you left 34 Fairview, I want to follow up very briefly on a couple of things that you said just before Mr. Brennan sat down under questioning by him. When you left 34 Fairview to join Jen McCabe at her invitation to take you home, you left through the front door, correct?
Yes.
As opposed to the side door. It's a little confusing. The front door has the brick stoop and the stairs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the door that you normally would leave through, or did you normally leave through the side door, come and go through the side door? What was your more ready habit and practice?
Probably the side door.
Okay. When you left through that front door, there was nothing obstructing your view as you walked out, correct?
Correct.
You could see to the left, the driveway. You could see to the right, over toward the flagpole. Nothing obstructing anything, correct?
Correct.
There was a light dusting of snow at that time when you left just after, what time was it? 12:45, 1?
Probably 1:30,
1:30.
1:45. Yeah.
Got it. So you leave at 1:30. There's still just a light dusting of snow on the ground.
Yes.
The yard is flat.
Yes.
You could see all the way out to the flagpole.
Yes.
You didn't notice anything unusual at that time when you looked out toward the flagpole walking out of that front door?
I didn't notice anything. I wasn't looking out at the flagpole, but yes.
You were looking in that direction when you walk out of the door. Obviously, you're standing, walking out of the door toward the front yard, correct?
Correct. But as I stated, I was looking down at my shoes in front of me.
Okay. Obviously, then you have to, at some point, you have to look up to see where you're going. You have to turn left to go to the driveway. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Then you walk over and walk parallel to the yard again to walk over to the car.
Yes.
And as soon as you walked out of the stoop, you had to figure out where the stairs were, so make sure you don't fall down the stairs, right?
Yes.
But you're still looking up like normal, correct? At some point.
Most likely.
My question is, you didn't see anything unusual in the yard, did you?
No.
The front yard was at least relatively, I know it was dark out on Miss Levinson, it was relatively lit by the interior windows as well as lights on the outside of the house.
Yes.
You indicated that you did, in fact, get the ride home with Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe. Who brought up giving you a ride home? Was it Jen?
Yes.
Okay. And she also mentioned it, did she mention it in your presence to Julie as well?
About the ride home?
About the ride home?
Yes, in my presence.
Okay. You said that Matt McCabe was driving, but before he got in the car, he realized he had forgotten his jacket and went back in, correct?
Yes, I don't know if he had gotten in the car and then got out, or he just opened the door, but yes.
He was at the car.
Yes.
So he had exited by definition, he had to have exited, pardon me, the house through the front door as you did to go out to the car the first time.
Yes.
And then he got to the car, then realized he forgot his jacket, walked back toward the front door, went back in the main door.
Correct. Yes.
And you saw that?
Yes.
Then once he retrieved or fetched his jacket, he then walked back out that same front door down the stoop, looking out over the lawn and then over to the car, correct?
I didn't see him walk back out, but I mean, probably. I don't want to say yes for sure because I wasn't watching him at that point.
Understood. No reason to believe that he would have used a different door.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have just a moment?
Okay.
You were contacted ultimately by law enforcement to provide an interview, correct?
Yes.
That was not until October of 2022. Is that right?
Yes.
A couple of quick questions about that. Nobody contacted you on January 30th, the day after the incident that you left the house, correct?
No.
And when I say nobody, I mean from law enforcement. Nobody contacted you the next week,
No.
the next month.
No.
It was 9 months later.
Yes.
When you were finally approached, who was it that conducted the interview?
State Trooper Michael Proctor.
Did Mr. Proctor indicate to you why he waited 9 months to contact you?
Objection.
Let me ask you a different question. Were you confused about the fact that you weren't contacted?
Objection.
May we approach?
Trying every way they can not to bring Proctor in. They don't want to mention his name. He's the scapegoat. What's up, chat? Glad to see everybody that's here. Pastor Pepper, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Lynn Diaz, good morning. Jojo, good morning. Becky G, good morning. JFK, you here? Jessica, good morning. 70s Libra girl, good morning. Jojo, good morning. First of all, can you hear me? Yes. Okay, 70s Libra girl. Kathleen Gates, boomer love. We love our boomers. But yeah, at any cost, they're trying to avoid Proctor. And if he does get brought into it, they're just gonna say, well, you know, he was a young cop. He was a rookie. He was a inexperienced state trooper. They're gonna. He's their fall guy. That's all he is now. But what did Plevlin say? He was referred to him as, I think a while back, he said he was probably one of the best state troopers he's ever seen. Well, Plevlin, you can't call him a state trooper anymore. I think now he works at Target Security. So he might be the best security we've ever seen. Let's go.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. When you were finally interviewed, let me ask you a different question. When you were ultimately interviewed in October of 2022, was that telephonically or was that in person?
In person.
Were you alone or was there anybody else with you?
I was alone. You mean like besides the troopers?
Besides the troopers?
Yeah, I was alone.
And had you prepared for that interview with any person or persons before that interview?
No.
Had you spoken to anybody, Julie or anybody else, about the potential for being interviewed?
I believe Julie called me to tell me.
If I may, don't tell me what was said. Did you speak with Julie before the interview? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And one more question, without telling me any of the words that were used, was the subject matter the interview? In other words, I'm not asking if you talked to Julie about going and getting the dry cleaning picked up or something like that. Did you talk about the subject of the interview with Julie before you were interviewed?
Somewhat.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Anything, Mr. Brennan?
Briefly, Your Honor. Could I have Exhibit 3, please? Do you see the windows on that house?
Yes.
Do you recognize that house as 34 Fairview?
Yes.
You were asked whether there was light coming out of the house illuminating. Do you remember that?
When I was asked that?
Yes.
Yes.
Was the lights inside the house, from your memory, illuminating the ground near the flagpole and that fire hydrant?
No.
When you came out of the house and went to the car, were you looking at or studying the flagpole area or the bushes or the fire hydrant in that area?
No.
Do you have any reason to be looking over there and studying anything?
No.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Levinson, you are all set.
Thank you.
And your next witness, please, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Katie McLaughlin.
Seems like she was more alert this time, too. Last time she seemed like she was sedated.
You solemnly swear to the evidence of the court and jury in the case now and hearing truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Good morning.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Good morning. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Ma'am, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Katie McLaughlin. I'm 29 years old. I work for the town of Canton as a firefighter paramedic.
Did you study to become a paramedic firefighter?
Yes.
Why did you become interested in becoming a paramedic firefighter?
Objection.
I enjoy helping people. I have some family members who work in the healthcare field, and I just always thought it was interesting, and I wanted to do something meaningful with my life.
Yeah, all right, lady.
Did you have to have any special training
Calm
or
down,
education
lady.
to become a firefighter and paramedic?
Yes, you do about 2 years of
Thank you, Lynn.
schooling. It's divided in between a didactic portion and then a clinical portion in the hospital and ambulance. So it takes about 2 years to finish.
You completed that?
Yes.
Did
This dude,
you
Hank Brannon's
become a
horrible
firefighter
at
At the
direct.
same time
Horrible.
you became a paramedic, or were those separate educations?
They're separate. I became a paramedic first before I became a firefighter.
Did you work as a paramedic before you became a firefighter actively in the field?
Yes, for a few years.
Do you remember about when you first started working as a paramedic?
2016 or 17.
And when did you first become a firefighter?
2017.
Do you remember when you first began working for the Canton Fire Department?
I believe it was May of
How was the girl Sarah
2017.
gonna say that she
I
was
still
looking down
employed
at her
by the
shoes,
Canton
bro?
Fire Department.
That's
Yes.
insane.
In your paramedic training,
She was
did
told
you
to.
learn how to provide care for people who are in need?
Yes.
Had you, before 2022, responded to different events or people's homes or public locations to help people?
Yes.
About how many calls? Could you estimate how many different calls you had been on as a paramedic or firefighter leading into the beginning of 2022?
Probably hundreds.
I want to ask you some background as a paramedic firefighter, your role as you see it. As a paramedic firefighter, are you part of law enforcement?
No.
Do you investigate crimes?
No.
Do you write police reports?
No.
When you're going to a scene and using your skills to help somebody, are you interested in whether or not somebody was involved or responsible for an event?
No.
What is your focus when you go to a scene to help somebody? What's your priority?
To help the patient, to save someone's life.
Do you have a chance, or do you try to assess the patient, speak to them if they can speak to you?
If we can, yep.
Is there times when the person can't speak?
Yes.
If a person can't speak to you, is there a role that you take to try to get information to help assist the person?
Yes, you would go to a bystander and you try to gather as much information as you can to help the patient. More information for us helps the patient in their treatment, and it helps the hospital when we bring them there.
Is that responsibility or role separate and apart from police work?
Yes.
As a paramedic firefighter, are you involved in police work at all?
No.
Sometimes when you go to a scene and you try to help somebody, you write a report.
If you're in a particular role, you would write the report.
So when you go and arrive at a scene, is it fair to say you don't always write a report?
Correct.
And the purpose of the report, is that to try to help law enforcement?
No.
What's the purpose of when someone would write a report as a firefighter paramedic?
Depending on the call, there would be a report written by the officer on the call. That's just for logistics and dispatch information, what we responded to, and that's kind of simple. But the other report would be a medical report that the lead paramedic would write.
Were you working on January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Was that an assigned shift for you?
Yes.
Did you volunteer or ask to work specially that night, or was that already assigned?
Ask it differently.
Was that assignment already set before that night?
Yes.
When you get a shift assigned to you, is it night by night, week by week, month by month?
It's just we rotate through. If you're on a group and you rotate through a schedule, it's set that you work 124, you have 1 day off, you work another 24, you have 5 off. and then the rotation begins again. So it's just a set schedule essentially, but it rotates through the weeks.
Was January 29, 2022 part of your set schedule?
Yes.
When you have a set schedule, are you assigned a specific role in the department that might change from shift to shift?
Yes.
What was your specific role on January 29, 2022?
For that shift, I was on the engine. I was the back step. So there's an engine driver, there's an engine lieutenant, and then there's one person in the back who's just a firefighter status. And we call that the back step.
As the back step that night, did you
The
have
back
any
step.
specific
Perfect.
or general
Perfect.
responsibilities if there was a call?
Generally, if it's a fire related call, you deal with that. If it's a medical call, you're there to assist the paramedics that are on the ambulance, and you take directive from them, whatever they ask you to do or need you to do. You're just there to assist them so that they can best focus on the patient.
When you arrive at the scene and you're on the back step, are you basically at the directive of the leader of the group?
Yes.
That morning, around a little after 6 in the morning on January 29, 2022, do you remember a call or a tone coming in?
Yes.
Do you remember what it was for?
It was for a man down in the snow or a man unresponsive in the snow.
Do you remember leaving the fire department that night?
The man and the
Tell
guy.
us as you're
The
leaving what's happening.
man and the guy.
So I'm in the engine, the command car with the captain who runs the shift, started to 34 Fairview Road first. The ambulance was in front of us, and then we were behind the ambulance.
Did you know the address you were going to was 34 Fairview Road?
Yes.
When you left the police station, or the fire station, when you got on the back of the truck, did you know at that time who lived at 34 Fairview Road?
No.
Tell us a little bit about the conditions outside as you rode to 34 Fairview Road.
It was raining. I'm sorry, not raining. It was snowing pretty heavily. The snow was, there's definitely
was
snow on the
raining.
ground at that point. It was windy. It was very cold.
Was there a storm?
Yes.
How long do you think it took to get from the fire station to Fairview Road?
Probably within 5 or 6 minutes.
When you first started pulling up towards Fairview Road, did you see anything?
Police cruisers and a civilian vehicle. And then we pulled up all kind of in front of that.
How many police cruisers did you see as you pulled up to Fairview Road?
I remember seeing one.
There was an ambulance in front of you?
Yes.
Did the police cruiser have their lights on?
Yes.
Not just their headlights, did they have the lights that are often referred to as blue lights or overhead lights?
Yes.
Did you hear any sirens?
No.
How about the ambulance? Did the ambulance have emergency lights?
Yes.
Did you hear any sirens?
No.
The fire truck, did the fire truck have
This guy
emergency
wants to
lights?
act like
Yes.
because there was
Remember
no
if those were
sirens
activated?
going off that people wouldn't
the
see the
fire engine
lights.
have a
Come on, them
siren?
lights would have had that
Yes.
place
Was
lit
the
up.
siren activated?
No.
Why not?
Absolutely.
We only use the sirens to kind of clear cars out of the road. So there's no need to use a siren when there's no cars on the road. So
Everybody
just
knows
doing it in the
that. They
middle
don't
of
have the
the
sirens going off when the
morning
cars
to
are
wake everybody up. It's
sitting
just
in neutral.
unnecessary.
When you first arrived at
But
Fairview
if there was a
Road and you
cop
saw
on the
the
lawn,
emergency vehicle,
them sirens,
did you see any
everything would be
people
on if that was said.
Yes.
while you were still in the fire truck or after you got out of the fire truck?
Probably
There
after
would have
I
been a
got out.
helicopter on the lawn. You
After you
shitting me,
got out of the
kid?
fire truck, where do you go?
Shit. I would have drove up there on my
So
dirt
I knew
bike.
that they were working on a patient. So I knew they're going to need the stretcher. So myself and firefighter Walsh went right to the ambulance and retrieved the stretcher and brought it as close to the patient as we could.
At some point, did you see the patient?
Yes.
Was it a he or she?
It was a man.
Where was he when you first saw him?
He was lying supine on the side of the road. off the curb, like into a lawn.
How close to him were you when you first saw him?
Well, I only made it to the curb where where I brought the stretcher. He was maybe from here to that table, maybe.
When you stood on the curb and you saw that man lying, was his feet closest to you, his head, or his side?
His head would be closer to me.
Did you lift the man from the ground?
No.
Did some of your colleagues?
Yes.
After you brought the stretcher or the bed to the side of the road, did you remain there on the side of the road?
They lifted him on the backboard, they put him on the stretcher, and then they pretty much immediately started moving to bring him in the back of the ambulance.
Around the area where you first saw this man lying supine on the ground, was there anything other than ground? Were there any objects in that
I'm
area?
sorry?
Was there any objects near him?
I remember seeing a fire hydrant. And that's all I can really remember.
When you mentioned that he was lying about as close to that table as you, would 8 to 10 feet be a fair estimate?
I don't know that I could say.
Okay. At some point,
Okay.
did you receive further directions from anybody on the team asking you to do something?
Yes. Firefighter Flamati I was at the head of the stretcher with firefighter Flamati, and he asked me to try to gather more information and kind of see what happened and what's going on.
Did you have someone that you wanted to gather information from?
Yes. There
And-
was there was a woman who seemed to be really concerned and involved with the patient's status. And so I just kind of assumed that this would be the person that I could try to get more information from.
Did you take a guess?
Yeah,
The person that you try to get more information from, do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you point that person out and describe an article of clothing
Black
they
suit.
wear?
Black suit.
And do you see where that person's sitting in between?
I do. Her attorneys.
Did you approach that person?
I did.
Now, you mentioned you're not a police officer or a criminal investigator. What type of information are you hoping to get generally in these circumstances?
Some basic demographic info. You can answer a lot of questions by just asking a few very simple ones. So obviously you're trying to get his name and his date of birth. And then you ask questions if the patient has a medical history, if the patient takes daily medications, if the patient has any allergies. And that's all things that can help to sort of maybe explain why this person is in the position that he's in. For example, if someone says, reported that he had a heart condition or a seizure disorder or he was a diabetic, that would help
Or
us.
someone said he got
sort
hit
of,
by a car, they would tell the police.
that's relevant information for us for his treatment and to pass on to the hospital.
Did you have a chance to speak with the person that you had pointed out?
I did.
When you spoke to that person, did you get a chance to ask any of those questions you typically ask?
I did.
When you spoke to the person, what did they tell you?
She gave me his name, his date of birth. She denied him having any medical history or daily medications or allergies. I was kind of moving around. She was moving around the scene. So I was kind of moving around, trying to gather the information with her.
Did she say anything to you in addition to the typical background information that you would try to obtain from somebody?
Yes.
What did she say?
Well, I asked another question. Once we had come to a stop, I asked if there had been any significant trauma that happened that preceded this. And she answered with a series of statements that she repeated. I hit him. I hit him. There was a woman next to us who told her to calm down, stop talking, calm down, you're hysterical. So she repeated, I hit him. And a police officer asked her, said, you what? And she repeated it again, I hit him. And the officer then signaled for his sergeant to come down to the scene or down to where he was.
When she first told you that she had hit him, you said there was another woman next to her. Did you know who that woman was?
Not at the time.
Do you now know who that woman was?
I do.
And who was that?
Miss Jen McCabe.
Did you know Miss McCabe at that time?
No,
Do you know her personally now?
no,
Are you friendly or friends with her in any way?
no.
You mentioned that when
There's no way she hasn't talked to
Defendant
Jim
said, "I hit
McCabe
him,"
since this went
I
down.
hit him. Miss McCabe was trying to intervene.
Yes, it appeared that way.
What did it appear she was trying to do?
Trying to get her to calm down, to stop talking. It appeared that she was,
Sustained. Jurors disregard that comment.
Did Miss McCabe interject verbally?
yes,
After Miss McCabe interjected and the defendant made those statements about hitting him, did you persist in getting more information, asking to clarify what she meant by I hit him?
no, I did not.
Why not?
A few reasons. I felt at that point, given the situation,
Here comes
and
the
how
excuses.
disturbing, and it was a very emotional situation. The woman was very upset. I didn't feel comfortable pushing and asking for more. I just didn't think that it was the right time for that. And it was also really not my place at that point. And I feel like that was something that the police that's more their role.
Asking follow-up questions about what she meant by I hit him, would that have helped your diagnosis and treatment of the man in any way?
It could have.
But you made the decision to stop asking her questions?
I did.
Or Mr. Brennan.
Did you ask her any more questions after she said I hit him?
I decided not to.
At some point after you spoke to the defendant, did you go back to the ambulance and tell anybody, any of your colleagues?
I did.
And why would you do that?
That's the whole point of me trying to get more information, is that I get the information, I bring it back to the people who are treating the patient. So
Did you go back to the ambulance and repeat that information to your colleagues?
I did.
Why
Did you
wasn't
have
she
any
arrested
other
on the spot then?
Further role at the scene as far as helping the man or doing anything else
No, other than I drove the ambulance to the hospital.
with the gentleman in the ambulance?
Yes.
Did you learn who that person was?
Yes.
Did you know at the time who it was?
No.
When you got to 34 Fairview, did you recognize the home when you got there?
No.
Did you later learn who lived at that home?
Yes.
Did you know somebody who had lived at that home?
Yes.
Did you know that person lived there prior to that night?
I learned that she lived there.
Okay. And that person that you knew lived there, what is their name?
Caitlin Albert.
How did you know Caitlin Albert?
We went to high school together. We're in the same grade. We have mutual friends, and growing up, we had different friend groups, but those groups would often get together in bigger groups and hang out. I see her in group settings. I socialize with her occasionally. I don't have a personal relationship with her. I wouldn't consider her to be a friend of mine, but I do see her occasionally because of social events.
Why not be a
have a
friend? I don't get it.
one-on-one.
What's
I
the big
don't-
deal?
I don't have a close personal relationship with her.
Was she a friend on social media back at the time?
Yeah.
Since this event, have you been on any outings or trips with friends of hers or in a group setting where she was present?
I don't remember ever seeing her since then.
Had you ever talked to her about your role that night?
Never.
Did the fact that somebody you knew lived in that house that have anything to do with your treatment and care that morning?
Not at all.
When you saw the man in the back of the ambulance, did you make note whether he was missing any clothing items?
He was missing a shoe, a sneaker.
I'd like, with the court's permission, to play Exhibit 4, part of it.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you can start at 6:13:45. Stop, please. Do you recognize whether or not you're in that video, ma'am?
Yes.
What color jacket are you wearing?
I'm in the red and yellow jacket.
Okay, continue, please. Stop, please. There are two yellow jackets, one on the left, one in the middle of the screen. Do you know which one is you?
I'm now in the middle of the screen.
Continue, please. Stop, please. Do you know who that is on the left of the screen at the flagpole?
Which one?
To the left. If you could play a few more seconds, Ms. Gilman.
It's two officers and a civilian woman.
Okay. How about on the left? Do you know who that is?
Oh,
There's no way since then she hasn't talked to anybody about this case, knowing that it's a side thing. If you're on the side of Free Karen Reed, you're on that side. If you're on the other side, you're on the other side. There's no way.
Exactly, bro. She just asked him which one, basically.
Stop, please. Is that you, ma'am, in the yellow?
Yes.
Okay, continue, please. Stop, please. Do you see yourself on that screen?
Yes.
What color jacket?
The red and yellow.
And who's to your left?
Miss Reed.
And across from you, with the blue or black jacket with the hood. Do you know who that is at this time?
Miss McCabe.
And you didn't know her at the time?
No.
You see the officer that's turned away from you?
Yes.
Do you know who he's speaking to?
No.
Do you know the exact moment that the defendant told you, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
I think it was just prior to that.
Continue. Stop, please. Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, Mr. Jackson?
Who got her? Let's see who's doing her. Uncle's up the back, kid.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning.
You indicated that one of the things that is paramount to the life-saving effort or the medical assistance that you and your colleagues provide is to determine what the cause is of the injury, correct?
To determine, just to gather as much information as we can about his history and like recent events that could have precipitated how we found the patient.
What you said on direct examination was, quote, what happened and what's going on, end quote, correct?
Yes.
So for instance, the what happened, you want to find out and differentiate what happened. Is it a gunshot? Sure. When you're asking what happened or trying to determine what happened, for instance, one of the things you're trying to do is differentiate between a gunshot and a knife wound, correct?
Yes.
Or poison or ingestion of a poisonous substance or a heart attack.
Yeah. In this particular,
I'm
this
not asking about
scenario,
this
it's,
sentence.
Next question.
Thank you. I'm asking about in general, when you're taking on information, trying to download information at a scene, you're trying to determine, as you said, quote, what happened, correct?
yeah.
That's important to determine, correct?
Yeah.
You want to get the person's age. You want to get the person's date of birth. You want to get the person's allergies, for instance.
Yep.
But you also, paramount among those, you want to find out what happened. Why are we here? Correct?
Yes.
Did a person fall out of a tree? Or
Right.
stumble down a stair step? Correct?
Right.
In doing so, it's important to relay that information to others as well. You would agree with that, correct?
Yes.
That's the whole point, Ms. McLaughlin. You want to gather the information and then let others know exactly what happened, document that as best you possibly can so that the life-saving efforts or the medical assistance can continue for the patient, correct?
Yeah. You have to share the information that you got with the people who are providing care.
And one of the ways you do that is by writing it down, correct?
No.
Can I ask you, who did you speak with before your testimony today, in anticipation of your testimony today?
I met with the DA's office a few times.
Who at the DA's office?
Mr. Brennan, a witness advocate, and there were different troopers there at different meetings.
What did you and Mr. Brennan discuss at these? Well, let me ask you, first of all, foundationally, how many meetings were there?
3.
3. When were they?
3.
One in maybe January was just a meeting. One a few weeks ago, we reviewed the testimony from the last proceeding. And then yesterday, briefly to say that I'm getting called and I'm going today. And if I had any questions.
Let's talk about the one a couple of weeks ago. Where was that meeting held?
At the DA's office.
And you said you reviewed testimony with whom?
I watched the testimony from the first trial. It was Mr. Brennan, myself,
From the first trial.
and perhaps Trooper Tully.
And
At
you
that
and Mr.
point.
Brennan went over your testimony at the last proceeding, correct?
We just watched it.
Okay.
Yeah.
There obviously were questions about that testimony once you finished watching it, I'm guessing, correct?
I guess so.
Discussed certain aspects of the testimony, is that right?
Yeah.
Mr. Brennan told you that, for instance, he was going to bring out on direct examination, his examination, your relationship with Caitlin Albert, correct?
He said, I will ask you about the relationship.
And that was in anticipation of me asking about that relationship, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did Mr. Brennan tell you that he wanted to make sure that he brought out that information so that it wasn't brought out on cross-examination by me?
Objection.
Sustained.
What did Mr. Brennan say about the reason he wanted to bring out the relationship with Caitlin Albert on the examination?
There was no reason that he gave.
But he did tell you that he wanted to make sure that y'all covered that on direct examination during his examination, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did he say something like that?
No.
Did you say something like that? I would like this information brought out so it's not brought out on cross-examination.
No.
At the last hearing when you testified about a year ago, that wasn't brought out on direct examination, was it?
Objection.
Stop looking at him, man.
Okay.
You see that, Jay? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What happened?
Every second she's looking over at Brennan, for him to stand up and give an objection and a sidebar and all that bullshit. All of a sudden she doesn't know, she's forgetting. Every single witness so far, I don't know, I forget, but they look
It's
at
a different energy too, right?
Yes, absolutely. Before, we had Sarah that looked like she was sedated. Now she's up and about, looked like she just drank about 40 Ghost. And now you got this one looking like she's sedated.
I mean, she said that they pull up to the scene to find out what happened. And then someone says, I hit him. And she says, I don't think it was my place to say anything. That's crazy.
Yeah, you don't report that to an officer? Hey, guess what? This woman just said she hit him. Guess what, ma'am? You need to come with us. That would have been the next thing that the police would have done if they heard that.
And there's no way she didn't know where 34 Fairview Road was, who lived at 34 Fairview. Come on, man. She knows who lived there. You know what I mean? And there's no way she hasn't talked since then. And she slipped out the trial. She said at the last trial. So keep slipping it out. Keep slipping it out.
Oh, it's gonna keep happening. Absolutely, it's gonna keep happening. And Alan Jackson gonna keep seizing those moments when it does happen. She knew exactly. She knew what she's doing.
You know how
They all
smart Alan Jackson is? Let me tell you how smart he is. He's attacking them mellow. Like the only person he came at with fire was Jennifer McCabe, and that wasn't towards the end. These
Mhm.
witnesses right here, he's coming off real mellow with them because they're expecting him to
Well,
come off with
continue.
fire.
Thank you.
So they're like so scared of him. You know what I
Mr.
mean?
Kaufman, we were talking
Yep.
about very briefly your testimony about a year ago. In your testimony a year ago, you did not disclose in your initial conversation the fact of your relationship with Miss Albert, did you?
I object. I move for an instruction.
So the objection sustained. Next question.
Who was it that asked the question about Miss Albert a year ago?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell anyone, Trooper Proctor, any investigator, anybody from the DA's office last year about your relationship with Caitlin Albert?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No,
No.
only when there started to be a lot of harassment and things.
Oh,
that-
here we go.
insinuations
Here
and
we
stuff
go.
that
Poor me.
started coming out online. I had said maybe once to them that I was concerned I was being harassed.
My question, Ms. McLaughlin, was before the information was disclosed, which was during first proceeding.
Objection.
Let's hear the question.
Before that information was disclosed during the first proceeding, in any of your interviews, Michael Proctor or anybody else from the DA's office, did you disclose, from the Massachusetts State Police or anybody from the DA's office, did you disclose, did you volunteer that you had a relationship with Caitlin Albert? before the first proceeding.
Yeah, I'm saying I told the DA about the harassment and the insinuations. That was before the first trial when I
That's
met
not
with
his
them.
question. First trial. Keep talking, lady.
Insinuations that haven't been disclosed at the first proceeding.
Because it's out there everywhere on the internet and has been.
Before the first proceeding.
And it's gonna stay out there.
It's
Before you ever testified. That's my question. Do you understand my question?
it's been going on since before the first proceeding.
If you hadn't testified at the first proceeding, at which point it was revealed, how could you have ever suffered any harassment for it? It wasn't disclosed yet, Mr. McLaughlin. You understand?
I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
Who did you tell at the DA's office?
The relationship that I
It's
had with
definitely
Pete
gonna
and
stay
Albert
out
had been
there.
out there. It had been published and proliferated on the internet. And so that was before the first proceeding.
And who did you tell at the DA's office about this before the first proceeding?
I don't remember who it was or the meeting, but
Was it Mr. Lowry?
it could have been.
Do you have a memory of that?
Not specifically. I don't remember who it was.
Was it Mr. McLaughlin?
Like I said, I don't
No,
remember
not you,
specifically.
obviously, Miss Laura McLaughlin. No relationship.
Like I said, not specifically.
Let's talk about that initial call to 34 Fairview. You responded to the call of an unresponsive male in the snow. That was early morning hours of January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Once you were there, Mr. O'Keefe had been placed on a gurney and moved to the ambulance. You were instructed to go get information about the victim.
Yes.
You've described in a video the basic scene where you claim that this statement was made by my client, correct?
Yes.
That was a situation in which you're standing there, Ms. Reed is standing there, Ms. McCabe is standing across from you, and
Miss Reed was on the right, Miss McCabe was on the left, and then there was a officer kind of diagonal across from me.
Yes.
Thank you. McLaughlin, can you tell me if you
Lady, you know you're lying. I mean, come on. Why wouldn't you just say, yeah, I knew who she was? And I knew where
I
she lived.
recognize
Big deal.
me.
Come on, man.
And when is that approximately, does that approximate what you're describing? Is that time in which you're standing there, I'm guessing in the yellow jacket, Ms. Reed's to your right, Ms. McCabe's to your left, and there's an officer standing directly across from you?
Yes.
Is this the time that you indicate that that statement was made?
Around this time.
I'd like to have that marked as next in order, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Brennan?
None, thank you.
May I retrieve?
50?
I wouldn't want her saving me if I was on the ground.
Do you remember the name of the officer that was standing directly across from you when you indicate that this statement was made?
I didn't know, but I am aware now.
But, and by the way, that officer name is what?
Officer Sarif.
You're describing a situation in which you're standing there, Miss Reed is next to you, within earshot is a uniformed police officer, and she said, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
Then he said, what? Is that right?
So it's I hit him. Miss McCabe interjected, and then she said I hit him, and then the officer said, "You what?" And then she said I hit him, and he said, "Go get Goody down here."
Okay, so is that 3 times or 4 times that you indicate she said I hit him?
4 times.
And you, according to you, you indicate that at the time that Ms. Reed made these statements, she was hysterical and somewhat out of control. Is that right?
She was upset. I would say hysterical. Yeah.
Did you describe her last year as obviously upset, overly frantic, and almost hysterical?
Yeah, I believe it. I remember that.
Okay. If we could play Exhibit 4,
Okay.
starting at 9, Court Commission, starting at 9:15, about 9:46. Can you stop it? Did you see the two people enter from screen right?
Yes,
Who is that?
that would be myself and Miss Reed.
Okay, this is the first point at which you and Miss Reed begin to converge with the other two individuals, Miss McCabe and the officer, correct?
I had started trying to gather the information prior to this, and then she was moving around, so I had kind of was following her, asking the questions, and then we eventually came, here to this point and came to a stop.
So my answer, your answer is yes. This is the point at which you converged with Miss McCabe and the
Yes,
officer.
yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and play it. Pause it. You see yourself sort of in the foreground in the bright jacket,
Yep.
and Miss Reed's just on the other side of you, correct?
Yes,
Standing there.
yes.
There she is. The man, the guy, bleeds out. This will all go away. If not, it will be an episode. Jen McKay, what's up?
Okay.
What's going on, chat?
Okay, reading the thoughts on. Ms. McLaughlin, during that video, that's the time in which you say, or you claimed last year that Ms. Reed was, in your words, obviously upset, overly frantic, and almost hysterical, correct?
Yes.
Did she look almost hysterical in that video?
She was, well, in that video, that could not explain what that scene was like.
Did she look overly frantic in that video?
She was frantic throughout the whole scene. I think that was me describing the entire scene.
I see.
Yeah.
So she did not look overly frantic in that video.
She was upset for sure.
Was she overly frantic and almost hysterical in that video? Just now.
I don't know that you could really see from that video.
Did you see anything that appeared to be overly frantic and almost hysterical?
Like I said, that video is not really you can't hear anything, so it's hard to.
Was she running around?
She had been.
I didn't ask you if she had been.
Yeah.
You got there, a lot of things had happened. When she's standing there with you, was she running around?
No, she had just stopped running around.
Was she gesticulating?
I don't know.
Do you know what that means?
I don't.
Was she using her arms and going crazy? With the hands and arms and running in circles?
She had been, but like I said. Yeah, but I think.
I'm asking you about what happened before you got there. I'm asking you what happened when. I'm sorry.
Question and answer, please.
Thank you. I'm not asking you what happened before we got to that video. Right? I'm asking you about the video in which you described her previously as being overly frantic and almost hysterical. Did she look like she was just gesticulating and moving her arms and spinning in circles?
Not in that video.
Okay, thank you. And according to you, that's the point at which Ms. McCabe said, I think you need to calm down, correct?
Yes.
And according to you, that's the point at which Ms. McCabe said, you're hysterical, correct?
Yes.
Just so I'm clear, who in that video, Ms. Reed or Ms. McCabe, appeared to be doing most of the talking?
You cannot see from that video.
Who in that video
I don't know.
appeared
You
to
just
be
said it.
gesticulating with their arms? My client or Ms. McCabe?
I think Miss McCabe was doing that, saying you need to calm down. You're hysterical.
Oh, the whole time she's gesticulating, she's saying, calm down, Karen. You're being hysterical. Calm down. You're hysterical. And just repeating that.
She was trying to get her to
Thanks,
stop
Betty.
and to calm down because of the statement she was making,
I see.
and she was trying to get her to stop, calm down.
I see. Okay. So during that entire video, that was probably 40, 50 seconds or so, maybe it's a minute. That's when you're saying now, Ms. McCabe was gesticulating and saying, calm down, Karen. You need to stop making statements. Calm down. Right? That's what she was doing.
Yes.
Okay. Well, you'll agree that Ms. Reed was standing relatively quietly to your right, not saying much of anything.
No, what she had just said, she had seemed upset when she said that. And what she said was obviously Miss McCabe was trying to convince her that that was not, you need to calm down. Stop saying that.
Right in front of a police officer who never said he heard her say it.
Objection.
Sustained.
There you go, AJ. AJ, did you do your push-ups this morning?
18 inches, 2 feet from Officer Seraph, correct?
I don't know exactly.
Well, give me an idea. I mean, 2
I-
feet.
He's starting to
He
ramp
was
up.
standing near me.
And
Look at
he's
him.
standing even closer to my client. wasn't he?
He's a sick
Yes.
fuck, isn't he?
At this moment,
Fucking test.
when you
That
claim to have
testosterone.
heard me, I hit him, repeated 4 times. Where was Officer Flamati? I'm sorry, where's Firefighter Flamati and Firefighter Nuttall?
In the ambulance.
With the doors closed.
Yes.
And the ambulance, this is my ignorance, I'm assuming the engine was running.
Yep.
I'm assuming that there's some sort of heating system inside that ambulance to keep it nice and warm for patients.
Yes.
That was running as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yeah.
So with that door closed, those doors closed, how many feet away, by the way, from where we're looking? How many feet away? How many yards away?
I don't know. We were fairly close to the ambulance.
Further than you and I are from each other right now or closer?
I think closer.
Okay. How about now?
I'm not sure. The ambulance was behind us. I'm not sure how close we were.
Right. At least a few yards.
Sure.
Okay. And those doors are pretty thick, secure metal doors that lock. Is that right?
Yes.
Obviously, when you saw them, I know you don't know what was happening inside the ambulance, but when you saw them, Firefighter Nuttall and Firefighter Flamati were engaged in life-saving measures with Mr. O'Keefe, one doing the bag, one doing chest compressions as they entered into the ambulance, which you did see, correct?
Yes.
When those doors closed, would you presume, from your experience, that those life-saving measures and their focus was on John O'Keefe, that continued?
Yes.
You testified that you went back to the ambulance at some point and you told Firefighter Flamati and Firefighter Nuttall what you claimed to have heard. You told this jury, correct?
I went back to the ambulance after that and I told them what was said and gave them the demographic information that I got.
Okay. So in other words, Firefighter Flamati and Firefighter Nuttall heard it from you. You didn't say it to somebody else and they reported it to those two. They heard it directly from you, correct?
I went back and I said, I gave the demographics and I said, she's saying I hit him.
Right. So in other words, they heard that from you.
I gave them,
Is
Objection.
that yes or no?
Objection.
She answered the question. Next question.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about your relationship with Caitlin Albert. You were asked at a hearing about a year ago, back in May of last year, May 3rd, as a matter of fact, 2024, about that relationship. Do you remember what your answer was?
no, not specifically.
You remember saying in response to the question, who's Caitlin Albert? Asked by me.
I don't remember specifically what I said.
Did you say, I went to high school with someone named Caitlin Albert?
Have the page number in line, please.
May 3rd transcript, 10-24, lines 2 and 3. Did you say, I went to high school with someone named Caitlin Albert?
I believe so.
Refresh your recollection, take a look at your transcript.
Sure.
No, May 4th. May 2nd. Let me look. I have May 3.
Okay, thank you,
Brennan.
Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
Let me wait for you to
No,
go.
no.
You see that? May I?
Yes.
Did that refresh your recollection as to what your answer was to the question, who's Caitlin Albert?
Yes.
Did you say, quote, I went to high school with somebody named Caitlin Albert?
Yes.
Ms. McLaughlin, that was not a full and accurate statement of your relationship with Caitlin Albert, correct?
I object.
Was that accurate?
I mean, that's a fact. That's
Okay, next question.
All right, I'd like to be seen.
All right. Mr. Jackson, why don't you do
Why do you think they're trying to keep that a secret? That she's friends with Caitlin Albert. Bingo.
Go
May
ahead.
I go? In answer to that question, the open-ended question, who's Caitlin Albert, you didn't offer up in that first initial response, you didn't offer up, you didn't say we're friends, did you?
We're not.
You didn't say that we are in the same friend group, did you?
No.
You didn't say we've been friends since high school.
No.
You said, I went to high school with someone named Caitlin Albert, correct?
Yes.
Almost as if you just saw her name in a yearbook.
No, I don't agree with that.
That's not true, is it? I mean, that wouldn't be true, correct? Because you did know Caitlin Albert.
That is true. And you asked me if I knew her, and I said yes. And you asked me if I'm friends with her, and I said I wouldn't say friends.
You wouldn't say friends.
Right.
Even as you sit here today, you would not say that you're friends with Caitlin Albert.
No.
You wouldn't say that you've been friends for years.
We've known each other for years.
That wasn't my question.
We've known each other for years, but we are not close friends. We don't have a relationship, just her one-on-one.
You
It's
grew up-
just group settings.
You grew up in the same town together, correct?
We did.
Went to the same middle school together.
Correct.
Went to the same high school together.
Yes.
You socialized with her.
Yes.
You've taken day trips with her and others.
Yes.
You've taken beach trips with her and others.
Yes.
Taken 4th of July weekend getaways with her and others.
I don't remember that, but
One of your best friends named Michaela actually lived with Caitlin Albert at college, didn't she?
yes.
And you visited your best friend at that residence where she lived with Caitlin Albert on more than one occasion, didn't you?
Yeah, occasionally I would go to visit the friends that I had there.
You would even spend the night in the apartment with them, correct?
Maybe a handful of times, yes.
You've taken photographs with Caitlin Albert, correct?
I'm in pictures with her, yes.
You've been to baby showers with Caitlin Albert over the years.
I have attended a baby shower with her,
Had
yes.
celebrations with her over the years, correct?
Yeah, we socialize, like I said, group settings, social events. I will see her.
Your Honor, may I approach?
All right, briefly.
We're not friends, but she's been to all these events where Caitlin Albert's been. Come on, man. Baby showers. Yeah, she's trying to distance herself. Exactly. They all are. That's right, Jessica. She's not doing a good job, though. Yeah, we see you, Paul. What's up, buddy? How you doing? Jay, maybe she's not saying they're friends because Caitlyn doesn't really hang up, like, doesn't mess with her like that. But getting invited to a baby shower? That's an intimate setting, no? Yeah, Paul's still in the back. You know, it's sad because when this shit first started, he should have been sitting right next to his mom. Look at her. He should have been right there with his mom. Instead, he's on there, you know, fishing for women and Lay's donuts or whatever he's doing. I would have been sitting right with my mom the whole time. Sarah said he's a weirdo. I mean, there's a lot of weirdos in this. On this side, look at who they got. They got Plevlin. They got Mass and Kaz. No one puts baby in the corner. That's right. Oh, you off, Jay? What happened? My bad, Jay. I got hit in the head with my mic.
Damn, son, you had me backstage, man. You got me back here with fucking Paul O'Keefe.
Oh, you in the back rows. God damn. Nobody puts baby in the corner. Oh,
God damn.
damn. I mean, I'm
You back-
looking down, looking up. I'm trying to multitask right now. And my mic just hit me in the dome piece. I'm going to have to wear a helmet like Blue 42.
1 and 2.
Man, I got a clip though after or in between that I think is just to me sticks out as much as that 11:58. This one here is that 5:07 phone call.
Uh-huh.
Whew,
It's crazy.
it's nuts. And then they didn't come out. You just got woken up at 5:07.
Well, they didn't answer. She said she didn't answer.
Allegedly.
I mean, come on, we know
38 seconds.
that's a long time, son.
It's a very long time. Look how much shit Higgins got off. Or disclaimer. Kevin from South Boston said in 22 seconds.
Facts.
38. You can say a lot.
Oh, you know what she was saying? She's saying that she's on his way.
Yep.
She's about to go hit the road. Get the body ready. Bring
Yep.
him outside now.
Preparation. They
The
were
whole shit, man. Clean up the house because right when they get there, the cops are gonna come. So be prepared on your end.
Yep. Have Kevin have the right cops come out. He's working tonight. Make sure
Oh,
nobody
shit.
goes in the house and sees the messy basement.
And Sarah, man, she was a mess, man. It's like the thing is, I would like, I would have asked her. So you guys didn't have a cake for his birthday party? No one ever asked him that.
I
I would
know.
love to
It's
see.
just
I would
weird.
love to see their reaction. Because if they fuck around and slip and say, "Yeah, there was a cake," well, then where's the pictures?
Where's the pictures?
Where's the pictures? Everybody knows when you blow out the candles of the cake.
Right. Take a fucking picture.
You take a picture and you have a little video of the happy birthday of him blowing out the candles.
That's a
Or if
special
it's,
moment. Who
or where
lit the
did you get
fucking
the cake?
candles?
Then
Huh?
where'd you get the cake? Did you go
Yeah.
to the bakery to get the cake? Because if you went to the bakery, what fucking bakery was it? Where's the receipt?
Was it an ice cream cake?
No, what type of cake was it? Because seriously, what type of cake was it? Where'd you get the cake? Where's the receipt? Like, you know what I mean? Can we go back into your records, into your bank statements, and see where you bought this fucking cake at?
Yep. And
Seriously,
all it's like, man, like I
dead
said, we got
serious.
the jury is a mixture. So they're looking at this like there's no way in hell these kids weren't online. I mean, she just admitted that
Well,
the
she just
harassment.
admitted that she went back. She just admitted that she went back to the people, to her like little platoon of first responders, and said she hit him.
Right.
So you know what I mean. So and he got that out of her. You know what I mean?
Well,
He got that out of her that you said that to him, right? So that's the reason why they're running with it. So,
right. But you know as well as I do. If she said that to a police officer, the next words out of that cop's mouth would have been like, "Oh, he would have went right up to Karen and said, 'You need to come with me, ma'am.'" And that
that
would have been that.
that would have
So
been that, bro.
it's just like, how do they not believe that? Let's go.
Yes.
I tell you, the interns behind them, they're working too. They working hard, man.
They're working too, huh, James?
Oh, they working too.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Does it sound like Alan Jackson's low?
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
I think Alan Jackson is he's low because he's not at that podium right now.
May I stay by the witness stand just so I can take the photographs back? Can you describe, first of all, take a quick glance
Nervous
through
as
that
hell.
series of pages and tell me if you recognize
So it's the girl I went to high school with, huh? I just went to high school with her.
And a couple
Um,
baby showers.
No big deal. I went up to the dorm, I could have said, yeah, I knew her my whole life, we're cool, but we're not cool like that. But you distance yourself. Nah, I went to high school with her. It's a girl named Caitlin from high school. She was a nerd. I was a popular
How do you
kid.
recognize, generally, how do you recognize those documents? What are they?
Objection.
Come on with this
Yes.
bullshit
Oh.
objection.
The photograph. Next question.
Who's depicted in the first photograph?
Myself.
Objection.
Oh, here we go.
Do you see? If
Look at her
every one of
face,
those
bro.
photographs include you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does every one of
Objection.
those photographs
Brennan, there's no saving a buddy.
Albert?
Objection. I'd like a curative instruction.
Sustained.
Shut up, fucking Hank
The
Brennan.
reality is, Mr. McLaughlin,
Did Gary call you this morning?
relationship with Albert goes back not just weeks, months, or years. It goes back
Did you go to Whitey's grave this morning? Pray.
I grew up at where we live in the same town, so we went through all the same school systems and everything.
May I approach?
Yes.
We ran through all the same, guys and everything.
The reality is, you did more with Caitlin Albert than simply go to the same school system. Is that right?
Yes.
One of these photographs has you on vacation with
Objection.
Caitlin Albert drinking, correct?
Sustained.
You've been photographed. You've been photographed with Miss Albert on many occasions at many celebrations with your girlfriends, correct?
Take a sidebar, please.
I'm going to allow that.
There you go. There you go, Bev.
On occasions, yes.
That wasn't my question, Your Honor.
Go ahead, ask
My
it.
question was, you've been photographed on many occasions and many celebrations with Caitlin Albert and your girlfriends, that group of girls that you just looked at.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And those include, as we went over just a second ago, 4th of July vacations, correct?
I'm not sure the dates on them.
I didn't ask you about the dates. I don't know the dates either.
Well,
But
I don't know that was a 4th of July celebration. I'm not sure.
That
see
beach.
a
Yeah.
beach photo with American flags in the background.
I'm objecting.
Sustained.
So
Of course you're
those
objecting.
photographs represent some of the celebrations that you have had with Caitlin Albert and others in your friend group, correct?
I'm objecting.
Sustained.
You've gone on overnight vacations with Caitlin Albert, isn't that right?
There was one that I can remember, one overnight that I can remember with a big group of people.
Who was that? Where was that?
That was in Maine.
It was in Bethel, Maine, wasn't it?
Could have been. It was in Maine.
Have you been to more than one vacation in Maine with Caitlin Albert?
No, I don't know. That's the name of the town. I don't remember.
You've indicated that you've had baby showers where you've attended with Caitlin Albert, correct?
I was invited to a baby shower, not Caitlin Alberts, but she was also invited to the baby shower.
Right, and the two of you posed for a photograph together, correct?
We posed around the girl that was having the baby.
Right, you and who else?
A bunch of other girls, her friends.
Right, was one of them Caitlin Albert?
She was in the photo, yeah.
Standing right next to you in the photo?
She could have been. Is that in there?
Next question, Mr. Jackson.
Can I approach?
No. Next question.
You just looked at a photograph of you.
I just glanced through them.
Objecting to this
Sorry.
whole line.
The objection is sustained.
The reality is, Ms. McLaughlin, your relationship with Caitlin Albert is far more than simply somebody that you went to high school with. Isn't that true?
I described what it is.
Do you stand by your testimony that Caitlin Albert is, quote, somebody I went to high school with somebody by that name?
I said that and I described the relationship numerous times throughout that testimony to clarify it.
And you clarified it under questioning by me, correct?
Yes. And Mr. Lally, he asked follow-ups.
And in fact, you were shown some of these photographs last year too.
Objection.
Sustained.
The reason you clarified it is because you were confronted with photos of yourself last year, correct?
you repeat the question?
Sure. The reason you clarified it as you just testified, your relationship, is because you were confronted with photographs of you and Caitlin Albert last year, correct?
I just answered the questions that you had.
Right, and you were shown photographs last year.
I was, yes.
There's also another member of the Albert family that you've spoken to about this case, isn't that right?
No.
January 30th, 2022, you were contacted by a member of the Canton Police Department to set up an interview, weren't you?
No, I was not.
You remember being contacted by anybody to set up an
Oh,
interview?
here we go.
The state police called me and I met with two state troopers. I don't know which one of the troopers called me to set up the interview.
Isn't it true that it was actually a Canton police officer who coordinated that interview with you?
I have no knowledge of that at all.
Isn't it true that the Canton police officer who set up the interview with Massachusetts State Police and coordinated that interview was a detective named Kevin? Do you remember that?
I have no knowledge of that.
Isn't it true that Brian Albert has a brother named Kevin Albert on Canton Police Department?
I know that now.
Isn't that who coordinated your interview with Michael Proctor?
I've never spoken to Kevin Albert ever.
You can't remember who it was that set up the meeting. How can you say with such specificity?
Because it was the state police called me. The state police called me. It was a state trooper.
Can you wait till I'm
Just
finished with my
hold on
question?
1 second.
Oh,
wait for
sorry.
If you can't remember who it was that called you specifically, how can you say with such specificity that you've never spoken to Kevin Albert?
Because I have only ever talked about this case with a state police trooper. So there were two of them there when I went for the interview. I don't remember which one called me, but I've never been contacted by anyone in the Canton Police about an interview or about the case. So I know it's not. I just don't know which state trooper it was that called me.
Did you talk to Mr. Brennan about this issue when y'all met?
No, I did not.
This issue never came up
No,
about Kevin Albert or the Massachusetts State Police or your first interview?
no.
You remember testifying about this last year?
I remember you asking me about who coordinated the interview.
And now as you sit here, you're saying it was absolutely 100% Massachusetts State Police that coordinated that interview.
It was I only ever spoke to the state police about that interview. I wasn't contacted by anyone else to go in for that interview.
Are you saying that you now have a specific memory of how that interview was set up and that it was Massachusetts State Police?
My only memory
Do
is
you have a memory or do
Can
you
she
not?
answer the question, please?
I don't really get the question.
Can you answer that question?
I don't understand the question.
Ask it again.
Sure. Are you saying as you sit here now that you have a memory of how that interview was set up
See the look?
and it was by a Massachusetts State Police officer?
I always had a memory that it was a state police officer.
Okay.
I don't know which one. That's why I said I don't know.
Isn't it true that last year you were asked that very similar question? This is at 10-56, lines 10 through 15.
Yo, let me in
Question.
in backstage.
Contacted by a completely different officer to say, hey, Trooper Proctor wants to talk to you. Come on to Canton PD. He wants to have an interview. Answer, I don't remember exactly how the interview was set up. Remember that?
You
Right.
So as you sit here, you now have a specific memory that that interview was set up by Massachusetts police officers.
That's the only memory I have of it. And when I said I don't know, you said somebody other than Proctor, and I didn't know if you were referring to the other state trooper that was there, because I didn't remember
do you know?
specifically who called me to come in for the interview.
You
But
are-
I've never spoken to anybody in the Canton Police about that interview.
you
or the
are-
How do you
setup.
know?
Back, Kevin Albert.
But how do you know?
I'm aware of that now.
You're aware that Kevin Albert is Caitlin Albert's uncle.
I guess so.
Oh,
How many
yeah.
conversations did you have with anybody before you actually sat down with Michael Proctor? Either in anticipation of setting up the interview or otherwise.
None. I think once I got the call, I just called my chief that they're asking me to come in. And that was that.
And you got the call from whom?
I don't know which state trooper called me.
Yeah, State Trooper Kevin Albert.
You're very specific in your memory. It was a state trooper.
I only ever met with state troopers, and no one from the
Look
camp
at
police
you.
ever contacted me about an interview, setting up an interview.
Yeah, she keeps looking over at Hank.
During your interview with Michael Proctor, did you disclose to Trooper Proctor that you had a pre-existing
Wow.
relationship with
Unreal.
of the Albert family?
No.
Did Michael Proctor disclose to you during that interview that he had any kind of relationship with the Albert family?
Objection.
Sustained.
Yeah, she keeps looking over.
I
Look
want
at
to
that.
talk to you for a second about your role when you did, in fact, arrive at 34th Fairview, Mr. McLaughlin. How long had you been a firefighter paramedic at that time, January 29th of 2022?
Probably about 5 years.
And you never crossed paths with Kevin Albert.
You believe it's possibly hundreds of calls, is that right?
Yeah,
Boom.
here we go.
Possibly.
How many were homicides
Mm.
or potential homicides?
Here we
None that I know
go.
So this would be the first one.
Uh-oh, James, you see my shoulder?
2022, is that right?
Yes.
Oh,
Now, obviously,
shit.
you had never responded to
Here
a
it comes.
homicide.
He's lining her up.
Responded to a homicide police officer, correct?
Correct.
I think you indicated as much on direct examination that you are not and are not now a trained detective, is that right?
Right.
You never conducted any sort of a formal investigation, formal criminal investigation, had you?
No.
You hadn't been trained, you had no advanced training on how to preserve or interpret statements or memorialized statements for evidentiary purposes?
No.
The look.
For use in trial, things of that nature?
No.
In fact, your role that morning was just to provide medical assistance and.
She looks like she's been
hanging,
hanging on
Yes.
Union Street in Lynn.
That it was a
God
somewhat
damn.
chaotic scene, right?
Yes.
Lots of first responders on scene. Correct?
Yes.
Everybody working furiously, or at least people working furiously to provide life-saving measures. John O'Keefe.
This clan.
Yes.
People were talking over each other. There was a cacophony of engine sounds and noises coming from people talking and trying to speak over the wind and the howling, the driving snow and wind that was coming down, snow that was coming down. Is that right?
Yes.
You hear people in the background, in the foreground, people talking over each other.
Yes.
Emotions, your emotions, everybody else's emotions were on high alert. Is that right?
Yes.
So you were trying to do your job under pretty intense pressure and in a very limited context, correct?
Yes.
You didn't have a tape recorder with you when you were asking my client any questions, did you?
No, of course not.
There's no audio recording of that conversation you claim took place between you and Miss Reed, is that right?
Not that I know of.
And you've already indicated that you didn't even follow up with a single question when she responded in the way that you've indicated she responded, correct?
Yes.
The words you claimed you heard were, "I hit him." Is that right?
Correct.
It's your experience that people under pressure, people under stress, because you go to high stress situations all the time as a firefighter paramedic, correct?
He didn't line it up, though.
In those kind of situations, speak in broken.
You had the good question. He didn't say it.
Correct?
Right.
Not uncommon.
People react differently at different.
He's got to say what you just
scenes.
said.
But you
Yeah.
certainly wouldn't say that that's uncommon. Oh my God, what happened? What happened? Things of that nature.
No.
Did you hear my client ask the question of confusion or a series of questions of confusion? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
I did not hear that.
You never heard her say anything close to, did I hit him or could I have hit him?
I did not.
So what you hear?
Ms. McLaughlin, where are your notes regarding this statement?
I
I
ain't got
don't
none.
have any.
Of course you don't.
Where'd they go?
It's not in the role that I was in. I'm not in a position to write a report on this type of call. It would be the lead paramedic or the officer on scene.
So you didn't write anything down, you didn't have any opportunity to write
I didn't.
anything down. By your memory.
Yes.
What to play exhibit 4, starting at runtime 8:50.
Damn, Uncle Al. Did you hear your nephew, James?
Man.
The whole time you worked in Canton, you never bumped into Kevin Albert? That's bullshit. I mean, how ain't these questions coming out, bro?
Exactly. How many 911 calls you been to where cops have been there? And they all talk.
Just to orient us, can you tell me where you are in that video?
I bet you there's a paper trail
I
somewhere
might
too.
be in the middle there, although I didn't get a good look.
With the yellow and the red.
Yes.
Okay. I'd like you to pay special attention, Mr. Laughlin, to your right.
Do you think he's
and your
spending too
left
much time on this?
as this video plays? Could we go ahead and play it?
I like when it was slow and fast.
Yeah. Look at Jen McCabe turning her back.
Yeah. Look at her. She went right into the house.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I would write like stuff on my glove. That's something I'll do as
Oh
I'm
my
getting the
God.
information. Was that your question about notes?
So you were taking notes.
That's just me jotting down the demographics.
That's taking notes.
Let's keep playing.
Shit's wild.
This shit is wild, bro.
She just said, I don't take notes. They got
The
her
fuck is
right.
that?
She's just like, she just got caught stealing from Macy's. What the fuck?
Hold on a minute. What is this? God damn.
Oh, shit.
What the fuck is this?
What the?
Oh shit, son.
Oh, man.
God damn,
crazy.
James.
Damn. Appreciate everybody that's in the chat, rocking out with us.
Could have been anywhere in the world, but you here with
This
us.
still the
Absolutely.
part of the interaction where my client is overly frantic and almost hysterical.
That's the point where your client started to make the statements.
Was she overly frantic and almost hysterical?
She was
Didn't look that way.
distraught.
Okay. Overly frantic and almost hysterical. We're using different words. I'm asking you about your words. Does this describe her as overly
I think the overly frantic and hysterical, I was describing the entire scene.
So you'll agree that she doesn't look overly frantic or hysterical.
Again, hard to say from a video, but
You were
Really?
there.
You. Well, that's
Look at Bev. Bev is like, what the
easiest
fuck?
to say from a
Bev's like, it's 107. She's about to say, everybody pack it up.
yeah,
son.
I mean, she's kind of, she's not totally in view, and I mean, she wasn't standing there calmly, I guess.
Were you on Essex Street last night, lady?
She was upset.
Goddamn.
She was very upset.
hysterical.
Of course she was
I
upset.
might say hysterical. She was extremely upset.
Okay, and this is the point which Miss McCabe is saying, calm down, you're being hysterical.
Yeah.
E-Pags.
E-Pags, that's what's up. Appreciate you.
Thank you, E-Pags.
Pause it. So you indicated that this
Putting
is
the
the
baby
point at which-
blankets away.
Can we leave the lights down for a second? I'm gonna play it again. This is the point at which you said my client had just said, I hit him. Basically confessing to having hit John O'Keefe, correct?
I gotta share your link, man.
Those are the statements she made.
Did you share this to
And Officer
Facebook,
Sarah
bro?
standing right there.
No,
Yes.
You gotta share it, bro. There's a book.
You see any reaction from him right there?
I could. Can I do it now?
I know he
I'm gonna do- I'm
turned
doing it
and
for
told
you.
somebody to go get the sergeant. I don't know if that already played. I'm sorry.
Do you see any reaction from him?
He responded, "You what?" And she repeated it again, and then he told someone to get the sergeant.
I know that's what your statement is. I know that's your testimony. I'm asking about the video. Do you see him reacting right here?
You'd have to play it again. I wasn't looking at that part.
Do you see him handcuff my client?
Oh no.
Do you see him call anybody over to handcuff
No.
my client?
He
Nope.
turned to signal to get Goody down here. Is what?
So they
Oh,
handcuffed
really?
her.
No.
No.
What do you do?
No.
They
Listen
didn't
to him.
handcuff her,
No.
No.
even though she just confessed in front of a police officer, according to you.
Yeah.
That's what she said.
I hit him. It's my fault. I did it. That's a confession, correct?
Oh.
She said, "I hit him. I hit him. I hit him. I hit him."
And
4 times.
Officer Seraph just stands there, and my client walks away, correct?
Oh,
You'd have to talk to Officer Seraph about that.
really? Do we? We should. Wow.
So,
Oh, he's
Uh,
gonna.
hold
Don't
on,
worry.
Mr. Jackson, I'm not rushing you, but how much longer do you think you'll be?
We got lunch to eat. We got protein bars and fucking egg
Okay,
whites.
so-
I can wrap it in a couple of minutes.
Okay.
Wrap it up.
Before the end of this video.
Are you playing it again, or should we put the lights on?
If we can play it again.
Okay.
We like it in the dark.
You're just tuning in right now. You're on the layover with James Jackson We're just chilling
Yes.
out. In JFK, we're up in here.
You appear to be writing something down,
Yeah, it
Charles?
could be.
and according to you, you're writing on your glove.
Yes.
Okay. What kind of glove?
Just a regular latex glove that we use on the ambulance.
You didn't have a notepad?
I probably did. Sometimes it's easier to just write it down on your glove.
Right.
In the snow?
On your
No.
So
I
it
did
could
not.
just
In the
run.
rain?
so in clay.
Shit would just leak.
Yeah.
Like drip.
Close your hand. That shit's trash.
Trash. God damn. What up, Drea? We here for you,
What, Drea?
girl.
Still appear to be writing something down.
Got 30
down
people
your
up in the
glove.
chat.
I
First
might
class.
be looking at it.
Long game is a here.
Yeah, she is.
Jessica
She is.
Souza.
She's throwing everyone under the bus.
She don't look frantic to me.
No.
She looks cold.
There's also a
Look how many
example of
cops are right there.
overly hysterical.
If she said I hit him, I hit him.
Oh,
Come
I wasn't
on,
paying
bro.
attention to her.
There's 3 cops right there.
They would have cuffed her and stuffed her right there.
James Jackson,
Whatever
ladies
it
and gentlemen.
was that you were talking to Miss Reed about, it was important enough that you had a pin out. You were writing things down, correct?
Well, I was still finishing writing down some of the other.
It was important enough.
Yeah.
To write things down. Yes, or no?
Yes, I wrote down some of the things that were said.
Some of the things that were important, correct?
Yes.
So for instance, you'd write down John O'Keefe. That's his name, right?
Right.
You might write down a circle with a slash through it. Allergies. No allergies, right?
Right.
You might write down 46. His age.
Right.
Poor
You might
dude.
write down how he was injured, hit by a car, correct?
I did not know that was.
What do you mean?
Well, I
Didn't
didn't know
she
what
say
those
I hit him?
statements meant.
You might write down 3 little syllables. It was just told to you. I hit him, especially if it had been repeated 4 times as you cried, correct?
Oh, I love
Yeah,
this dude.
I had that in my head, and I was going to go
Oh.
tell them that.
Oh,
You had
yeah,
a
yeah.
pen, right with your right hand, writing things, correct?
Thanks,
Yeah.
Angelina.
Never wrote that down, did you?
I wasn't going to write that statement down on the glove. I remembered that, and I went back to the ambulance and told them.
You just fucked up.
Yeah.
You did memorialize that statement on any note that we have, correct?
No.
You didn't memorialize that statement on any glove that you were wearing, correct?
No.
Whatever you wrote down on that glove, where is that now?
Yeah, I don't have it, obviously.
It's hanging up on her wall.
Yes, it is. What'd you do with it?
You just scratch everything out and you throw out the glove.
Just threw it away.
Hmm.
Is that right?
Yes.
Is that yes?
Yes.
So we don't know what was actually on or not.
What up,
on that
Fettis?
glove, do we?
I didn't write
Them Fettis?
those words down on that glove.
As we stand here, we don't know what was or wasn't on that glove.
Name, date of birth, no meds, no history, no allergies. And then I wasn't writing that statement down on the glove. I went back to the ambulance and just reported it.
And importantly, it was
Why not go to the
important enough,
cops?
as you say, to go back and report the statement, but not important enough to write it down with that pen. It's very conveniently in your right hand, correct?
It's not about importance. It was,
Really?
I was relaying that information to the ambulance verbally. I didn't need to write it down.
And you, in fact, didn't write it down, did you?
No, I didn't make a report about it.
And you're also
No.
aware that not a single police officer out at the scene wrote that down either.
Objection.
Sustained.
Why sustained? It didn't happen.
Didn't happen. 3 cops. That's it.
Brennan, can you do a redirect in 5 minutes?
I can.
Of course you can.
Of course. I gotta fix this real quick.
Go ahead, fix it up real quick. Come on, Brennan. Hold on, Gary's calling.
Gary's calling. He's like, oh shit.
Was he leaving something out when he was showing you that, asking you questions?
Sustained.
When he asked you about.
Look at how mad he is. He's getting mad.
Albert, and you said.
You mad,
you went to
Brian,
high school
Hank?
with her. Did you immediately then answer questions describing that relationship?
Correct.
Watch the phone.
Were you asked immediately other
Look at how mad he
questions
is.
about the relationship?
I explained the relationship over and over again throughout the testimony.
In fact, you described the relationship over 20 times, didn't you?
I'm sure it was that many.
You didn't simply just say somebody named Kate. I went to high school with somebody named Caitlin Albert.
Yeah, that's what she said.
That, did you?
No, I didn't.
Do you remember saying, I would say more acquaintances, not close friends?
Right.
You remember immediately saying after that, I would say we had mutual friends. We might see each other occasionally because of mutual friends, but we don't have a one-on-one friendship or hang out regularly.
Right.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow
You
it.
remember many more statements after
Shut
that
up, Bev.
initial answer where you described the relationship.
Yes.
Similarly, you were asked about a meeting with the state troopers.
Yes.
How about your friendship with
And
Gary,
the attorney
buddy?
asked you a question about your memory or suggesting that Mr. Albert set up the meeting. Remember those questions?
Yes.
You were asked questions just like that before at the last hearing, weren't you?
Yes.
Remember being asked
Someone needs to
about
just,
who
I don't
set
even
up the
want to say it.
meeting and you saying that you didn't recall.
Yes.
And then you remember being asked about whether a completely different officer set up the meeting. And you said, I don't remember exactly how it was set up.
Yes.
Followed by, so that was my next question. You may have told me this. Do you have any recollection who set that interview up? And you said you didn't.
Kevin Albert, the state trooper.
Right.
You specifically asked, does the name Kevin Albert sound familiar?
Objection,
Do you remember saying no?
The objection system.
Sustain. Look, you snuck that in there. You fucking.
Does the name Kevin Albert sound familiar? Do you remember what you told Attorney Jackson?
I told him no.
And then you would then ask, do you know Kevin Albert? Do you remember your response?
I said no.
Yeah, all right.
Definitely know that
When you
last
were there
name.
trying to help the gentleman that was on the ground, did you know this would become a homicide investigation?
No.
Did anybody tell you this was a homicide?
No.
You would think it was if she said she hit him.
The defendant spoke
Right.
to you, and you were simply trying to get background information to help Mr. O'Keefe. When she told you, I hit him, did she say that she
Look at
hit
him
him
try
with
to flex his
something?
voice.
No.
Did you know whether it was with a fist or a foot
No.
or a Lexus?
No.
You mentioned this was not part of your role to investigate. Why didn't you persist? Why didn't you follow up and ask more questions?
'Cause it wasn't
about
my
that
role.
statement? What about the situation and the dynamics caused you not to ask questions?
Sustained is to the.
Why didn't you persist in getting more information from the defendant when she said, I hit him, I hit him?
I felt bad for her at the time. It was
Oh,
a very
come on.
disturbing
You didn't
scene.
feel
And
bad
I
So what do you
John.
did
feel?
not want
You
to
exactly. You didn't feel bad for the guy
push
who's
further
dead,
down
dying?
that road. It's not my job, and I didn't feel comfortable doing it.
Did you write those statements down on your glove?
No.
Then how do you remember she made those statements?
I won't ever forget those statements.
I have no further questions.
Anything, Mr. Jackson?
Very briefly, that was a disturbing scene, you said, correct?
Yes.
An emotional scene.
Yes.
right? A
Yes.
scene that was upsetting to a
Yes.
lot of people, for
Yes.
a lot of reasons, right?
Yes.
And that's when things start getting missed. When emotions
My glove told me, eat
start
bags.
playing a role, correct?
It's just,
That's when details start getting missed.
I guess it depends on the situation.
Right, but this was a disturbing, emotional, upsetting scene even for you, correct?
I felt that for a civilian to see it, it
A
was
civilian.
very disturbing for them.
Probably wasn't great
civilian.
for you,
See, there's that word.
It's not.
And your testimony is you never heard my client say, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Correct? You never heard that.
I didn't hear those questions. No.
What you heard was, I hit him. Is that right?
I heard him. I hit him repeatedly.
And
Oh, really?
changing.
In front of the
Wait a
cops.
second. I'm almost.
From the fucking three cops.
Talk to us.
You did ultimately start talking about your relationship in more detail with Caitlin Allen under my questioning, didn't you, after that first date? Is that right?
Yes.
That's when I started showing you photographs, correct?
Yeah.
Was that?
I don't
when-
have it.
Was that when you were seen showing photographs?
I don't know. I described it so many times. I don't remember.
But you knew I had a
Wouldn't you
communication
remember something if you
I was gonna
repeat it so many
Objection.
times?
Assistant.
No.
Objection.
Finally, with regard to Kevin Albert, did Trooper Proctor tell you during that interview that he had texted with with Officer Kevin Albert about setting up your interview? Did he tell you that?
I have no knowledge of that.
Did Trooper Proctor tell
That's
you
right.
that the reason we're here, the reason we set this up is because Kevin Albert texted me that he had already coordinated with you?
Never, no.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, Ms. McLaughlin, you are
It's
all
lunchtime.
set. Jurors, I appreciate you going a little later into the lunch to just finish the witness. So why don't we do that? We'll give you 45 minutes, come back at 5 minutes.
All rise for the court, please. Close your notebook and follow me.
Shit. His Bev's biggest fan. So there you have it. They should have got that question in.
That was a great question, James.
But this here, I want to show you this real quick. If I pull this up, I don't want that to disappear, but I don't think it will.
What?
Oh shit. Oh, here we go.
Well, you could
So
pull that back.
also, that call lasted 38 seconds, correct?
I'm not sure what it shows.
You actually spoke to your sister, Nicole, that morning?
I did not speak to my sister, no.
So that 38-second call went to voicemail?
I'm not sure. All I can tell you is I never spoke to my sister Nicole that morning prior to waking her up.
But you do acknowledge that you made a phone call at 5:07 to Julie Albert. I'm sorry, to Nicole Albert.
38 seconds.
At that point, no.
And then you testified at a grand jury, not hours or days later. You testified at a grand jury months later, correct?
Correct.
And at that grand jury, you also left out the fact that you contacted your sister, correct?
There's nothing nefarious. I remembered who I called. I didn't go back and look at phone records
I didn't say
Nefarious.
nefarious. Why would you use the word nefarious?
because there's nothing about me calling my sister.
Really? There's nothing? Why are we breaking up? Why is that breaking up? Is that broken up by design like that?
I don't know why it's breaking up. But anyway, what do you think about that, man?
I like the graphics.
507.
I like the
She made
graphics,
that
James.
phone call.
You heard? So I
What?
like the graphic that you made. That shit's dope.
Oh, thank you.
Go ahead, man. Take
Yeah.
it away. Talk to the people.
She bro, she made that at 5:07. That phone call was made. So
Crazy.
that's a heads up. I mean, what else is that? That's a heads up. We're on our way. Preparation time. Make sure everything's out there, and just don't come to the door. I'll play my position. You guys play yours. That's what it was, man. Shit is getting wild, and I think this jury's starting to see all this bullshit.
It's crazy because I feel like the lineup that he put up is like in our favor. You know what I
Right.
mean? Like just the way it's lining up. Like this, so far every witness we won. You know, is that the right word? We beat. Should I say
Well,
we're in
yeah,
the
I mean,
we got the W
defeat.
on?
Yeah, I mean, we got the W. I think on most of them, and
I mean, if you're gonna look at it down the line of each witness, we won, right? So far.
yeah,
But
so far we. Oh yeah, we got this guy.
Firm with over 1,000 attorneys. You know why?
Oh, is
Because
that
they
right?
win a lot. In the past few months, Morgan & Morgan,
I gotta
93
change
point
the
million.
thing. I muted it.
$5.6
It's an
million
ad. It's
verdict.
an ad. It's just a little ad.
Yeah, I still have that. Let me see. I'll bring it up when you sent me. Starting to learn, Jay, on the fly.
No, I get it, man. Take your time, buddy. M. Fettis, to answer your question, what happened with Nagel this morning? I'm hearing he pissed Hank off. Well, he just said what he said. There was no John in the car, period. And Hank was trying to say, well, he could he have been in the car? Could you have missed him?
Marks behind
You
it,
know,
correct?
just
Yes. Did you?
stopping in to say hi.
Go
I
ahead, I'm
got to go
sorry.
back into a
Just
meeting.
wanted to
Jackie
bring that up.
Vems, what up? Thank you, Jackie
Jackie
Vems, so
Vims,
much.
what up, girl?
Appreciate you, girl.
Jackie Vims,
Yeah. So
thank you.
Fettis
Stopping in to say hi.
asked if He was mad. Yeah, he basically, he wanted his he was trying to lead him, and I feel that Nagel went into business for himself and was like, "Nah, fuck this, man. I'm just gonna say what I know." And he
Mhm.
said, could he be outside the car? And Nagel was like, "Yeah, I guess he could." And then our boy Yannetti Velli, aka Tupac,
Tupac.
Pac came in with his poetic self and he said, "Listen, there was nobody in that passenger seat, right?" And he said, "Nope." And he said, "All right, thank you. Have a good day." All right. And that was it. So, and then
Yeah, but what does girl say?
the girl said the same thing. She said she didn't see him in the passenger side. She said she seen him when she took the corner. When he took the corner, she seen two people in it. But when she pulled up and she looked, there was nobody there, which put them in the house.
Right.
He's trying to make it seem like he was
Rhea.
outside the car. You know what I mean? He's
Yeah.
trying to make it seem like he was outside standing up on you know what I mean? And they didn't see him. It's bullshit.
And Nagel,
And then that
yeah,
means
that's
well,
right.
and then that and let me just say this. Then that means that was at 12:23. So when they peeled off at what 12:27, they said they peeled off. So that means he sat outside from 12:20 because they said his phone, he got out the car. Didn't they say his phone said that he disconnected and he got out the car at 12:31 and then he got hit? Well, he got out the car at 12:30 and then he got hit at 12:31. So that would mean he was out the car at 12:27. So
Right.
that means he
In
was
order
outside
to
the
be
car
hit.
from so
No,
that means he was sitting outside the car from 12:27 to 12:31.
right.
So he was 5 minutes outside the car in the cold with no jet. What was he doing outside the car the whole time?
Yeah, it don't make sense. I mean, Karen said as soon as he got out the car, he did a little skip because I guess John skipped. He skipped over to the house. So, but this question, he didn't say nothing about Higgins' Jeep. And Fed
No,
is asking,
and they didn't
and
ask
that,
him either. They
yeah,
didn't
and
ask
I
him.
don't
That's a
understand why wasn't that brought up? Allegedly, that was the vehicle in between them. Why wouldn't you say? I mean, he seemed like he was being honest as far as what we saw, right? Why wouldn't you say there was a Jeep in front of me, and then as we, you know, pulled around the Jeep, then I saw, Mrs. Reed or Karen, whatever, with her hands on 10 and 2. You had to pull out to go around that Jeep with the big ass light on top of it, ATF badges on the back. Fucking
pins in the visors.
yeah,
You got dice caps on the fucking Denali tires.
shit.
Hank Brennan. I mean, Higgins, man, he's a stud.
Yeah, he is. You are both worth Dunkin' coffee once a week. Yeah, next JFK. Sorry it was taking me so long.
Okay,
All right. All right,
it's all
Tria.
it's all good, girl. Appreciate you, Drea. Let me just say this. Why didn't they mention that Jeep? Yannetti didn't even mention it. He didn't say, "Was there a Jeep in front of you?" and nothing like that. They didn't mention it. There's just a lot of stuff because we know
Right.
the Jeep wasn't there. Yannetti didn't even mention it. And James brought a great point up. A great it's back to the nuances of this shit. But then again, they're the professionals. But I think this question, man, should have been asked to that girl. You say you don't know Kevin Albert. You lived in Canton. How long you been a firefighter for? How many times? How many scenes? I thought
5
he was.
years.
I thought he was going there when he started saying
That's
how
what
long
I
was your
thought
fight.
too. I thought he was setting it up.
So
5 years. You've been
you're telling me
uh,
she never bumped into Kevin Albert? Like, hey, I'm Kevin.
right.
Oh, you're Kevin Albert. Oh, you're Brian Albert. Like you gave her that distance. Like, so
Yeah.
they should have asked her, do you know who Caitlin's dad is? And if she would have said, yeah, I know who Caitlin's dad is. All right, cool. So you never met his brother, Kevin Albert. You never put the name recognition, like not for nothing. Like if someone said
Right.
your
Then
last name or
exactly.
my
Yep.
last name, you'd be like, oh, wait a minute, is he related? Especially if you're close. I mean, hey, maybe they didn't think they need to do that. And let me ask you this. Let me throw it off you. Do you think he stood too long with that girl? Like I think he already got her early on. I like when the pace was fast. Me personally, I like when they went from
Yeah.
Nagel
Like
to
when.
Sarah.
Yeah. They was moving quick, but it's important with her because it shows that number one, she said she didn't take no notes, but she's writing on a glove. It's a wet snowstorm. It's that snow that's coming down with rain. You're writing on a latex glove for what? That's gonna all just smudge. Nothing's gonna stay on it.
Mhm.
So, and then the other thing, you got 3 cops standing right next to you. You heard her say, "I hit him, I hit him." And then Hank's trying to say, "Did you know it was Alexis?" Listen, man. She said, "I hit him, I hit him." You're gonna give that right to the cops. Why are you gonna go tell your coworker or whatever? You know what I'm saying? It's just wild, man. That's what I thought for sure he was setting up. Definitely setting up that question. You've worked in this town for 5 years. You've never been to a car accident or a domestic call. Because if you call 911, Canton Police, whatever, an ambulance is gonna pull up, a fire engine is gonna pull up, and the cops are gonna pull up. Whether it's a domestic, and then they leave as they know they're not needed. But they all segregate, talk to each other. They all, "Hey, how are you? Oh, I seen you last call. Oh, how's your family?" All that shit. Every time I seen something like that, they all are in cahoots with somebody and know somebody. So
Mhm.
that's what I thought he was gonna come out at swinging with that, but it's all good.
She
It,
got she got taken out for sure though. So who did it start with? It started with the lady. He got taken out. Then it went to
yeah,
her to Nagel to
Tenagle,
Sarah. And I would
Sarah
have
was
I would have so my question, so James had the good question with the paramedic chick. My question was always the question that we went over many times on this show, shows that we do. Sarah with the cake. Because she was looking for the cake. Matter of fact, after she walked out of that courthouse, she went straight. There's a bakery right around the corner. And I can assure you, she went to the bakery and I seen a half moon. They got these big fucking half moons in there. Did you get the half moon, Sarah? Did it make you smile? The half moon?
Oh yeah, that's where
They,
I got my coffee at. You talking about the
you go,
bakery down the street?
yeah, they got I seen the half moons in the window. I
They
was
had
gonna
the half
grab one, dude.
moons. They
Yeah,
did.
they got yeah. And Sarah got one right. Matter of fact, she's rubbing it all on her chest right now as we speak.
God damn. Shit.
Ah, damn, Sarah.
Man,
Sheesh.
this is gonna be Jen's new home.
Oh man.
Oh,
Hey, I heard they're opening Alcatraz back up.
yeah, try and make that. Someone
That shit's
said
wild.
that they're gonna make that Trump
That
spa or
shit look
some
like
shit.
Cambridge, man. The tears in
Yeah, it
Cambridge.
does. Looks like old Cambridge. I think it might actually. I think it's Framingham.
Oh, it's the ham
'Cause,
kid?
yeah, when I was googling, this is an old picture. It was just in my pictures, and I pulled it up one day. Like,
Damn,
God
they
damn,
still
looks
look.
like we're in our cells, like Jay Crackers. Oh shit!
Yo,
Sending notes now.
Send that shit, bro. Send
Send
that. You
that
got that,
too.
man? Send that. Slide it down, bro.
Slide it
Slide it
down.
down.
We're
Who's
fishing,
running right now? Who's running? I need ice, bro. Who's running this
right?
tier? It's
Who's
Brad.
running
He's
this
the
fucking
runner.
tail?
Hey, yo, Brad, get your ass over here, bro. Here's my cup, bro. Give it to James. Give the cup to James. I need some ice. Yo, James, you got Tang? Let me get some
Oh
Tang.
man, got the
Let me get a
tang.
scoop of. Let me get a scoop of. You got coffee?
Got coffee.
Can I get 2 scoops? You got some domino dots in that motherfucker too?
I got all that shit.
You got it all.
I got 2 pairs of Reeboks.
Send it, yo. Oh shit,
Oh
son.
shit, got some rollies.
Damn, man.
But
James just took us back to the Ah, shit,
yeah,
dude.
we're in the tier right now.
Fuck. Whatever you do, don't flood out.
Nah,
Oh
don't flood
shit.
us out. Look at them
No.
goddamn mattresses, bro. Dirty
Ah,
as
yeah.
ugh. Oh, piss stains on them and shit.
God damn, James.
God damn. I gotta tell it's giving me nightmares looking at that. Let me change that.
Yeah, thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. If I could give me an instant anxiety attack.
I'm sorry, bro. We're gonna be at Malden Station in a second.
Take us back to the station.
We're back to the station. But yeah, man. So who you think they're gonna call up next?
Man, no telling, right? So they went down everybody in the house, basically, right?
Mm-hmm. What about
Um,
Nagel or Matt McKay?
Julie,
Yeah, Julie,
Matt,
Matt.
hmm
It's
someone.
moving. It's moving fast.
It's moving fast, bro. It is moving fast. I mean, who's next after that? After you get these jokers out of there, then it goes to what? Julie, Chris, and then you got Brian A. and Higgins. So I mean, if it keeps moving the way it's moving, I mean, I feel like Julie is going to be pretty much fast. They're gonna. Well, she's the one that's saying the blob and all that.
I think it's a good thing though, moving it fast, because now the jury, they have they have time to be like, okay, this, where opposed to last trial, it was so spread out and just Lally fucking dragging it out
Dragged it.
that people kind of forgot about these points and this girl knowing them and this one being connected to the family. And I think that it's good what they're doing. Maybe this is exactly what they want. They want it to move fast.
Well, I think Brennan thinks like the fastest he move it and he keeps it simple, like, and he makes everything. He's going with the Krowski, like I put up earlier. Common sense will dictate. So he's basically saying, even though it doesn't make any sense, there's no common sense to what he's saying, but he's trying to make it seem like, hey, you just said that you got a friend named Caitlin from high school. You didn't mean it like, you didn't know her. You meant it like, she's your friend from high school. You weren't hiding anything. Like, it's common sense. She's not lying. Like, come on. Everything's like, come on. Like, they're pushing. Oh, you just text she might go to jail for a plea bargain because that's what you talk about 4 hours, 5, 6 hours later when someone's found in the snow. Like, this is what normal people do. Come on. He thinks like this, like he thinks he's smart enough. He thinks he can put it over as just common sense. Like, now we're just like stretching it. And no, I don't think anybody's looking at it like that. I think the jury's looking at it like, what? Wait a minute. Why are you so defensive? Calm the fuck down. What's going on here? You know what I mean? And especially in the summation, when Alan Jackson sums it all up, you're gonna be memorized. And he goes last. Keep in mind, Brennan goes first, and then he gets to
Gets
wrap it
the
all up.
last word.
And you got to think though too. You got to think too. We're saying he never brought up the Jeep and all these different things. Is these certain line of questioning? Are they not saying things like that on purpose because they're thinking if the trial starts going in a certain direction, they feel a little shaky, or this? Honestly, I'm going to say it now. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm going to say it now. I know for sure with Jen. But they might be doing it with everybody, leaving certain things out on purpose because they might call them back just to ask them that question. So here they are, because like I said, you're so scared and intimidated by Alan Jackson. Like, because you see how Alan Jackson's coming on the stand, he's playing the baby face. How you doing today? How's everything? And you're like, wow, he's not being mean today. He's like a fucking principal, like that walks in and you're like, oh shit, am I getting detention? And he comes in, he's acting all nice. So anyway, and you don't know when he's going to click that switch and that testosterone kicks in. He starts doing pull-ups and burpees and rips his shirt off. Ah! You know what I mean? It scares the shit out of you. It's like, God damn, Alan, come
Yeah, he's got that in him. So he's like the Hulk.
He's a fire. Yeah, he's like the firecracker man.
Yep.
Alan, he's like the Hulk.
Alan the Hulk Jackson, a fucking guy. Uncle Alan. Jackie Benz, what's up? I heard Boston Mike say this morning he had schedule. Was going to send to Tom's CPU. Well, that's good, Jackie. Nice.
You keep sending it over here to the layover.
Yeah.
We don't
Jackie,
mind.
what are you
We
doing
like
cheating on us? Just kidding.
Yeah, Tom
cool.
CPU is all right.
Yeah.
So but yeah, so I think like they might not be saying these things until, because think about it, because now Matt's gonna get on the stand and say the Jeep was there. And then, so it's kind of like whoever doubles down on that Jeep being there, which would be Matt, Jen already said it. So Matt's going to say it. So it's kind of like, well, we could bring them back in like right towards the end. Like, okay, we're going to call these witnesses back up. And then the jury gets reacquainted with them and say, hey, the last time we talked to you, did you see a Jeep this? Nagel, you didn't see a Jeep when you were talking to Karen, right? By the way, I forgot to ask you this last time. When you were talking to Karen, you didn't see a Jeep, right? With the light bar and the knobby tires with the dice on it and the ATF hats and the fucking dashboard. And you didn't see that, right? No, we didn't. I didn't see that. And then bam, it's like, You know what I mean? Because as they're sitting there thinking about it, the jury's thinking, was there a Jeep there? Wasn't there a Jeep there? And I don't even know if that's going to be a thing. I'm just using that as an example. Whatever the thing might be in the trial where they get stuck on, I feel like they left certain questions out, especially with Jen McCabe, like with the 911 call. It's like we could just bring it back up there and just make it more like a liar. Like, oh, by the way, you thought they will, you didn't think another lie could come out of her mouth. Oh, check this out. So, I mean, that could be their strategy too, because not for nothing, Direct can't call them back. Direct can, if they wanted to, they could technically call them back, but for what? The only thing they could do is try to get back on there and try to correct it. Hank Brennan, he's not good at this, man. You could see it. The only way he tries to do it, he tries to come off like, this is just so ridiculous. He dare I say, he comes off like the mindless millennial.
Yeah. And it's back to I saw somebody say it. They're probably the Jeep is gonna have to come up when Higgins is on the stand. So, Mr. Higgins, where were you parked? And he's gonna say right in front of that mailbox. Okay, if you were parked in front of that mailbox, then that tells you right there that if Karen was up in front of the flagpole, we've been there. We know you're putting 3 cars out front, and he's at the tail end of the driveway. She's in front of him. Nagel pulled up behind the Jeep. He didn't pull right up behind Karen. So I don't know why they ain't mentioned that Jeep. They're waiting for Kevin from South Boston to get on the stand and admit to it. But
It's getting very interesting to say the least.
yeah, and don't forget when Arca comes in too, it's gonna be great. I hope Arca comes in and how like they did some shit to like show them, like to prove to themselves that this couldn't happen. I hope they can show that. I don't know if they can, but like how they came up with the conclusion that John O'Keefe was not hit by a Lexus. I hope that they can show that on like how he's showing these little sound bites on the screen. Show how you guys came up with that conclusion. I think that right there, you show that to the jury, man. I mean, these
That's
guys,
another
they
thing.
work
Like you're right.
good.
You're right. It's funny that me and you were thinking the same, because I was thinking like they don't have anything like showing like when Hank Brennan keeps saying, "Oh, you sure he wasn't sitting outside the car?" Like we already knew Hank Brennan was going to say that. Is it possibly he was standing out the car? You didn't see him. Like there's no you don't see them ever putting a picture up on the screen with like like some micro dots visuals. Like, well, this is what it would look like if he was sitting outside the car, so you would see him. There's no visual. It's all up here. And I think like that is the only thing that bothers me about this. That's why I say anytime you could play that 11:58 timestamp, play it, because that's a visual on our side. We ain't got much on our side. You know what I mean? Like we got these sound bites, which is not visually, visually you see her saying it, but so you see her talking and you're seeing this, this so-called confession that they're trying to word it and say it. But if you could play that 11:58 soundbite, and like you said, if Acker can show a visual of what they came up with, then maybe they will. You know what I'm saying? Maybe they will. Maybe that's in the cards, because we do know that Hank Brennan has a visual of the car backing up, of the guy saying there's no way the tail light hit the other car and it wasn't lined up right. So that could be the next thing he might do. He might want to, jump around a little bit, because he's trying to keep everything right at the beginning stages and put it right in their minds. But right now he's got to know he's losing, bro. It's like being in the casino, bro. You're at the roulette table, man. You got to walk away. You're like, damn, I just lost 8 hands. You know what I mean? We're gonna sit here and keep losing, or we're gonna go get something to eat, man. Go walk around Foxwoods for a little while and maybe wait a couple hours, man, and or maybe just leave and take the L. Like, you know what I mean? And say, fuck it, man. We had some fun. Let's take the L. I can't afford to take any more. But he's a degenerate. He's gonna keep going. And that's gonna be his downfall. He got Krowski in his ear. Gary's a roller, just fucking hit him with the Corey links. Gary's in his cell right now, man. You know what I mean? With his feet up, man, hitting him on the Corey link. Say this, say that, say this, say that. For real.
It's crazy, right? And
You
that's
know
and that's
Zarola's
real.
all involved in this shit.
Hell yeah. They still look at him like he's all right. Like
This shit is on Channel 10, Channel 10 News in Boston. All them jail dudes, every dude upstate right now are in their cell, man. They fucking made a hot cup of coffee, kid, eating a fresh honey bun, dude.
Honey
You know what I'm
buns. Yep.
saying? Yeah,
Honey buns for everybody.
honey buns for crack.
What's up, Barbara? Disclaimer. Hey, James and JFK. Great seeing my two decorated dudes live streaming the trial. I'm definitely here for it. Yes,
And
we will be
Jackie
here.
Vems.
Jackie
Jackie
Vems
Vems
back at
came
it.
through with the
Vems set.
Vems.
Have a beautiful day, gentlemen. You too, Jackie.
Thank you for the Vem, Jackie. Thanks so much.
Thank you. We
so much.
appreciate you.
You hold us down, man, for real.
Thank you.
E-Pags.
E-Pags. The force of 6,000-pound SUV going 25 miles an hour, 60 feet equals 9153 N, more than double what an average human breaks at 4,000. And you breaking down, but not one bruise. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Getting on that chemistry, huh?
Yeah,
But
she's
you're
trying.
right. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. Why ain't no bones, bro? I mean, we've seen our man Ben be in trouble or Ben trouble, bro. When he did that with the arm and his boy threw the arm out there, that arm was destroyed. Broken bones, broken wrist, everything. He would have got hurt bad, man. He definitely would have got hurt.
Yeah. Yeah.
For sure.
How's James Jackson doing, ladies and gentlemen? How my man James Jackson doing? My man James Jackson's flying the plane. JFK's in the passenger, man. I'm just sitting back saying, yo, look out for that bird. But yo, everything's all right.
He said, yo, watch out for them fucking birds. Oh shit. Yeah, two black eyes. Just a lot, man. There's a lot of things that just don't add up, you know?
I just
But
don't
I
know
get it.
why. If someone's innocent, right? This girl, right? Like the thing is, I think when it first happened, she was, the girl who pulled up what's her name? The firefighter. I don't know her name. The one that was just on the stand. I forget her name. Was her name Caitlin
Yeah.
too? What's her name? It's a K, right? Because with a K.
I'm not sure. I think anyone know her
Chat.
name?
What's her name? What's her name in the chat? The one who was just on the stand, the first responder. So we can make it official. I know someone in the
Katie.
chat knows. Katie. Yeah. So her name is
Pastor Pepper,
Caitlin
thank
basically
you.
too, right? Pastor Pepper coming through.
Coming
So
through, Pastor Pepper.
I
Katie.
think when Katie rolled up to the scene officially, right? Like we said, Karen admitted, she said, did I hit him? She never said I hit him. She said, did I hit him? Oh my God. She was process of elimination. She's tripping out. Karen's a quirky chick, animated chick. This is just she is. You
Right.
look at the videos in one of the documentaries they played when she was a little kid, singing and all that. She's just this animated girl, like a storyteller, this funny girl. You know what I mean? That's who she is. So like her mind just went where it went. And she never said, I hit him. She said, did I hit him? Oh my God, could I have done this? Because she was in a blackout, dare I say. Like she doesn't know what's going on. She never made no confession like I hit him. Oh my God, I can't believe I hit him and I left him here. She ain't never said that. So that's what Katie heard. Katie knows that's what she heard. And then it started forming.
Right.
You know what I mean? You got to understand. They didn't start talking to these people until later on and shit. And then it started forming. And then now here we are now in 2025, 3 years later. This girl is on the side of the O'Keefes and on the side of the Alberts. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
She's on that side. Once you're on that side, you can't back down because as soon
Right.
as you say, well, maybe I'm wrong, then the perception is you're on Karen's side. So it's
Right.
kind of messed up the way this is. And Katie, that's the truth. You want to say, well, hey, maybe I missed the syllable. Maybe you're right. Maybe she did
Exactly.
say it.
That's exactly what I was just thinking. In Karen's defense too, she's with people that she believes are her friends and John's friends. So she's just throwing it out there like, could I have hit him? Like, how did this shit happen? Could I have hit him? Could I have hit him? Like, she just threw that out there, man. She didn't. And like I said, there's 3 cops there. If she said, I hit him, the next thing would have been, okay, ma'am, you need to come down the station with us and we need to do a report. and ask you some questions. We need to further, ask you further questions. And that would have been that. She wouldn't have
And keep
gotten an ambulance or
and keep in
left,
mind,
however.
Lank said, was it Lank? I forget. Lank said
Yeah, like
that it looks like he got into a fight.
into a fight. Yeah.
So if she said I hit him, forget the car situation because we all know there was no tail light there.
Right.
So you're doing all this work. That's another thing they didn't ask her. You're doing all this work. They never asked Kate this that whole time. They never said when you were doing all that work on him,
You didn't see
you
a
didn't
tail
notice
light.
42. You didn't see 42
Right.
pieces of tail light.
You didn't feel them when you were stepping on them and all that.
Yeah, them shits would have been crunching, crack, crack.
I mean, there wasn't that much snow yet. You would have
Well,
seen them all.
there wasn't that much. There was more snow there at that time than there was and when they walked out that house. When they walked out their house, there was no snow. So he
Yeah,
was
it was
right there.
dusting.
He was sitting right there, laying right there. But we know he wasn't laying right there because he wasn't there. But if it's like they say it is, he was right there, and there's no way you wouldn't see him. And it's sad that you got this chick Sarah. I mean, not for nothing. I mean, this girl, look at her, man. She's an inverted person, right? She's not. She's an invert. Probably got agoraphobia. Probably doesn't want to go nowhere. You know what I mean? Like this shit's gonna kill girls like someone like that. She's like, oh, I wasn't looking straight out. I was looking down at my feet because you know why? Sarah, you walked out there and you didn't see John, and you're saying to yourself, oh my God, I didn't see him. What does that mean? You know what that means? That means they fucking killed him, Sarah. That's what that means. You know what I mean? And you don't
R.I.P.
want
John O'Keefe.
and you don't want that to be true.
Yep. Pastor
You were look
Pepper, thank you. Great team, gentlemen. Common sense, real life, logic. Peace. Got to go. Enjoy your day, Pepper.
Peace, Pepper. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for the words,
But
for
yeah,
sure.
it's what it is, man. You didn't see him. And how about Sarah J? Last time we saw her on the stand, didn't she look so like last trial? She was sedated. She was on some heavy, heavy benzos. Like this time, she was all awake, and maybe she went to rehab, got her shit together. Good for her, and that's great. Um,
Right.
but they're all lying, and that was probably one of the things too, because they listen, they watch all this shit. Like they keep all these witnesses keep bringing up how they were bashed on social media, how they were harassed, and this and that. And that's just they're trying to bleed that over to TB's case. Oh, we were harassed. That ain't shit ain't got nothing to do with him. It's social media. I was harassed too. You see me making police reports? We get harassed every night by someone in the chat. you know, but
Every night.
it's like, come on, man. This is a man dying, and all you're thinking about is you felt bad for Karen. She said, remember? She said I felt bad. I didn't. So you didn't want to tell the cops that she just said I hit him because you felt bad? Come on, man.
You're seeing this guy taking his last breath,
Right.
right? He got hardly any pulse, and you feel bad for her. And if that was a confession. So let me get this straight. If a dude's sitting there with gunshot wounds in him and I got a gun in my hand going, I shot him, are you going to feel bad for me? Or I don't have the gun. I say, I shot him.
Right.
I mean, you're going to feel bad for me. Oh, you're making excuses. That's all that is. You guys, what this turned into, the completeness of this, it turned into what it turned into. And what it turned into is they can't say anything that's going to be on the side of Karen. Because if they do, any little thing they say, any adjustment they make, they're going to be looked at as they're siding with Karen.
Right.
And they're against the Alberts. And if they do that, they feel like there's more of a repercussion. And a repercussion from who? So when you talk about the mindless mob and you talk about gang mentality and you talk about intimidation, well, there you have it. It's happening with them. They can't even admit when they're a little wrong. Because God forbid, oh my God, what if Big Bad Brian A knows? And what's Kevin going to say? And what's Chris going to think? And what's Nagel going to think? And Little Colin and all these people. That's what it turned into. That's what it turned into.
I'll
It
tell
just
you,
is what it just is
it's
what it is.
the day I went to court, Nagel, when I was coming out at lunchtime, Nagel and Sarah, they were like all dressed up. So they must have been ready to go, like, trained to go in case they got called or something. But they were dressed up ready for court, but they never went in. So I walked right by him and Sarah. So they were there that day. But I don't know, man. What do you think when Higgins comes on the stand? I guess, allegedly he's not talking to Brian A. and all them anymore. It's going to be interesting to see his testimony now.
He
Or
wasn't
will it
talking to him.
change?
He wasn't talking to him that then. I heard through the grapevine. I heard that their little
Yeah.
relationship took a turn.
After everything happened, he stopped talking to him. But
Why?
why? Why'd he call in? Is
Kevin
it?
from South Boston, if you're watching right now, the layover. Appreciate your time, buddy.
Yeah, man.
You know what you could do, Kevin from South Boston? You could do exactly what none of these other people are doing. You could just say anything to help us, right? And that's it. And if they look at it as you're a traitor and people say, wow, Higgins had our back or Higgins, I don't care. Just say what you need to say, you know? And then deal with it when you got to deal with it. Because none of these people, the Sarahs and all these other people, they're not making any sense. All she had to say was, when I walked outside, I looked out there, I didn't see nothing. But she didn't say that. She said, when I walked outside, I was looking at my shoes.
Yeah.
So I couldn't have seen nothing because I was too busy looking at my shoes. Really? So you walk with your head down?
Right.
Come on. Come on, you guys ain't fucking 3-year-olds.
No.
Grown adults
They're-
saying they walk it. Like, come on. I was looking at my shoes.
Their heads are on swivels when they come out of that house. You're making sure you don't fall down the stairs. You're making sure, oh, am I going to that car, this car? But yeah, come on. You start your car, you turn it on, you look around. There's so much that
Especially with
I hope they
Higgins.
ask that too. When you got in your
Higgins
car, did you look
Higgins was
around?
100%, dude.
It's just bullshit.
Higgins is looking around, man. You know Higgins,
Yeah,
man. You just like, come on, he's an ATF agent. There's no way he's walking to his car. There's no way he's walking to his car, bro. Right? And just jumping in it and like just putting it in drive and peeling off. First thing he's doing is jumping in his truck. He's throwing his lights on. He's looking around. He's looking left. He's looking right. He's putting his shit on. He's adjusting everything. He's looking at everything. I mean, that's just what he does, man. It's muscle memory, man. Even if he don't even think he's doing it, that's what he does.
right.
Right when he walks outside, he's looking to the left, looking to the right. And
Even
that
if
could be a
it
question
wasn't,
that could be a question you ask them to understand.
yeah,
So let me, in your career being an ATF agent, have you put violent criminals in jail? Yeah, I have. Okay. Is that something that by doing something like that, would they ever come, just a question, I don't know how they would word that if they would let it in, but with doing something like that, did you ever think there could be revenge? So you walking out of a
repercussions
house,
or something. Yeah,
yeah, and you just inherited all his beef, Brian Hayes. You're walking out of his house, right? Look at all the shit Brian Hayes into. How many? He's a
right.
fugitive. So you're walking out of a Boston police officer. You have no idea if one of these dudes he's locked up is in the bushes trying to get him. So there's just no way, man. It's just who they are, and that's what they do. It's muscle memory, man. Same way
Yeah,
it was
late
muscle
night
memory.
too.
Same way it was muscle memory with John O'Keefe saying, "What's the address?"
Exactly.
Texting, "What's the address?" Not calling. So all that. Oh, he was looking. We were talking about directions. Is bullshit. You know.
Yeah, man. And if as soon as he got in that Jeep where it was parked, as soon as he starts it and the lights come on, it's gonna light up that whole shit. And guess who would be right in his view? If John
Right.
O'Keefe was laying there, he would be right in his view. I just don't understand how it's
Well,
gone
here's
any
another
further.
question. Here's another question. Here's another nuance that's gonna fuck everybody up. You ready for this?
Let's go.
I got a new nuance. I'm saying it here on the layover right now, brand new,
Shit.
a brand new banger. So you mean to tell me at 11:58, the pizza man grabs your arm? Your date, you're messing with Karen. Jen said they were just outside, right? So let's just say that you really don't know what happened to John. Like, let's just say that was the situation. You didn't know what happened to John. As you, there's no way that Jen didn't walk up to you in that house and said, he just said he's outside. John's coming in. He alerted you guys, right? Like John said he's coming in. Because keep in mind, Jen was watching everything at 11:58 take place. You know what I mean? Come on, come on, come on. So she's the one that was on the phone with John saying, yeah, it's right by Bella's house. I'm sure she gave him some landmarks, but she also said, maybe you shouldn't come here, John. Or then again, she could have been saying, well, come here and just talk to him. You know, it's about Karen. We don't know what was being said. If she was trying to get him over there to see a fight, or I'm not trying to give this lady any fucking credit, believe me when I tell you, but she could have been telling him not to come here because based on the question marks and the explanation points, you're here? Like, you came?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Did she tell him on the phone not to come? And then he just popped up and she's like, fuck, you're here? And like, so now she's the same way she was running in the bar with her hair like this, you know, all crazy. She probably's going through the house. John's coming in here right now. And oh, looked out the window. They're out there right now
Oh
with
yeah.
Karen. So what was going on in the inside? So here's the thing. Let's just say they never came in. You mean to tell me if Higgins just texted them, you come in here, knowing that he texted her at 11:32, I'm well, and they disappeared, and he doesn't know where they went. You mean to tell me throughout the whole night he would have never gave John O'Keefe a text message or gave
Right.
Karen a text? Like, where'd you guys go?
Yeah.
You're telling me this dude who sat there for a half hour and seen
Waiting.
Karen Reed. No, but I'm saying a half hour, he's seen Karen Reed in there ignoring him. He couldn't take it and he texted I'm well. So if John was missing, but he knows for a fact John pulled up there and was there, and he's outside in his car, he would definitely be looking around because he's gonna think John's jumping out on him.
Exactly.
So you mean to
That's
tell
a
me when he gets in
great
his
point.
car, when he gets in his car, you mean to tell me he's not going to be like, yo, I need to find out what happened, why they didn't come in? He's not going to text John or even text Karen? There's no fucking way. Not that dude. We're
Nah.
talking about the same guy who called the JFK, James Jackson Fuckery Donut Shop. We're talking about the same guy, an ATF agent, who called in a YouTube show lying about his name. The same guy. There's just no
Yep.
way that he would not want to know what was going on. That night, he wanted to settle. He wanted to make that right. He
Yeah.
wasn't letting
Same
it
guy
go. He
that
wanted to
texted him, "Are
make
you
that right.
coming here? Are
That's what
you?"
I'm saying.
No.
So when you text him, you come in here, Jen's going, he's outside, and now he's not there.
Right.
If we're going on that he wasn't there. If he wasn't there, now he's not there. Well, why'd he leave? Did he
Yeah.
go home to get the AR-15? Like, what's he doing? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Is he gonna meet me? Like, is he gonna roll up to my spot? Is he gonna?
Damn.
That's what I'm saying. Like, is he gonna get the one up on me? Because I was trying to get the one up on him.
Yeah.
I showed up at the bar to get the one up on him. I told him to come to 34 Fairview to get the one up on him. But now, why all of a sudden did he fall back? Is he gonna try to get the one up on me? When I turn my cheek, he's gonna break my fucking chin. Is that what's gonna happen?
I mean, goddamn, Jay. He's in his house with water bottles, them water jugs. You don't think he's
It's just,
thinking like you
of
just said?
course,
You know?
there's just no way. Based on the same guy, we're going on consciousness of guilt. We're going on action. Me and James can talk about action with Higgins better than anybody because we know talking to his boy, Seaside, we get it. We got a total. We talked to a guy who grew up with him.
Grew
So
up.
by that guy talking to us and painting the picture to us, and we could tell it was from a genuine place. We're like, wow, we know exactly what this dude's about. And then from that, we knew, me and James, when we walked out the Galleria, we said, yo, I don't know what's going to happen, but something's going to happen because we know what we were standing on. We knew we had the Seaside testimony, if you will, and we knew we had the waterfall reenactment. And then when we dropped it that day, speaking on Seaside and then dropped the waterfall reenactment, that's why I knew it was Higgins so fast because I knew it was going to
Something was
get a reaction from this dude.
Yeah.
I knew it because we were just too close on his heels because we're back to Krowski because common sense would dictate that this dude had something to do with it. And he just knew that we were just coming with that common sense. And he didn't like that. We were simplifying this situation. He didn't like that we were putting him in it because not for nothing. Let's keep it real. We got 47 people up in the chat now, man. The flight's getting a little bit more, a little bit more cuddly, should I say.
Mm.
Not for nothing. Karen kept them out of it. And we were like, no, 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 no.
No.
We pulled them back in.
Right.
So so at the end of the day, that same guy who felt slighted, and based on things that I learned from him, giving out ATF pins, ATF hats, going to Stoneham, ego lifting and shit, man, trying to deadlift 350, breaking his back.
Following
You know what I
people
mean?
around. Yeah.
Hanging out. Hey, man, your new nickname's the Weed Whacker Girl. There's no way that guy is gonna if John was missing that night and he knew he was there and then dipped, there's no way he wasn't gonna hit him up. So what's the deal? Why'd you leave? Why'd you leave? What's good? There's no way he's gonna go home and sleep on it. Not that guy.
No.
And he said he went to the police station. So if you went to the police station and you got the whole night to hang in the police station and you're not at the police station for what we know you're in the police station for, you're just hanging in the police station because you just want to be super cop for the night. You mean to tell me it wouldn't have crossed your mind to hit up John O'Keefe in the police station? I mean, come on, man. It's just Krowski. Common sense would dictate. And I'm on your ass, Krowski, Zarola, Krowski Senior, and you, Hank Brennan, because you guys are the four horsemen. You guys think, you know what I mean? Hank Brennan thinks he's Ric Flair. Listen, you need to calm the fuck down. You know what I mean? For real, you ain't jet flying. Yeah. Hank Brennan thinks he's jet flying, kiss stealing, wheeling, and dealing. Woo! That's what he thinks.
Rolex wearing.
Yeah. Fucking four horsemen. And I'm telling you, they're all scumbags, man, and they all talk to each other. The fact that you think Whitey Bulger was not a rat, right? Who was a straight up rat that ratted out his whole crew. And on top of that, he was skinning up chicks back then too. And then Gary Zarola, you guys protected that dude. And I know for a fact you guys talked to Gary Zarola, because you know why you still talk to Gary Zarola? Is because Gary Zarola, as much as he's a rapist piece of shit, that dude knows his shit about the law. And you guys are all about protecting each other with this law. You know what I mean? And dare I say, man, I wouldn't doubt it if Gary gets an appeal in the next year and ends up back out home on bail. And one of you guys behind it, spearheading it. It might be another face. It might be another lawyer. Because the lawyer he used last time was Sean Ellis's lawyer, the chick.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It was her. He had 3 rape cases at the same time going. He beat 2 of them. And the last one he lost was Krowski's. He had 3 going at the same time. He knocked down 2. They were going like within months, bro. 1 month, not guilty. Straight trials, bro. Not guilty. A month later, not guilty. Then he came into this courthouse. He got bagged on the 3rd one.
That's what's up. With the duck, thank you with the 5 memberships. I appreciate that.
I'll calm the fuck down on the layover. I'm sorry, James.
Nah, man, it's true. I mean, look at this. Look at the circle that they're all in. And if he does get out on a pill or some shit in like a year, that just shows you right there, man. And then he's sitting there trying to prosecute a woman for some shit she didn't do because you don't want the rest of your scumbag crew to go away. And that's what it is, man. Scumbags protecting scumbags. And that's what it comes down to.
Think about it. Gary Zarola had 5 rape cases. And when he was even on trial for the rape cases, he was still practicing law in the Commonwealth. He still was going to, he was out on bail and still practicing law.
How the
Still
fuck
going
is
to
that possible?
Because you're not guilty before being proven guilty. And he was one of them, and they just let him slide on it. And these are the same guys who know Gary was out there straight skinning shit up. Because let me tell you something. Anytime Gary wants to meet or he wanted to meet up, he always wanted to meet at a club and he always wanted to meet at a Hooters. He always wanted to meet in a place that involved chicks. And I think I might have met Krowski one time. Now that I think about it, because what happened was, and shit, I don't even know if Hank Brennan was there. Because what happened was we were at the casino and he was with like 5 of his boys, Zarola. And he was like, this is my boy, who knows? But they're deep. They roll in a circle. And the point is they're all going at Karen's neck and they're all trying to act like this case is an open and shut case. And it's not. Period.
Definitely not. Shit.
Scumbag time, bro.
Oh, yeah.
And not for nothing, I feel really bad for you, Peggy. I do. I really do. I feel bad for you.
Yeah, I did too, man. When I was there that day, I looked over and just like, cause it's hard not, you got the TV right above where they're sitting. There's a big TV screen, and it was just sad to when they was taking John on the stretcher. It's one can only have I mean, well, disclaimer. I mean, I know us, we have feelings like that, and even though I'm sitting with the side I believe is innocent, I still have feelings for this woman here. As much as people want to say they hate her and all that, she's been through a lot, man. She lost her daughter, her what was that? Her daughter's husband, her son-in-law, whatever, and then she lost her son. Now she's raising 2 teenagers. Who's that? Josie Lou?
Josie Lou's up in here. I just seen that. Josie.
Josie Lou and company, huh?
Josie. I talked to
Looking
Josie
like
last night.
what's it what's that girl? Selena in that picture, Josie.
Oh, does she? Oh,
Yeah,
there
she's
she
looking
is.
like a Selena. Looking good,
Damn,
Josie.
Josie. Okay, Josie.
All
Supermodel
right.
status. I hear you,
Yeah.
Josie. You need to calm the fuck down.
Damn.
I mean, listen. This is what I'm saying, Peggy. The ego of this shit is crazy because it's like, Peggy, if you just turned around and just said, "I got questions," this would turn the whole tide of this case. This, you know what I mean? The fact that you're standing there and you feel that you have to be the way you are because you picked a side is insane. That's not doing anything for John.
Well, Jay, at this point, you know what the only thing I could think of is she needs to have Karen found guilty as far as a civil suit.
Right. I get it. I
You know
get it,
what
but
I
I
mean?
don't. I get it, but I don't get it. You know what I mean?
I hear what you're saying. You know, you think it's
Because you're sitting, because at the end of the day, your son got murked.
right.
You know
Wouldn't you
what's the
want to know the
ugliest word?
truth?
Can I hit you with the gem right now?
Go ahead.
You know the ugliest word in the dictionary?
What's that?
It's murder.
God damn.
It- you know, her son got murked, done.
Yeah.
Straight up
You're
murdered.
sitting with the enemy. Josie Lou coming through. Thank you, Josie. That's for James. He notices my pictures unlike others. Ah, come on.
Come on,
Who's
Josie.
others in the chat? We'll be talking about others in the chat, Josie.
I don't know what Josie's talking about. Josie's in her feelings lately. Josie, you need it. Josie, hold on a minute. Hold on. Let me get my new friend.
Josie, you didn't see that one, did you? His new. She loves your new friend, Jay.
Nice. I mean, murder, bro. Like, you got to get
Yeah.
over it, right? Like, your son got murdered, man. Like, you know what I mean? What was going through his brain? Like, laying on this grass, I can hear the snakes. Wish you would have told me he was feeling the way when he sent you that text, seen the fear in your face. Then he texts you too. Then you drove away. Don't chase waterfalls. Read between lines. Keep a fair view. Protect your mind all times. Call
What
911.
happened?
They're taking a pause.
Pause if
Officer
necessary.
down. Don't make a sound. There's an officer in the house. All I can hear is my phone. All I can feel is my phone vibrate. I wish you was here. Now sitting at my place. Who let the dogs out? Someone close the gate. It's cold with a broken face. Please, Lord, not today. Laying on this grass, I can hear the snakes. I wish you would have told me he was feeling away when he sent you that text. Seen the fear in your face. Then he texted me too. Then you drove away. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So, like, what was he thinking when he was laying on that grass, man? He was still alive, man. Murder. Peggy, you know what I mean? Like, the POV, fuck all the feelings and all that shit and simping. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, oh, there it is. Nice kid.
Read between the lines. Yeah. Why? I know you feeling hurt, your mind flipped, that was a moment in time, can't rewind it. I seen your call, can't talk, declined it. Said I was sorry, liquor had me blinded. I know about your issues, you're not feeling well. What you going through, girl, is a living hell. Sometimes I bug out, I just flip and yell. Just come out tonight, we can sip and chill. I know about that night at the Pats game. You was real comfortable, and that's lame. When I bring it up, you act strange. That's okay, I ain't saying no names. Glad you pulled up, though, we can take your legs. I told you before, that girl, see, that's my ex. You gotta chill, can't believe what you read in text. It's me and you right now, don't be complex. Now it's fine food, proper pints. Storm coming through after 2 lots of white. We gonna be snowed in, so let's start the fights. I know you wanna talk, girl, but not tonight. Got a text by C, he at the other spot. He there with his brother in that other car. JM over there too, she just a soccer mom. Let's head over there, see what they talking about.
I don't know what it is, but I feel like I've been snake bitten. Life keeps going by, please tell me why am I living? Poison in my mind, losing sight now with this blind vision. I don't know what it is, but I feel like I've been snake bitten.
Laying on this grass, I can hear the snakes. Wish you would've told me he was feeling so erased. When he sent you that text, seen the fear in your face. Then he texted me too, then you drove away. Don't chase waterfalls, read between lines. Keep a fair view, protect your mind all times. Call 911, officer down. Don't make a sound, there's an officer in the house. All I can feel is my phone vibrate. Wish you was here, not sitting at my place. Who let the dogs out? Someone closed the gate. It's cold where the broken face, please, Lord, not today. Laying on this grass, I can hear the snakes. Wish you would've told me he was feeling the way. When he sent you that text, seen the fear in your face. Then he texted me too, coming here, then you drove away.
I don't know what it is, but I feel like I've been snake bitten. Life keeps going by.
R.I.P. Officer John O'Keefe. Free can't read.
Losing sight now with this blind vision. I don't know what it is, but I feel like I've been snake bitten.
And you know, when me and James do the live podcast, ladies and gentlemen, when we do that live podcast, Josie Lou, are you still on for buying 30 tickets for the live podcast? We still got you locked into that when we do the podcast. We still got you for 30 tickets. I know Josie Lou says she'd buy 30 tickets. That was a
Yeah,
couple
I
of
hope
months
Josie
back.
shows up. You know, it'd be nice to
see
meet
Josie,
Josie.
meet Josie. Yeah.
Yeah.
So when we do that live podcast, best believe your man JFK will be performing live. Read between the lines. So you will have a performance by JFK, read between the lines.
Oh yeah. If we do something like that, it's gonna be big. It's gonna be worth it. Don't see why not, she said.
Yeah, man. When I wrote that song, that was back in July. I wrote that song. So I wrote it and I was just thinking, like, laying on this grass, I can hear the snakes. Like, this whole case been snake bitten. Their whole relationship was snake bitten because nostalgia could get you killed. It was a pandemic type situation. And the pandemic made everybody feel more connected. There was more of traction in the pandemic legs, if you will, placement, because it's like everybody see it, everybody die in real time, everybody's scared and being told they're gonna die if they go outside. And so being with a family and hanging with your kids and just watching TV and just hanging in the house and being together and getting over the petty differences was easy. You know, it was like, okay, there's no need to yell, there's no need to be petty, there's no need to be, you know, whatever it might be that people do on a daily basis. That kind of put that to the side because life is so fragile. at that time,
Mhm.
right? So you had that element, and then you had nostalgia. Back in 2004, they met when they were in their 20s, and she was like the one that got away. He might have been the one that got away. And then you put all these elements together, and then you realize a couple of years later when the doors open and people start moving a certain way, you're like, wow, I don't even know. Is this something that I want? And then you start questioning the relationship because she's out here playing a mother to kids that ain't hers. But here's the real kicker: the kids ain't even hers, but technically the kids ain't even his. So it's like, what are we doing here? Right? So when you try to describe it, it's a tough thing to describe. And if you ain't getting the respect, then that's even harder to describe because now you feel like you're being used. Like, damn, man, I'm out here hustling with these kids. They ain't even my fucking kids. They're not even your kids. And I'm out here trying to do everything I can. And you're telling me how to be a mother. Shit, I don't know how to be a mother. I don't got
Right.
kids. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm doing my
She
best.
learning
So
on the.
you're
She
learning on the
learning on the
fly.
fly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you know, all these different things, and you're talking to different people, and people love to put dirty air between people. You don't want to be with that guy. They're not his kids. They're
Yeah.
not your responsibility, Karen. You got your whole life ahead of you. Go to Macy's and buy that $2,000 suit, and go to the casino and drink. Like, you got people who put dirty air between it. And she was sold the dream. And sometimes you realize you start living in reality. Like, hey, this sounds good. This feels good, but can this possibly, do we actually mix? Like, maybe it's good, but is it good? And then unfortunately, before they could make them decisions, someone made them decisions for them
Mm.
because people wanted to insert themselves in their business. It was their
Right.
relationship, might have been toxic, but it was their toxic relationship.
Here we go. Yeah, we get Mary. What's up, Mary? They're called victim witness advocates. I have one. She updates me every court hearing. Yeah, that's what they do.
Back to the fan.
Mm-hmm. Some shit's going down because they came in after lunch and then they had the jury go out. They did that a couple times when I was there. I seen that the jury would have to leave because they didn't want them seeing certain things, but they would play it. It's like, why are you playing it if the jury ain't gonna see it anyway? I didn't understand that, but
Yep.
anyway. I'm chilling, Mary. I'm here. I'm with you. Yeah, this fan's terrible. I just don't want to lose it. I got that 1158 ready to go too. We can talk about that. Um, but I want to see what's going on because they should be going. Damn, they're damn near. Day's almost over. She's probably gonna end at like 3:35. I'd say 3:40.
I should probably end at 4.
Yeah,
It depends who's on, right?
I know.
If it's juicy, it'll keep going.
God, I hope it's Nagels. The one that says what's her Julie Nagel. Hope she comes in right now. But like you said, Hank's
She
changing
said the
it up.
guy wasn't even there.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even know how this dude could go home at night, man. Like, who does he go home to? He probably goes home to a dude.
Who?
Brennan.
Hank?
Yeah. Dude looks like a lady.
Shit.
I'm saying, like,
Nah, he goes home to.
like
He goes home to the crows. Oh shit. Nah, I think you know what? I think his girl. I'm not positive. I seen pictures where, like, when he went to the Whitey thing, the premiere of the movie, he was with this woman. A couple times I seen him with her, and she's an actress, and that's why I was saying to you when we had this conversation. I think just you and I on the phone. I think he likes to be in that environment of shit he knows gonna get a movie role or something like that.
What's Josie Lou saying? I could be wrong. Wrong about what? Josie has a new
Fast forward. What?
Josie has
How
a
am I
new
gonna
outlook.
fast forward it, Josie?
Yeah, so whatever she's watching it before. That's all right. Every channel streams a little faster than others are slower.
Oh, okay. Don't ruin it. Don't no.
You said here we go, so that's got to be juicy. Is the volume on, James?
Yeah, is that gonna go away? That shit on the
Nah.
bottom because it wasn't there earlier.
Who's that? Oh, this guy. Fucking cop.
Oh goddamn, that's Lank.
No, that's not Lank. Is that? No, that's not Lank, right? Is that Lank?
I think
No, that's
it is,
not Lank.
bro.
Is it Lank?
Yeah, that's Lank.
Nah. What's up with the volume?
Oh, Gallagher.
It's Gallagher. Where's the volume, man? Hit the volume on your YouTube, bro. There's no volume. Go inside your YouTube tab and click that volume button. Did you find the volume button, great friend?
Yes.
It's not on. For some reason, your volume's not on.
Yeah, it is.
It says it's on. I
They
know,
can't
but it's
hear it?
not coming. No. So just click out and come back. Like pull it off and put it back up and see if that helps.
You can't hear it?
Can't hear it, my brother. We can't hear his lies, Brandy
Oh,
from
I think I know why.
Boston.
Because he is the song.
Cause you what?
That song I had, it was just paused.
You play that in your media assets, right?
Yeah.
Just go to the top and shut the volume off. You might have to reboot, bro. You might have to take this
Can
down.
you
and
hear
put
it
back
now?
up. No.
You can hear
You might
it?
have to. No. You have to take it down, bro, and put it back up. Like screen share it. Take it off the stage and then put it back up.
I can hear it.
All right, now put it back up now. We still can't hear it. But you
Before
can hear
I
it?
talk a little bit
Oh,
more
there it
about
is.
your
We good.
experience over the
We good.
years and your progress through the Canton Police Department,
good.
I'd like you to share with us
Sorry
generally
about that.
And briefly the structure of the Canton Police Department. The Canton Police Department, how big is it? How many officers are typically employed by Canton at the same time?
We would like to have 45, but unfortunately, we're short-staffed at this time.
At the Canton Police Department, is there different ranks?
There is.
And what are they?
They are patrol, sergeant, detective sergeant, lieutenant, deputy chief, and chief.
Given the size of Canton, is it a small department or a typically large department for that size?
I would say it's a medium-sized department.
Is Canton, do you receive traffic from other
Appreciate
areas
it, man.
nearby?
What up?
We do.
Boston Brandy.
Is Boston part of the crossroads through Canton at times?
It is. Route 138 runs from Boston, and it goes all the way down to the South Shore through Brockton, Taunton, et cetera.
Other cities or towns nearby that bring traffic through Canton as far as law enforcement is concerned?
They do, and other states. 95 runs through Canton as well and brings up traffic from Rhode Island.
For a relatively small town, is Canton a busy police department given all the crossroads and intersections?
It can be very busy at times.
You mentioned in Canton that there are different ranks. You started as a patrol officer.
Yes.
Did that change at some point?
It did.
When?
July of 2001, I became a detective.
Did you have any particular or special training to become a detective?
I started attending how to dust for fingerprints. My focus was narcotics. I had several narcotics classes.
Did you engage in those type of investigations on behalf of Canton?
I did.
Did you work with other agencies?
I did in 2005. I started working with the Drug Enforcement Administration in 2006. I was assigned as a task force officer for the DEA, initially out of Worcester Tactical Diversion Squad, which their mission goal was to eradicate OxyContin and oxycodone distribution at that time. It was during our oxycodone phase.
Oh,
in
really?
2008, I
What
was
kind of
moved
fit?
to Boston.
I never heard of
Division,
it.
And there we focused on all narcotics, not just oxycodone, heroin, cocaine, etc.
How many years did you spend as a
There's a
detective
such thing
before you
called
received your
OxyContin?
next
What's
promotion?
that?
Approximately 15 years.
What happened next in your career as far as progress?
I took the sergeant's exam, and I became a sergeant.
In order to become a sergeant, do you have to pass an exam?
An exam and an assessment, yes.
Is that enough to become a sergeant, or is there another process you have to go through?
That's where they rank you after the exam and the assessment.
What year did you say you became a sergeant?
I became a sergeant in 2017.
Was that your first supervisory position?
Not actually. I also worked as an officer in charge, which you're not technically a sergeant, but when there's no sergeant to fill the shift, they'll use experienced officers to work as a sergeant, and you receive sergeant's pay.
How long did you work as a sergeant for at the Canton Police Department?
I worked as a sergeant for 1 year till 2018, and I was promoted to detective sergeant.
As a sergeant, did your duties change or expand from that of detective?
I was still assigned to the Drug Enforcement Administration at that time.
And you just shared a year later, you were promoted to lieutenant. Did you have to take and pass an exam?
Pause that for a second, bro.
That was detective sergeant, and I did not have to pass a test for that.
So, Turtle Boy just put on his Twitter.
Yes, I was brought out of the DEA to work.
All you gotta do is hit pause.
Yeah, but
were there other lieutenants
on the YouTube
on the Canton Police Department when you worked as a
Go
lieutenant?
into the YouTube and just hit pause on the video.
I became a lieutenant in 2021. At the time, there was 3 other lieutenants.
There we go. Judge Doolin has issued Turtle Boy. Judge Doolin has issued an order denying the motion to revoke my bail. He calls me a journalist and says that the comments I made on my show are not direct or indirect contact, nor do they constitute probable cause for witness intimidation, even if Brian Tully claims he is in fear. Turtle Boy with the W, kid.
Nice.
No, that's real good. That's real good because Judge Doolin is the same person who got his shit under advisement for dismissal. So that's looking real good for Turtle Boy. And I think a lot of this trial has to do with it, man. The timing of it all. I think it's all
that's
crumbling
good news,
down.
Man.
Crazy.
Hold up. Now, let me get this.
Turtle Boy's going to be going in on his
Were there
next
any
show.
other officers above lieutenant at that point?
There was a deputy chief and a chief.
In 2022, January, were you a lieutenant?
I was.
Your duties and responsibilities, do they include actually going to scenes, or was it purely supervisory?
It was supervisory, but we were expected to respond to scenes.
What do you mean by that?
Our chief expected a supervisor on scene at all times, at all scenes.
Even if there was a ranking supervisor like a sergeant, were you still as a lieutenant expected to go to scenes?
Oh, yes.
Did you do that often?
Yes.
I want you to take us to January 29th, 2022. Were you working the overnight shift from January 28th, 2022 into January 29th, 2022?
I was the outgoing lieutenant. I did not work into the 29th. I was the last lieutenant to work on the 28th.
In the early morning hours, around 6 a.m., were you on shift or off shift?
I was off shift.
Were you planning on working
I'll be
that
right
morning?
back.
I was planning on working later that day, yes.
Do you remember what the weather was like that early morning?
Yes, there was a nor'easter, which was snow, wind.
Yeah, I got you, bro.
Did anything interrupt your plan of working later that day?
Yes.
Tell us what happened.
Shortly after 6 a.m., I received a call from Sergeant Sean Good of the Canton Police Department.
After you received a call from Sergeant Sean Good, were you informed about a situation?
I was.
Were you told any basic details of where and what?
Yes.
Without sharing the actual conversation, where was this situation taking place?
I misunderstood the situation. I thought it was on Meadows Ave in Canton. I later found out through dispatch that it was actually Fairview Road.
When you heard that there was a situation in Canton, did you decide to change your plans about when you would come in?
Yes, I responded.
Why did you respond?
That's the expectation our chief had for us.
When you go into work, do you use a police cruiser or do you use your personal vehicle?
On this particular day, I used a personal vehicle because of the weather.
Was that different than typical?
Yes.
And why would you use a personal vehicle instead of a police cruiser?
It was larger. It was four-wheel drive. It was the only way I probably would have got there to the scene.
After you received the call about a situation, tell us what you did.
I loaded up the car with a tent, and I drove to the Canton Police Department, and I got some winter gear from the office, and I got on the radio and advised Sergeant Sean Good, who was at the scene on Fairview, that all officers were held to further notice.
What does that mean?
They weren't going to be going home at their end of the shift until they were relieved by another supervisor.
Why did you take a tent with you?
Because of the snow. The way the call was described to me was a person possibly not breathing. And if it was an unattended death, I wanted to be able to cover the person.
Why?
Respect.
That tent was a tent from your home, a personal tent?
I'm right here,
It
you
was.
bags.
It was an 8x8 pop-up tent.
You went to the Canton Police Department first before you went to the scene?
I did.
Why did you go to the Canton Police Department first?
I had some winter gear there, including a
make a
reflective
speech, huh?
jacket that I thought would be helpful, given it was dark out. Visibility was very bad.
When you got to the Canton Police Department, did you learn anything from any of your colleagues while at the police department?
The only one colleague at the police department at that time was Officer Kelly Dever.
Okay. After you got your gear at the Canton Police Department, did you head towards Fairview?
I did.
Other than the general description that you had heard, did you know anything about what was going on there?
Just that a gentleman was found unconscious in the snow, possibly not breathing.
You mentioned the term unintended death. What does that mean?
An unattended death is a death where someone dies alone, and you don't know the reason. It doesn't mean there's foul play. In fact, 99% of the time, it's natural causes.
Is there a process for the Canton Police Department when they learn of any death, unintended or not? Is there a process you need to follow?
Yes, there is.
And what is that process?
That's to call the Norfolk County DA's office, their CPAC
I'm not in control.
crime prevention
It's not
and
my
control.
show. I'll tell
They have
James when he gets back
jurisdictions
about the
over
background.
deaths and unattended deaths.
I can't
You
switch it.
mentioned a CPAC unit. What type of officers or law enforcement is the CPAC unit?
It's manned by the Massachusetts State Police.
Are you required by statute to contact CPAC or the Massachusetts State Police, even if it's an unintended death?
Yes.
Did you follow that process?
Sergeant Lank followed that process.
Is that one of the officers who worked under you?
Yes, that is correct.
Did you know if Sergeant Lank was at the scene when you were leaving Canton, or did you learn at some point when you got there whether Sergeant Lank was at Fairview?
When I got there, I saw the black Toyota Tundra, which is operated by our detectives there, and then I saw him.
When Canton Police Department first contacted the Massachusetts State Police or the CPAC unit about the
What's up, ladies?
do you have an
How we doing?
understanding whether or
Mary,
not the
Roseanne,
Massachusetts State Police
Brandy,
were going to
Josie
respond or
Lou.
not?
They
Coming
were not
through.
responding.
1212.
So when you got to Fairview
E-Pags.
Road, were there any other law enforcement officers other than Canton police officers?
No, there was not.
When you appeared at Fairview Road or arrived, were you the superior officer on the scene?
I was the highest ranking officer.
As you're pulling up to Fairview that morning, what's the first thing you see when you get there?
As I pull up, I see the last of the fire apparatus pulling away. I get out of the vehicle. The first one I encountered was Sergeant Sean Good, who was the shift supervisor.
Did you see any other of your officers there?
I did. I saw Lieutenant Lank further
Sarah,
down,
what up?
and further down, I saw 2 other cruisers, which ended up being Officer Mulaney and Officer Saraf.
Did any of the cruisers or
As
vehicles
soon
have
as James
lights on?
gets back
They
on
did.
the stage, I'll
Did you
tell
hear
him to
any
take this
sirens?
No, there wouldn't be any
this
sirens.
pirate
Why
ship.
wouldn't there be?
Sirens are
Fiesta
used to
shows
move
ride
traffic.
down.
It's
like
There
we're
was
at
no
Canopy Lake with the
traffic. There
ship.
was a blizzard. There were no cars on
Damn,
the road. You
James.
might see an occasional plow.
Did you ever learn the general area where the person was found?
Yes,
At that time, did you know who the person was?
I did. I knew him by name, yes.
Did someone inform you of who the person was?
Sergeant Sean Good did, yes.
Okay. And who was the person that you learned was on the ground?
John O'Keefe.
Had you known John O'Keefe?
I knew of John O'Keefe. I had never met John O'Keefe.
When you first arrived at Fairview, was Mr. O'Keefe still on the ground?
He was not.
Was he at the scene?
He was not.
So when you got to the scene at Fairview, Mr. O'Keefe was already gone?
Yes, he had been transported to the hospital.
So did you ever firsthand see exactly where Mr. O'Keefe was lying when he was found?
I did not.
Did anybody point out to you the general area?
Yes.
Did you have a chance at that point to, well, obviously you didn't have a chance to examine or look at Mr. O'Keefe. Did you have a chance to look in the general area where you were told he was found?
I did.
Tell us a little bit more about the weather now that you're standing outside Fairview Road. What's the visibility like? What's the temperature like? What are the conditions like?
So it was terrible. It was blizzard-like. The wind would blow in your face. It would change directions. The snow was an icy snow. In the wind, you had to actually talk loud to be heard. Somebody right next to you, and it was your typical New England blizzard, basically.
At this point, did you have any position as you assessed the area, whether this was a criminal investigation?
When we had no crime at that time.
When you were there, were you looking for anything?
Yes, I was examining the scene.
Okay. At that point, did you have any reason to start a criminal investigation?
Not at that time, no.
When you learned that Mr. O'Keefe was found outside, did you go look at the particular area?
Yes.
Can you describe the area that was shown to you where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
Sure. It was on the left side of the property of 34 Fairview. You could see where first responders and witnesses and police officers had walked up to the area. It was by a flagpole on the property line of number 32 Fairview.
What was the lighting condition at that point in that area?
It was dark. It was sun was coming up, but due to the weather and the cloud cover and the snow, its visibility still was not great.
Were the law enforcement vehicles providing any light for the area?
No.
How about the house? Was there any bright lights coming out of the house illuminating that area?
I didn't see any lights, window lights on. There might have been an exterior, the door light at 1 or 2 houses.
In addition to the law enforcement officers that were there, did you see any civilians when you got there?
No, there were no civilians there.
While you were outside looking at the area, did any civilians ever come out?
No, not at all.
Any civilians ever come out of 34 Fairview?
No.
How about next door, 32 Fairview? Did you ever see any civilians come out of that address?
Nobody ever came out of the house.
Across the street, is there homes across the street from 34 Fairview?
There is.
Did you see anybody come out of either one of those houses?
Did not see anybody come out of those houses.
When you were outside and you were shown the area where you were told Mr. O'Keefe was found, did you try to do anything regarding that area to identify the area itself?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
Yes. The area where you were told Mr. O'Keefe was found, did you try to do anything around that area to identify the area?
Well, it was marked out with crime scene tape at that time. And
So nobody came outside.
what I saw was
What's up with
pink
that?
blood, and it was in a circular pattern.
Was the crime scene tape holding up at all?
No, it was not. It was blowing wildly in the wind. And at
Wildly
one
in the
point, it was actually blowing in. It was triangular, and it was actually blowing into the crime scene.
Oh,
Was the tape helping at all?
No, it was not.
Was there any use putting a tent up at that point?
No, there wasn't, not due to the high winds.
yeah, all right, buddy.
Did you learn whether any of the officers had at any point before you got there gone into Fairview Road?
Yes,
Who did you learn went into Fairview Road?
both Sergeant Good and Detective Sergeant Lake went into Fairview Road.
Did you know how long they were inside for?
I'll allow it. Did you know that?
I did not.
At that point, did you go and speak to anybody in any of the nearby homes?
I did not.
When you were at this scene and you saw what was happening in the weather, did you make a decision to do anything?
Yes.
What did you decide you were going to do?
Since the state police were not responding, I decided to process the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found and try to find out why he had the medical episode he was having.
If you understood this to be a medical episode, and at that point you didn't have any information it was a crime scene, why were you taking the time and effort to process the scene under these conditions?
Because that's what we do. Even the hospital, there could be a reason that there's obviously a reason he's there. I think we had a duty and obligation to check around where he was found and see if there was any explanation to what caused his medical condition.
Did you focus on a particular area when you decided to look around?
I did.
What area were you going to look at?
Where it was pointed out he was found and where the blood pattern was.
Were you thinking about looking in any other areas around that?
Not at that time.
Why not?
We didn't have any reason to. We only had the area where he was found.
And at that point, did you have any idea what caused his injuries?
We had none.
At this point, when you were pointed or you're looking at the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found, was the area getting covered up at all?
Yes, it was.
With what?
Snow.
How quickly?
Very quickly. I believe it was forecasted to come down to 1 to 2 inches an hour, if I recall.
Did you have any idea how hard the ground was at that point?
It was frozen.
No, did you have any idea?
It was
It was
frozen.
frozen. It was frozen.
I'll allow it.
Come on, man. Come on.
How deep was the snow covering that frozen ground?
Approximately 4 inches at that time.
When you wanted to look around the area, did you consider using a rake or a
4
shovel?
inches of snow?
I did.
And did you?
I did not.
Why didn't you use a shovel at that point?
I was afraid I would miss something or possibly break something.
What could you break with a shovel?
Anything, glass or anything of that nature.
What was your decision about how you would search that area? What did you want to see?
I wanted to see anything that was possible, whether it was any type of weapon or any type of
4 inches of
medical
snow,
bottle
buddy?
or any reason that he could have come to where he was.
Did you think of a way that you could look below the top of the snow without unresting the scene?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude?
Because of the blood, the pink spots I thought might be blood. I thought a leaf blower would be
James.
the best method because I have seen it used and to remove light layers of snow, and it can be controlled.
James.
And after having seen that before, making that decision, what was the benefit of a leaf blower over a shovel?
I wasn't going to miss anything with a leaf blower, much better control.
And control, tell us what your intention, what was your hope with the
Hey,
leaf
take
blower?
that
To clear the area, control
take that graphic off.
slowly. So
The graphic
any
in the back is
potential
making people sick.
evidence of
Put
what
something
happened to
else
Mr.
there.
O'Keefe wouldn't be lost.
Did you have a leaf blower with you?
Can't hear
Did
you.
not.
You're muted.
So what did you do?
Sergeant Good volunteered to go get the leaf blower.
Yeah, I saw
Get a
that.
leaf blower.
I got something
Did you
for
remain
make
at the
me
scene?
feel
I
better.
did.
And during this time, are you still have no information that it's a crime scene?
We had no information on a crime at that time.
Did Sergeant Good come back with the leaf blower?
He did.
Did you try to get any other items to help you?
Hey, send this down.
Not that I recall.
Okay. When Sergeant Good came back with the leaf blower, did you use it?
Fuck
I
you,
did.
Was
Gallagher.
it successful?
Gallagher, back it up.
Tell us what you
You're going
did.
to
Calm down. Me and
CW.
JFK are
I
working.
started with low speed and began whisking away the snow. And then I saw how it was uncovering those pink spots were becoming brighter red. So I verified it was frozen or coagulated blood at that time. And so out of the abundance of caution, I decided that that was something we may want to collect.
Why did you want to collect that?
Just out of abundance of caution, DNA. It's I expected
James, don't
it to
have
be John's
anything
DNA.
moving, bro. 'Cause these people
And
are gonna
I wasn't
fall
going to get
over
a
and
second
puke.
chance at it. It was either collect it or never have it.
Were you making quick decisions under these circumstances?
Yes,
Did you ask somebody to get a container to put the coagulated blood in?
I ended up getting the containers.
Where did you get them from?
I got them from Lieutenant Gallagher, who lived in the neighborhood.
Did Lieutenant Gallagher ever come over to the scene?
He did not.
Did he work for the Canton
not?
Police Department?
He did.
Why didn't he come over to the scene with you?
Because he originally
That's
thought the scene was at 32.
Did you ask him to come over to the scene to help you?
No,
Did you expect him to come over to help you?
no,
Did you prefer he not?
correct.
So when you get the containers, were they plastic cups?
Yes, they were red Solo cups.
And what was the purpose of using the red Solo cups?
They were plastic. They weren't going to leak. They weren't going to get soggy. They were large. I needed a small sample. My thought was because it was frozen or coagulated, that we could collect it, transport it, and transfer it to the crime lab, who could extract the DNA however they saw best fit.
Do sometimes the crime lab test evidence and sometimes not?
Of course, yes.
Is that your decision?
No,
You were telling us about the leaf blower. Does it serve to
Fucking leaf
excavate
blower.
the
You
area?
serious?
it did.
Can't
Did
even
you
believe we're
begin that
talking about
process?
this.
I did.
And when you did that, did you try to memorialize it?
Yes, I did.
How did you do that?
I had Sergeant Good videotape it.
Why did you have Sergeant Good memorialize your efforts to excavate the area?
I thought someone may wonder why I decided to use a leaf blower, so I wanted to
Why? Why'd you do that?
demonstrate its effectiveness.
Brent, show me.
I'm
Show
going
me.
to move to introduce 2 videos that council has.
Show me. Show me the leaf blower. Come on, buddy. Show me the leaf blower. You got a fucking leaf
So there's no
blower?
objection to these videos, right?
Is it a Kawasaki leaf blower? A Yamaha? A Honda?
Thank you.
What type of fucking leaf blower is it?
With the court's permission, can I show the jury the videos?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, can we show number 1, please?
Fucking idiots. Wow, look at that thing, huh? Woo! Nice. Yeah, that's doing much damage. Blowing snow. Wow, look at that leaf blow. Is that a Yamaha or a Kawasaki? Is that a 2-stroke? Look at this shit. Where's the 42 pieces of tail light? Did you guys step on it?
Power.
Did you step on it when you was walking all through the snow? You didn't hear crunch, 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 crunch?
Could you, Ms. Gilman, stop at the end of the video so it's a still frame?
Oh, I see where he's gonna stop.
That's good right there.
Pieces standing up.
Sir, who's the person holding the leaf blower?
That is me.
Did the leaf blower work as you had hoped?
It was great.
You see
It was
other
great.
footprints around that area.
Correct.
Do you know how those footprints got there?
Some of them were from first responders. Some of them were for witnesses. The ones
Man.
up top by the flagpole were for when the officers put out the crime scene tape.
Did officers try to wrap the crime scene tape around the flagpole?
They did wrap it around the flagpole, yes.
I see. And from that
I
vantage
see.
point, could you
Fuck
see
is-
the side and front yard?
Yes.
Did the side yard have any footprints or evidence that anything was dragged through the side yard?
No, not at all.
How about the front yard? Did the front yard have any evidence that anybody had walked across it or dragged anything across it?
It had one set of prints from Sergeant Lang.
Other than Sergeant Lang's footprints across the front yard, was there any other
This dude got a
impediment?
pair of feet on him. Look at the size
No,
of them
not that I
dogs.
saw.
No, those, I was just gonna say his
I'm
sneakers
gonna
are
ask
inside
if we
them
could see the
boots,
second video, please.
so
Ms.
he
Gilman?
wouldn't even feel the shit if he was stepping on it.
Clown shoes,
Them things
bro.
are like, you put your sneakers on, then put them on.
Could you stop there, please?
See, it stands up, Jay.
You see the end of the leaf blower?
I do.
There's an object just below it at like 7 o'clock. Do you see that?
I do.
Did you discover something in that area?
We did.
What did you discover?
It's a cocktail glass.
Was it, did it have any damage to it?
It did.
Describe that for us.
It was broken on the top.
Could you continue the video, please, Ms. Gilman?
Is that a blow dryer? What the fuck is that, man?
Right? We got a video of that cocktail glass. You were at the bar.
Stop, please. There's some red spots. Is that what you identified as coagulated blood?
That is.
Below some of those spots and to the left, there's an area that's not white. It's brownish. Do you know what that is?
That's, I believe, just bare ground.
If we could finish the video, please.
Trying to show that it was grass on the ground.
Thank you.
He was there before the snow.
Could you have the lights on, please?
That's what that was.
Did you or any
was
officer
there
at your
before the snow?
direction
Yeah, that's why he
obtain
said
and
that.
preserve that broken cocktail glass?
That John
Yes.
was there
May I approach,
before the
Your
snow,
Yes.
basically. This dude looks like me the other day in there.
Sorry, I'm showing you two photographs. The first photograph, do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Look
I
at
do.
Hank.
What is it?
It's a after we exposed the broken, I exposed the broken glass.
Is the broken glass depicted in that photograph?
Yeah, it is.
Is that similar or substantially the same way it appeared to you that morning?
That's exactly how it appeared. Yes.
Do you know if that photograph was taken as a still image of the video or not?
I do not.
Okay. Second photograph, can you take a look
Okay.
at that
That's a close-up of the cocktail glass.
of the same photo?
It is. Yes.
I'd move these two photographs into evidence, please.
Okay, do you want it to be 52 and 52A?
Please, Your Honor.
Didn't they already have those in evidence?
52 and 52A?
This guy with the mouth. Look at him.
Lieutenant, what was done with that cocktail glass?
Oh,
It
Mr.
was
Happy Cup.
bagged and seized as evidence.
Was it brought anywhere that morning?
It was brought back to Canton Police Headquarters.
What happens when it gets back to Canton Police Headquarters?
It gets logged into evidence and it's assigned an evidence number. The officer types in a description of the item. In this case, it was a broken cocktail glass or broken glass. And once he hits the space bar, it automatically generates a property number for it. And I believe in this case, it was 22-18-PR, which means 22 is the year, 2022. 18 is how many pieces of evidence that the department as a whole had collected that year so far. And PR, I believe, means property room.
Why is it assigned a particular number?
Everything is assigned a number by the computer.
You said it's brought to the evidence room. Is that a separate or a special place?
So we have two rooms. We have a temporary evidence room, and then there's a permanent evidence room. Only two people have access to the permanent evidence room.
Is there a reason why access to the evidence room is limited?
There is.
Why?
For security.
Even in a police department, the
They've all
evidence room
been
is
in that
limited
room.
as far as people who have access?
That is correct.
In the evidence room, is there an officer assigned as an evidence officer?
Not full-time. There is an assigned admin sergeant who is assigned as the evidence officer.
Does anything happen specifically with the evidence? Is it packaged or stored in any particular way?
The glass was put into a locker, I believe. and temporary evidence. And then it's the evidence sergeant's job to retrieve it. But in this case, we were going to transfer it to the state police.
Was it transferred to the state police at some point?
It was.
Yeah. Yeah.
Were you part of the
Did he talk
transition of
about
that
the
item
solo
to the
cups?
state police?
I was.
And when was it transitioned and to who?
It was on February 1st, 2022, and it was to a criminalist from the Massachusetts State Crime Lab.
Do you know who the criminalist was?
I don't know the name, no.
Did the criminalist come to your department or did you bring the item to them?
They came to our department.
In addition to the glass, there was plastic cups with coagulated blood?
That's correct.
What did you do with those cups?
Those were placed in temporary evidence and placed in a refrigerated unit.
To carry them from Fairview to the police department, did you hold the actual cups or did you put them in something?
Nope, they were stacked in a bag.
What type of bag?
It was a craft paper bag. In this particular case, we utilized the Stop and Shop bag.
Is that any different than a
Alan
bag
Jackson
from the
wants to
police
ask
department?
those questions.
This made of the same paper, craft paper, the same size and dimension, other than Stop and Shop and evidence and probably price. They're basically the same bag.
Why did you use one of those rather than a bag that said evidence on it?
I don't know where that bag came from. I was in a personal car. Sergeant Lank was in a Tundra. If that bag is upside down, you wouldn't know it didn't say evidence on it. So I'm not sure where that bag came from.
And the plastic cups, do you know what happened to those?
Yes, they were turned over to the criminalist as well.
Where did you store them before they were turned over to the criminalist?
Temporary evidence in a refrigerated. Temporary evidence in a refrigerator.
Is the refrigerator part of the temporary evidence area?
It is, yes.
Did you bring that piece of evidence, the broken glass, with you today?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I'd like to approach the witness. Handing you a box, gloves, and some scissors.
Here we go with
Let me
this
ask you about
shit.
that box. It has red tape on it. Why?
It's a secure and transfer of custody.
I'm going to allow it. Of course she is, dude. Sidebar.
This is all the shit that the defense needs to talk about. Hank Brennan's trying to make this shit sound like it's normal to do. That's exactly what the fuck's going on. I mean, what else is going on?
Like, what do you mean?
Hank's up there basically making it sound like it's okay to use fucking red Solo cups. Did they talk about that while I was downstairs getting food?
Not yet. Not yet.
All right, but that's what I'm trying to say. Like, basically, he's trying to make it sound like it's okay to use Stop and Shop bags because these do, and it's okay to use a blower. Like, that's normal procedure. None of that shit you guys did was normal.
No.
It wasn't one that. If anything, this case is so it should be thrown out because of their sloppy ass work.
I mean, you found a cocktail glass and you didn't go in the house to see if it matched any of their cocktail glasses in there.
Bet you it matches the one when you the shit got on your shirt and we got the club soda. Bet you it matches that one. If it doesn't, then there's a problem. There's another reason. Damn, Jay. That's the glass.
Well, that's what Hank does, right? He makes everything seem like it's we're bugging out. Everything's okay. Like, it's just what we do. We use leaf blowers, bro. We use Solo cups. We don't go into houses. We don't do that. What do you mean? Like, we're doing police work. We don't do none of that. That's what he makes it seem like.
Can't see me? Oh, because of my walls black. I'm sorry. Yeah, I had to go outside. It's been pouring out here.
Oh, yeah?
Is that on mute?
No, they just put the fan on.
No, I'm talking about me. You can hear me?
I can hear you, brother.
All right. Yeah, it's been raining. What's up, chat? How we doing? What do you guys think so far? I think when AJ gets up there, he's gonna fix all that shit. I mean,
It probably ain't even gonna be AJ. Is it gonna be AJ?
he's
Who's saying?
objecting.
Oh, is he?
I think so. Whoever's objecting, usually, that's who's gonna do the cross. I mean, as far as I know. Disclaimer. I don't know nothing about court.
This is a crazy, crazy trial, bro. I'm still waiting on this fucking thing, man, from dude. Remember I told you I got that video?
Oh yeah.
It's been over 7 days. I still haven't. I mean, it's been about 7 days. I still
Well,
haven't
bro,
got.
I could get. I mean, I'll show you later. So many I've been looking at, but I'm like, what am I gonna do? Where I can't. I got stuff right now. I was just talking about grabbing a dumpster yesterday with the family. Like my sister sat down. We got a lot of storage we got to get rid of. I'm down with that.
What are you talking about?
Room. Are you talking about the shit me and you talked about getting with the Diamondback?
Oh, the dude's gonna meet you tomorrow at 8:30.
Oh, all right. That's what I thought you were talking.
No. I'm talking about the video of the guy Otunga, the wrestler,
Oh,
the law
yeah,
guy.
yeah.
I sent that in. I sent that in, and I still haven't got the. I haven't got the vid.
You paid him up front?
Well, you pay the
up
site,
front.
you know.
Yeah, right. I know. Wow, you'll get it when the time
Lieutenant,
is
before
right.
you open the box, were you one of the officers that discovered that broken glass?
Yes.
Did you personally bring the glass from Fairview to Canton?
No.
Do you know who did?
Yes.
Who?
Detective Sergeant Lang.
Sergeant Lang?
Oh. Yes.
When you went back to the station, you said that the evidence was then put into an evidence locker. Did you place it in the evidence locker?
I don't recall.
And then inevitably, it was transitioned to somebody from the forensic unit?
That's correct.
Were you personally there when it was taken from the evidence locker and given to the person from the forensic unit?
Yes, that was me.
Did you have a responsibility and role in that process, or were you a passive observer?
I had an active role. I was the chain of custody. I was turning it over to the criminalist, to the state police lab.
After that glass was given to the criminalist, did you ever have possession of it again?
Never.
Did you ever package it or touch it again in any way?
No, never.
Did you ever process it in any way?
No.
Did you put it in that box and tape it up yourself?
No.
Okay, I'm going to now ask you to open the box, please.
Open the box.
Those are the gloves that the ambulance driver rode on.
Yep.
Right on that.
Unbelievable, right?
Sloppy work, man. It's just trying to get shit done quick.
Is there an item in that bag?
There is.
Would you please open the bag and show us what's in that bag?
Check this shit out.
Oh yeah, it's dope. Almost looks like a hutch. That's dope. I seen a black and gold one, like the. Don't you have
So he's coming.
a black?
Yeah, I got the black.
Thank you. If you could put it back in the bag,
Dude, it's pretty mint, dude. It's an 85. It's got some whack ass seat on it. It's got some whack ass seat. The crank on it, dude. It's still got the reflectors on it. It's got the original crank on it.
There's a guy around the corner.
Lieutenant Gallagher, does that appear to be the same
So
item that you found in the area where John O'Keefe was at Fairview that morning?
Yes, it does.
I'd like to have the box and the item marked for identification, please.
Okay.
What's that? The glass?
Yeah.
To the queue, Friday. Thank you.
When you were looking around the area that was pointed out to you as where John O'Keefe was found, Did you expand across the front lawn into the street during your search?
No, we didn't, with the exception of uncovering the
They
6
gave
foot
Paul Pierce a ring
asphalt
today.
berm.
Did you say 6 foot or is it?
Excuse me, 6-inch.
What's a berm?
It's it's basically a
Uncle
curving,
Paulie
but it's made of asphalt.
deserves that.
It's curved. You probably have seen it. It's asphalt. It's curved. It separates the street from property line.
Why did you clear that piece?
Wanted to see. We were trying to find out why John was having a medical issue, and we didn't know if he could have tripped over a curbing or what turned out to be an asphalt berm and possibly hit his head.
After you made efforts to look in that area, did you return to the Canton Police Department?
I did.
About what time?
It was shortly after 8 a.m.
After you returned to the Canton Police Department, did you receive any information or have a reason to return back to Fairview?
Yes,
About what time?
a little after 9 o'clock.
Why did you go back to Fairview after 9 o'clock?
Sergeant Lank got a phone call that Jen McCabe had more information
And where did you understand Mrs. McCabe was?
at 34 Fairview.
Did you go back to 34 Fairview?
I did.
Did you go with anybody?
I went with Sergeant Lank
Did you travel together or separate?
together.
When you got back to 34 Fairview, outside, what did you do?
We parked in the driveway. We walked up, and next to the garage, there's a side door. I don't know if we rang the bell or not, but Brian Albert, the homeowner, answered the door.
As you walked up to the door, did you have a chance to look around at the doors in the area in front of that side door?
Yes.
Did you see anything out of place?
No.
You've been a police officer at that point for a long time.
Yes.
Do you receive any training in observing areas or people?
Always
Always.
do you receive any training?
What type of training? What are you told to look for when you're speaking to people?
I've been BOSAR trained, which is behavioral observations, suspicious
Now he can
activity
read
training.
people's fucking minds.
And you look for clues when you're speaking to people. Whether they cross their legs, cross their arms, there's certain
really?
behavioral characteristics.
What about this?
At this point, did you have any understanding that this could later be a crime scene?
I did. Yes.
What happened?
Shit. Damn.
How did you come to that conclusion?
Oh, not at that time.
Oh, not at that time.
No,
Okay.
not at that time.
When you went into the house, what part of the house did you go into?
I went into the room. It's adjacent to the kitchen, and I stood there with Brian Albert.
Can you describe what kind of room that would be?
Yeah, it was just a typical family room type room. It was not large.
You didn't
It
go
was
in the
between
basement though,
garage
buddy.
and the kitchen.
You met with Brian Albert?
Brian Albert answered the door and let us into the house.
Did you understand what his relationship was to that house?
He was the homeowner.
Did Sergeant Lank walk in with you?
He did.
Did he stay in that living area?
No, he went to the kitchen area and sat down with Jen McCabe.
Could you see the kitchen area from where you were?
I could see a portion of the kitchen area.
Did you see anybody else in the kitchen area with Mrs. McCabe and Sergeant Lank?
There were people in the kitchen area. There was nobody with Sergeant Lank or Miss McCabe.
Could you hear their conversation?
No,
Were you trying to listen?
no,
Were you speaking to Mr. Albert?
I was.
Did you take the time to make observations of him?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
Did you take the time to make observations of him?
Yes,
Did you speak to him?
yes,
Did he speak to you?
yes.
Was there anything about his mannerisms or affect that caused you any concern?
No, it was just a social conversation. There was nothing of concern at all.
Was there anything about it that caused you to hone in or be concerned?
No,
I'll allow that.
no.
Did you get a chance to look around that living area at the
Sure.
items?
I didn't look around, just with my eyes.
Did you get to see that area?
I did.
Did you see anything broken or looked out of place?
No, nothing.
Anything that caused you any type of concern?
Nothing.
When you looked towards the kitchen, did you see anything that looked different or suspicious in any way?
Nothing.
Was the interaction, did it cause you any alarm or concerns?
No.
After Sergeant Lank had an opportunity to speak to Mrs. McCabe and you spoke to Brian Albert, what did you do next?
We left.
Where did you go?
We went back to the police department and were informed that the state police were going to respond to the hospital and that we didn't need to respond to the hospital.
When you heard that the state police was then going to get involved in the investigation, What does Canton do when the state police takes over an investigation?
Well, it was based off of a conversation I had with my chief in the detective sergeant's office.
Was there a decision about Canton's involvement in the ongoing investigation?
There was.
What was that decision?
That we should recuse ourselves from any further investigative interviews.
And why was that?
Because our best detective, his name was Kevin
This guy's
Albert,
an idiot.
and he was the brother of the homeowner.
Say the least.
And I didn't want any potential bias, whether unconscious or subjective, to be perceived by the O'Keefe's, by the O'Keefe family.
So when the state police got involved and you had the conversation with the chief, was that the end of your
He's a nice guy and everything. I
efforts
hate to
towards this?
disclaim. I hate to say that.
It was the end of our efforts until
how many times he been
I
on the
helped
stand?
facilitate during the search warrant on February 1st.
And so at some point was
It's like a
the
salesman.
defendant's
Like he could sell a
Lexus
vacuum to you.
brought to the Canton Police Department?
It was.
Was it put in a particular area at the Canton Police Department?
It was.
What area?
The Sally Port.
What's a Sally Port?
Sally Port is where, when we have an arrest, we bring our prisoners in. It's basically a extra large garage. It has 4 doors. They're numbered 1, 2, 3, and 4. We typically go in door 4 and pull towards door 3. Door 4 is lowered, and then prisoners are walked into the booking area, which is also secure. The exterior doors to the Sally Port can only be opened by the dispatch council.
When crime scene services came to look at the car, was that the same day, the 29th, or later time?
No, it was February 1st.
Did the Lexus remain in the Sallyport area from the 29th until February 1st?
Yes.
When representatives from the crime lab, from the Massachusetts State Police came on February 1st, who provided them access to the Lexus?
I was one of the people there that was there. I don't know if I provided them direct access, but I certainly would have. And I assisted them if they needed things. That's when the chain of custody, the exchange of custody for the blood samples and the glass occurred as well.
And during their processing of the Lexus, were you there for parts of it?
I was in and out, yes, but I did not partake.
Thank you very much.
Wow.
Yeah. Please.
Let's go, Uncle Alan. It's time to handle business now.
Mr. Jackson, is this video up there yours or is it the Commonwealth?
It's not mine. Or is it?
All right.
Now, Your Honor.
Yes.
How the team sits. So confident.
Mr. Gallagher, you have already established that you were at the scene on January 29th, early morning, January 29th, 2022. We've seen the video of the leaf blower, correct?
That is correct.
So you were integral to at least an initial search of the scene, which recovered the drinking glass that you've shown us, as well as some of the blood byproduct that you've shown, that you've talked about.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. You were the ranking person on scene. You've already described that.
Yes, that is correct.
There were also several other officers from Canton PD who were there with you.
Yes, there was 4 other officers, yes.
Can you just name those other officers?
Yeah, Detective Sergeant Lank, Lank, Detective Sergeant Good, Goode, Officer Mullaney, Mullaney, and Officer Saraf, Saraf.
Okay. When you initially, let me back up and ask a different question. Given the fact that you were the ranking officer, the way that it works in a police department is everybody sort of reports up the chain of command, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So they would have all reported up to you in some particular.
That's correct.
And then, of course, you report to the deputy chief, and then the deputy chief reports on up to the chief, correct?
That is correct.
You were involved in not only the exposing of some of that blood byproduct, but also exposing the glass with the leaf blower, correct?
That is correct.
You were responsible for utilizing certain equipment. You chose a leaf blower at the time, correct?
I did, yes.
There was also, I'm guessing, there was also some use of your hands and or the gloved hands with some others to recover some of the items.
Yeah, I didn't use my hands.
How did you get the glass into a bag?
That was Detective Sergeant Lank.
Somebody had to pick it up, right?
Correct.
That's what I mean. The use of hands to manipulate some of the evidence, correct?
Yeah, I apologize. I didn't understand that question.
That's okay.
I thought you were speaking about me.
It's probably my fault, not yours.
Nope, that's okay.
There was also some plastic cups that we've talked about. We'll talk more about those in a second. Those were utilized as well, correct?
They were, yes.
And you were responsible for the use of those as well.
Yes, it was
So,
my decision, yes.
In terms of the search of the scene, the recovery of evidence, the recovery of biological material, the use of tools to recover those biological materials, all of that rested at least ultimately at the scene on your shoulders, correct?
Yes, it did.
Isn't it true that you weren't interviewed in this case with regard to anything having to do with this case until April 3rd, 2024, correct?
Yes, we can call it an interview. It's when I met with the prosecutor, yes.
And
Real.
that was about
She don't care. Look at her. Boss.
2.5 years, nearly 2.5 years after this incident, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Michael Proctor, you know that name?
Even
I do.
Who's Michael Proctor?
He was one of the troopers assigned to investigate the case.
As a matter of fact, he was the lead investigator for the case, correct?
I don't know
You
if he
know.
was lead or
Look at her. What?
trooper mechanic. I don't know.
As you
What do
see
you mean
here,
you
you don't know that Michael Proctor was the lead case agent for.
I know he was one of them, yes.
Okay. Do you know that he was the lead investigator assigned to the case?
I don't. I had nothing to do with the DA's office.
Right. I know you didn't have.
I don't know how they assign their cases, counsel. I don't know what you want me to say. I can't say what I don't know.
Mr. Gallagher, I'm not asking you to. I'm just asking if.
I do not. I did not know he was lead. I knew he was one of the leads.
Okay.
I believe they do it in a tandem, but I'm not sure.
Okay. He may
The
have had a partner,
cameraman, new camera.
correct?
That is correct. Yes.
But it's not unusual to have a lead case agent. The person who's responsible for most of the search warrant writing and the memorialization
can you hear me?
and documentation
You can hear me,
of
right?
evidence collection and
Yeah,
the
yeah.
movement of evidence and booking into evidence, things
You hear
like
that
that.
shit?
That is correct, but I don't know anything about who wrote their affidavits or who logged their evidence in. I wouldn't know that.
You're also familiar with Yuri Buchanan, correct?
I know who he is.
You're also familiar
you know
with,
who he is.
Right.
Lieutenant Tully.
I know. Yes.
They're all Massachusetts State Police
Tully!
officers, correct?
Yes, they all are.
Did Michael Proctor interview you before April of 2024?
He did not.
Did Yuri Buchanan interview you before April of 2024?
No, he did
Did
not.
Lieutenant Tully interview you before April of 2024?
No, he did not.
Did anybody else from the Canton Police Department, your deputy chief or the chief,
I don't know
interview
what that has to do with
you
anything.
formally about your conduct and responsibilities before April of 2024?
I don't
Oh, trust
understand that
me.
question.
Did
don't believe
anybody
this,
at
dude.
Canton PD, separating out Massachusetts State Police,
Correct.
did you sit down at Canton PD and provide an interview with anybody at Canton PD about your conduct at the scene?
What do you mean by conduct?
Going to the scene, collecting evidence, securing evidence, transporting evidence, booking evidence, those kinds of things. Your conduct at the scene. sir.
God
Yeah,
damn.
I briefed my superiors. Yes.
Okay, other than briefing, was there a formal report written
No.
or a formal interview conducted of you?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Um,
Oh, shit.
Tell us when you wrote your report about what happened at the scene, memorializing what you did at the scene.
Makes
I
the
didn't.
best faces.
You didn't write a report?
About the scene that day at the scene?
Correct, about this
I
investigation.
only did the metadata report. I did not write a report at the scene.
No.
You never, in fact,
He
the
just
fact is you
acted
never
like
wrote
he
any
was such a
report about
high
what happened
agent.
at the
Now
scene,
he's a
correct?
fucking
Correct.
security
You
guy
didn't
from
memorialize
Target.
that in any formal
Right?
way
Man,
on
Good
Canton
point.
PD letterhead
That's a
to
good point.
describe what you did and how you did it at the scene.
No, I didn't do it. I wrote a report for the stolen moped, though.
Normally, when you report to a scene
I
as a
report the
first
stolen
responder,
bicycles.
you would be
Right?
expected
I don't write
to write a
reports
report
for
about that, whatever that conduct
murder
is.
cases.
I'm not the supervisor, no.
Oh, Jesus. You
What
look
if
like
you're
one.
the ranking
I know.
person at a scene that ultimately turns into a homicide scene?
Well, we don't know it's a homicide scene at this time. We
Well, that's
don't
why
even
you
know
investigate.
There's a crime committed at this time. My
Understood.
responsibilities are to make sure reports are written,
Oh, at the jury.
not to necessily write the reports myself. I'm the supervisor.
Oh, now
I'm
you're
allowed to make sure
special again.
reports are written, evidence is logged, those types of things.
Under ordinary circumstances, you would respond to a scene as a supervisor and you would oversee what other people are doing, what you're
That's
supporting.
correct.
Can I finish?
Sure.
I don't want to talk over each other.
I apologize.
You would want to supervise or oversee what your subordinate officers, what he or
He
she
is
might
good,
be doing,
son.
what they might be doing. You're going to oversee that. But they're the ones actually conducting the investigation or picking up evidence or doing the interviews, writing those things about it.
Correct. Detective Sergeant Lake's investigation. Yes.
So in that circumstance, you wouldn't be expected to write a report because all of that conduct is memorialized by others subordinate to the supervisor, correct?
Correct.
But in this case, quite the opposite happened. You were the one that was in the video utilizing the leaf blower, correct?
That's correct.
You were the one that actually exposed the drinking glass, correct?
Correct. Yes.
You noted the drinking
So
glass.
why didn't you write a
and actually called
report?
somebody else over to take a look at it, correct?
That's correct.
You directed someone, Sergeant Blank, to pick up the drinking glass and recover it as a potential piece of evidence,
That
correct?
is correct.
You noted the blood or the coagulation of blood in and around that area, correct?
That is correct.
You noted where you believe the drinking glass was, in other words, what location, if there were grid coordinates, where it would be, correct?
Thank you, Brandy.
And you instructed
Thanks,
others
Brandy.
to transport that important evidence back to Canton PD to have it booked, correct?
That is correct.
You also secured the plastic
He's coming
containers
in
which
right
to,
now.
to recover the blood.
That is
right?
correct.
You also directed someone to get a bag to put the plastic containers in and ultimately transport it, correct?
That is correct.
So you would agree with me, Mr. Gallagher, that in this circumstance, you were
was
the
all you.
centerpiece of the recovery of evidence and the investigation as it was at that time in that limited context. You were the centerpiece of what was happening at the scene, correct?
And I made sure it was documented by Detective Sergeant Lang.
But you didn't find
Pass
it
it on link.
important enough to write a report yourself.
I think that's poor misrepresentation. There's a person fighting for their life. It was very important.
What?
When you were there at the
Now you
scene,
put it on John
what time was
O'Keefe?
it, by the way?
I got there shortly after 7.
What a
Okay,
piece of
you knew
shit.
that person who was fighting for his life had already been transported and was in good care, as best care we can provide at Good Samaritan Hospital, correct?
That is correct.
So certainly you're not excusing away the idea that you didn't memorialize your conduct because you were too busy fighting for someone's life. That's not what you're saying.
No, it definitely is not what I'm saying.
Uncle nephew think alike, bro.
Look at his face. Dude, you're a real fucking weirdo, dude.
Yup. Should be
You're
fighting
mad.
right
Look at how
now.
mad he
This
is.
boss
He's
should walk
pissed.
in and
Obviously,
right there.
Oh,
in
he is
front of
so-
everyone.
reporting to a
He is
scene
so mad. Look at
and
that
supervising
face.
the scene is one thing, but actually gathering evidence is a whole next level. You would
Hank's
agree with
telling him to get mad.
that? Because
Look mad.
just to put a fine point on it, responding to a scene as a supervisor, you want to make sure everybody's doing their duty, but the officer or officers who, for instance, uncover, let's say it's a knife or a gun or some weapon or something like that, actually documenting and picking up that evidence and handling it in an appropriate way, that is all highly, highly technical. It's very important to get it right and memorialize it all, correct?
That is correct.
That's why you're highly trained to memorialize and report everything that you do in that regard in a report that can later be used forensically, in other words, in a courtroom setting, to recreate as best you can with as much detail as you can exactly what you did and how you did it and where it was done, correct?
Sure. Yes.
Right. The truth.
Officer Lank wrote a report in this case.
Sure.
Did Officer Mulaney?
I believe he did, yes.
Did Officer Seraph?
Yes.
Officer Good? Sergeant
Yes.
Good?
Yes.
But you did not?
I did not.
Who was the first officer to find any potential physical evidence at the scene, be it blood or glass?
I can't answer that. It was not me. I was not the first thing that was spotted was the pink spotting, not the glass.
Okay. Who was the first person to see the glass?
I think it was myself as I uncovered it with the leaf blower.
You don't report that?
One of the important things that we've talked about, Mr. Gallagher, is documenting the details of evidence recovery, not just the fact that something was recovered, correct?
That's correct.
So you'd want to know what time of day it was recovered, correct?
Sure.
You'd want to know who was there and who was around when it was recovered, correct?
Yes.
You'd want to know what the item is, the condition of the item, right?
Yes.
You'd also want to know exactly where it's recovered, correct?
Yes.
In other words, as best you can to pinpoint the exact location where an item was found. That could play a huge role in any investigation, be it criminal or otherwise.
It could. It could.
Did you diagram or draw a diagram back at Canton PD or
I did
out
not.
at the scene
No.
about where that glass was found?
No, I did no reports or diagrams.
Did you diagram exactly where you recovered the blood spots that you did recover?
No.
Did you at least, if you didn't write a report, did you at least take notes on a pad about what you were doing?
The conditions weren't, it was pretty hard to take notes at that time, but I did not take notes, no.
You put those boots on, though.
At some point, you mentioned a person by the name of Tom Kelleher, Deputy Chief Kelleher.
He's been waiting to wear them boots, bro.
Who is Deputy Chief Kelleher?
He couldn't wait to put them
The
things
Deputy
on.
Chief of Canton Police.
He was active on active duty at the time? When I say active duty, I don't mean that morning, that hour. I mean just generally.
Yes, he was a lieutenant at that time.
He was someone to whom, as a matter of fact, probably the only person to whom at Canton PD you actually reported, correct? Up the chain of command. He was the only person to whom you reported up the chain of command, meaning he was your direct report.
He was in charge of detectives at that time.
And then, of course, the chief would be above him, correct?
Deputy Chief and Chief.
Okay. When you responded to the scene, Deputy Chief Kelleher did not come out of his house and take over the investigation, correct?
Correct.
That was yours to detail,
That is correct.
at least while you were there.
That's correct.
So can you describe what you did to preserve the crime scene? I'm sorry, to preserve the scene, because at that time you said you did not know if it was a crime scene. Is that right?
That's correct.
What did you do in terms of actually preserving the scene for later investigation? What steps did you take?
For later, can you explain later investigation?
So let me take a step back.
Sure.
Have you been trained to preserve scenes?
Yes.
Okay. What's the reason that you want to preserve a scene? What does that mean?
Collect evidence.
Collect evidence to make sure
So it
nothing
doesn't
is
get
disturbed.
contaminated.
Civilians can't kind of traipse through or walk through evidence, correct?
That's correct.
You've heard the phrase forensically, evidence in, evidence out. Someone traipses through a crime scene, you bring evidence with you, and you take it back out. It's on your shoes or on your feet or your breath or your saliva, whatever it might be.
Very familiar with that, yes.
Preserving the scene is best efforts, it's best practices to make sure that nothing is moved, touched, messed with in any way, correct?
That's correct, and that's what was done here.
What did you do? That's my question. What did you do to preserve that scene?
So there were no civilians ever to trample through. Where
Look
rescue
at
efforts
Karen.
made on
Like,
Mr.
what the
O'Keefe,
fuck is
yes,
going
that's
on?
priority.
Huh?
So rescue workers
What'd
do
you
go
say?
into us. any
How
type of
does he
scene.
know that? There was nobody
Medical
there.
life-saving measures come first. Once all apparatus was off scene. the
Karen
original
got a mean
officer put
grill
out
though,
crime
huh?
scene tape to mark an area.
She don't mean to, but he got
And
that.
later,
that look.
it was documented, it was photographed, and
Like she could make it in jail.
evidence was collected.
And it was searched.
She looks like
by
she just
you,
came from.
initially with the leaf blower.
Correct.
Okay. So you were interested in the area that, by the way, I want to clear
You're
this
gonna
up.
get me
Make sure I'm not
canceled with
mistaken.
40 people.
You described for
God
Mr. Brennan
damn, Jay.
basically where Mr. O'Keefe's body was, correct?
Yes, yes,
You never saw his body in situ.
She's thugging it out, kid.
that is correct.
She is. I got you. See the
You were
corner
told by
above
Sergeant
law
Lang
crime.
generally where his body was, correct?
Yes, and Sergeant Lank actually never saw Mr. O'Keefe either.
That's my next question.
Look right now.
And Mr. Good and Sergeant Good as well.
Right.
Throwing
Never
them all
saw-
under the bus.
Sergeant Lang never saw John O'Keefe actually in place, correct?
That is correct.
So you're receiving information from Sergeant Lang that he did not have personal knowledge of, and then you're providing that information later to crime scene investigators who are trying to establish a diagram or some sort of a chart about where that evidence was, where the drinking glass was, where his body was, correct?
No, I never spoke to anybody in that manner about that.
Didn't you ultimately go out to the scene along with others at Massachusetts State Police when they had a drone overhead?
No, you're mistaken. I can clarify it for you if you wish.
Sure.
So on February 1st, after the execution of the warrant, they wanted to go down to the scene. It was Trooper Proctor and somebody from the CARS team. I'm not sure of the name. Once they got down there, I did show them where I was shown John O'Keefe was. They did want to put up a drone, but they could not do it because they were too close to Norwood Airport and because of FAA regulations.
Okay.
And that was the last.
Yeah, I get.
involvement.
Yeah.
I hope that clarifies
We'll
things.
get
for you.
out of here. We'll put a drone up.
I'm interested in the first part, which was you accompanied Trooper Proctor to the
Correct.
scene, correct?
Correct.
There were other members of CARS, C-A-R-S.
I think there was one.
Everybody in the
Crash
chat,
accident reconstruction section.
read the bottom going across.
Okay, so it's a
God, it's bullshit.
a member of MSP who does
This guy, one word.
diagrams, correct?
I would say. I don't know if they do diagrams. I don't know what they do.
Or reconstruction of some sort.
Sure, reconstruction of some sort.
So you were there to help provide.
Yeah, we
information
couldn't
about
put up
where
the
Mr.
drone
O'Keefe's body
though
was
at
found,
the
correct?
fucking airport.
And be a
you know?
Canton
We
police
didn't want
officer
to hit. We
present
didn't
in
want to
case
hit
any
fuckery.
neighbors.
We
had
didn't
wanted
want to
come
hit a
out.
tree.
So you were there.
We
to
didn't
help
want to
provide
knock a
information
fucking
about
bird's
where
nest
Mr.
out of the
O'Keefe
tree.
information to them about where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found.
Oh, sure, yes.
Except you didn't see Mr. O'Keefe's body, did you?
No, I did not.
So that was a guess on your part.
It was what I was shown. It's the information I had.
Yeah, it was the information you were told by Sergeant Lang, correct?
Yes.
Who also didn't see John O'Keefe in
None of you
place
guys
on
seen
the
John
ground
O'Keefe, and you
beforehand,
guys,
correct?
That is correct,
you know,
yes.
So
so
his
sure.
would be a guess also, correct?
Well, we're going backwards. So he was told by Sergeant Good and et cetera. So it was information passed along, which is what police officers do.
Right. But the police officer that was out there at the scene, who was helping the reconstructionist establish the formal report, and the CARS report was an officer who not only didn't see where John O'Keefe's body was, you got information about where John's body was from someone who didn't see it either. Correct? Can we at least agree
No.
on that?
You have to go back to the beginning. I didn't understand the beginning of that question.
Sure,
It was very
I'll try
long.
it again. The point is, Mr. Gallagher, you happen to be tapped as the person who is going to assist the CARS folks, the MSP, in creating their CARS,
No.
ultimately their CARS report.
No.
Isn't it true that you accompanied Trooper Proctor and members of the CARS unit to document Fairview Road and the scene of the incident?
Yeah, I thought I explained it could not be done.
Okay.
So
I'm not
I wasn't, I only went to show them where Mr. O'Keefe was and in case any neighbors came out. I wasn't there to assist in any documentation at all.
You were there.
I don't know.
You know who Brian Tully is.
I do.
Have you reviewed Brian Tully's report?
I have not. You showed me
Good
one
word.
section of it.
Yeah, Brian Tully kid. Yeah.
Is it true that what you actually told
Brian
Brian
Tully
Tully
looks like him,
went with Trooper Proctor?
Yeah, I'm all the days you would tell him to.
I didn't finish the question.
No.
I got that one
In a
wrong.
caprice.
You accompanied Trooper Proctor?
No, what's wrong is I was interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. That was a meeting I had with Prosecutor Lally.
Okay.
Trooper Tully was present. Trooper Tully never asked me any question. I don't recall Trooper Tully ever asking me a question, sir.
So let me be a little bit more defined.
Trooper Tully,
So
though,
in your
listen,
published
though.
report,
Tully was there.
where
All right?
he's,
He didn't ask Trooper me Tully,
what
nothing.
you said, you were actually talking
All right,
to
sir?
Adam Lally, my colleague sitting up in front.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So now that we got that cleared up, let me ask you again. Did you say in front of Trooper Tully that you accompanied Trooper Proctor and members of the CARS unit to document Fairview Road?
Meaning they were documenting Fairview Road. It's not clear. The report's not clear. They were
'Cause you
going
never
to
wrote
document
one.
Fairview Road, not me.
So you just said something that I want to follow up on.
Okay,
The report's not clear, correct?
that's correct.
So that's an inaccurate report.
I wouldn't call it inaccurate at all. I'm just saying you're misinterpreting the wording.
I see. And I'm misinterpreting it even though I just read it directly from the report?
Yeah, sometimes sentences have different meanings.
Okay.
Yes, you are.
Okay. The reality is you did end up going to the scene, correct? And you accompanied, I don't want to use a word that you'll challenge, you went with Trooper Proctor,
PJ.
correct?
I took my cruiser to 34 Fairview, yes.
You were there at the same time Trooper Proctor was?
Yes.
And you were aware that the CARS team was there so that they could document the scene, correct?
I don't know what the purpose of the drone was. I'm not familiar with that section. I thought I answered that question. I'm not familiar with what they do.
But you do believe that as you sit here, you were there, we weren't. You do believe that that's the reason that they were there was to document the scene.
Put up a drone.
Okay.
I don't know what you mean by document. I don't know if it was to photograph, I guess, which if you mean by document photograph, I guess it could, I would agree. If it means take measurements, I wouldn't know.
Okay. Did you tell any of the members of the CARS team where you believed John's body was?
I believe it was Trooper Proctor, but I believe he was there, yes.
Trooper Proctor obviously was not there when John's body was there either, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So he would have gotten that information.
From you. That is correct.
Yeah. Now that's three.
Proctor's not.
It's probably more, quite honestly, yeah.
Well, I'm just talking about this report.
Correct.
CARS report. That's three people in line. None of them saw John's body, John O'Keefe's body, as it lay in the lawn when he was recovered.
That is correct, yes.
And there's no photographs
Of
Mr. O'Keefe
oh no,
at the location.
no, we wouldn't. Nobody would photograph somebody undergoing life-saving measures. Wouldn't be appropriate.
There's no video specifically.
Why not?
They wouldn't take video of somebody
I don't think
Why
it is,
not?
though, Jay.
undergoing
there's
life-saving measurements.
There's no
either.
body cam.
We don't have body cameras.
Well, the body
There's no
cam.
dash cam.
Body cam. Yeah,
Well,
the
dash
body
cameras
cam.
would be on the road. Mr. O'Keefe was approximately 8 to 10 feet off the road.
Well, hang on a second.
No.
You're not sure where Mr. O'Keefe was because you never saw him.
That's why I used a range. Yes,
Right.
I know.
You
where
didn't
the
say
plug
range.
was. I know where the glass was.
You don't know if he was 7 to 9 feet off.
That's correct.
4 to 12 feet off. You can't say.
I could only approximately. You are correct. Yes.
No. You just threw that out there. Don't let AJ's it go, a beast. Uncle Al.
You
He caught his
did
ass.
meet with Officer Seraph. You met with all the officers when you arrived at the scene, correct?
Yes.
And Officer Seraph had been there from the beginning of the morning.
Yes.
Officer Seraph didn't report to you at that time any statements attributable to my client, did he?
He did not know.
You later went back to 34 Fairview with Sergeant Lank.
That's correct.
And you rode back. Did you ride back to Kenton PD with Sergeant Lank or separate cruisers?
Which time? I apologize.
I'm sorry. That's a vague question on my part. You went back to 34 Fairview with just Officer Lank, and you described the circumstance in which you went in, you were let in by Brian Albert. He went to the kitchen. You were in the family room or some other place.
Right by the kitchen, yeah.
Right by
the
the
room
kitchen.
off the kitchen, yes.
Okay, so right next to where he was interviewing
That's correct.
Jennifer McCabe.
Yes.
Did you ride back from that meeting with, or that event to Kenton PD with Sergeant Lank?
Yes.
And Sergeant Lank didn't say anything to you about his interview with Jennifer McCabe at that time?
I don't recall our conversation on the way back.
Okay. And you didn't write a report about any conversation that you had with Officer Seraph? You didn't write a report about any conversation you had with Sergeant Lank?
No, they're responsible for writing their own reports.
Got it. You did say that let me back up and ask you a different question. You testified about a year ago in another proceeding. You talked a little bit about the evidence collection of the biological material, the blood, or I'm guessing at that time, presumed blood. You haven't done any testing.
That's correct, yes, sir.
But you assumed it was blood just because of your experience and it looked like it could be blood on the snow.
That's correct.
How far were you from Kenton PD? Approximately.
Mile
A drive.
Mile and a half.
Mile and a half. You had your cruiser with you,
I had my personal vehicle with me.
your personal vehicle. In other words, your ambulance where you could get from point A to point B if you wanted to.
Yeah, I was the scene supervisor. I wasn't leaving the scene.
Okay. But you also had subordinate folks at the scene that you could have dispatched had you wanted to.
Correct.
They all had cruisers
Yes, they did.
or personal vehicles, I'm not sure which.
I'm sorry?
Or personal vehicles, I'm not sure which.
I was the only one with a personal vehicle. Detective Sergeant Lank had a Toyota Tundra pickup truck that is not marked, but it's assigned to our detective unit.
So if you wish to, as a ranking officer at the scene, you could have dispatched one or more of those officers to run an errand, to go do something in furtherance of the investigation, had you wanted to.
Yeah, I actually did that.
Okay, you did. What did
Yes.
you do in that regard?
Remember, I sent Sergeant Good to get the leaf blower.
Got it. You also know that Canton PD has evidence collection bags at Canton PD.
Yes.
You also know that they have materials and tools
See Karen
to
smiling
gather
at everybody.
biological material, correct?
We do have swabs, yes.
And those swabs
Yes,
go
I
in little
do.
containers to maintain their sanitary nature, correct?
That is correct, yes.
In other words, if you see a blood stain, you don't just walk up with a Kleenex that you find on the ground and wipe it up. There's a blood stain. There's a process for gathering that type of evidence, correct?
Sure. If you're looking for DNA, you can use a bloody Kleenex, to your point.
It'd be kind of an emergency.
Yeah, absolutely. My point exactly.
But if you're a mile from the Canton PD,
Yeah,
you could have gone back and done a swab,
could have.
but you didn't.
Didn't want to because of the weather, because you just said, because it's an emergency, and we thought it was an emergency there. I mean, the
Here it
storm was
comes.
coming down terribly. And I believe if we didn't collect that biological matter, we weren't going to get that biological matter.
But Canton PD was a mile and a half away, 4 or 5 minutes.
In a blizzard,
Well, still, in a blizzard, look, it's 3 minutes in good weather, probably 4, 5, 6 minutes in a blizzard, correct?
I'm not sure.
So let's call it 12, 15
He knows
minutes.
that
You
question.
certainly could have done, if you wanted to, you could have dispatched one of your
Food,
officers
buddy.
to go back and get
AJ.
swabs and properly collect the blood material.
Sure. And I believed 15 minutes would have made a difference.
And what you did instead is, well, 15 minutes would have made a difference, but you asked Sergeant Good to drive to his house and get a leaf blower.
Yes, and while he was doing that, we were documenting the scene with photographs.
I thought you weren't
You could
taking
have documented the scene with
photographs.
Photographs even if you went back and get a swab. What's the difference?
Because we were ongoing. It was ongoing. I wasn't leaving
No,
the
he
scene.
just said they weren't
I
taking
didn't ask you when you
photographs.
say- I didn't ask if you were.
I
leaving the scene.
needed the other officers. We talked about scene security.
Yeah, but he wasn't there.
I let
John
one
wasn't
officer
there when he
go,
was
and
taking
now have
photographs.
3 left. We're securing that scene.
So you saw pink stains in the snow, correct?
That's correct.
And you said, Officer Good, probably called him Sean, Sarge, go home and get a leaf blower.
That is correct.
Is that what you want to do, or do you want to watch it out? Because I'll do whatever the chat wants to do. You want to pause it in between me and JFK
He wouldn't have had
and talk
access to
about
the
some
swabs.
things in the chat?
So now one of your
Just
officers
let me
took
know.
swabs,
Put
so
ones in the chat if that's what you want to do.
Dispatched him to go get a swab.
Because he doesn't have access to the BCI, the Office of BCI, where our stuff is kept.
Could you have made a phone call?
No, nobody there would have had access at that time. It was only Officer Dever on the desk.
So you're the only person that could have gotten those swabs?
Sergeant Lang could have gotten them as well.
So Sergeant Lang could have too,
Sure.
but you didn't say that.
No, definitely didn't.
Okay. What you did do, however, is you went to the neighbor's house. That would be Tom Keller, right?
The lieutenant of detectives, yes.
Right. And Lieutenant Gallagher gave you red Solo cups.
Yes. I asked for plastic or glass containers. He had Solo
Red
cups.
That's
And
good. Yeah.
I utilized them.
The same kind of Solo cups that we all see at backyard barbecues.
Yep, they hold
Oh,
liquid
goddamn.
terrifically.
Terrifically.
They're also not sealed, correct?
They are not.
They're also not used normally. I mean, they were here. They're not normally used for evidence collection, correct?
Oh,
That's
absolutely
right,
not.
buddy.
And then you decided you needed to transport that very important biological material back to Canton PD for storage and safekeeping, correct?
That's correct.
And why was it important
We're going to
to
pause
transport
after
that
this
blood
shit.
material? So what are the factors that you considered weight and balance in terms of getting that material back to Canton PD in good condition, sanitary condition?
So a criminalist could extract a proper DNA sample.
What would happen, for instance, if that blood material, I don't know, were contaminated?
Contaminated how?
You tell me. You're the
So DNA is pretty hardy, pretty forensically stable. The only things that are going to harm it are radiation, ultraviolet light, harsh chemicals such as bleach. That's not present here. I wasn't. Then you would have 2 sets of DNA when it's tested, which would benefit you.
Well, depends on whose DNA it is.
That's correct. That's correct.
Wow, would you benefit you?
What's that mean? Benefit you? What kind of shit?
So that's the thing. What does that mean, bro? So that will benefit you? If it's contaminated, so you mean to tell me carrying it in airborne blood, right? Putting it in a solo cup and carrying it is okay? Is what you're trying to say? I mean, god damn. What do you think, Jay? I'm going Kristen is gonna have a brain aneurysm.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right.
What's up? Making changes. This is crazy, this guy.
Yeah, he's nuts.
It's
to say the least.
unsterilized. Exactly, EPAGs. It's unsterile. You can't
It's
put
unsterile.
something like, you can't put blood in a cup. What
This
if that
guy's a
dude
piece of.
just pissed in the cup the day before and he said, "Hey, take this," you know? The fuck?
Indeed. Indeed.
It's yeah.
It's fantabulous, marvelous, the best way to secure things. And
Yeah.
what did he say about the leaf blower? That worked what?
Oh, that
He said it
worked
worked
great.
great. That worked great, he said.
That was awesome.
Fucking
Let's see
awesome.
what else
Worked.
this fucking guy's got to say.
Yeah. Hold on a minute. Couldn't put the
Oh,
drone
shit.
up.
Let me put the drone up. We don't have one.
Yeah, we couldn't put the drone up because we was afraid it was gonna hit a plane at 16,000. So we decided not to.
Got me so worked up, I just kicked him off the screen. I'll go back and find you. Let me see if I can get a solo cup. Where you at? There he is. All right, let's go, Paul Gallagher.
While you were, I'm going to stay on this for a second. So obviously there's a reason
You hear that, Jay?
blood swabs or biological swabs.
Yeah, I can hear it. Everything's good.
For instance, a DNA analyst is going to put on gloves.
Correct.
Oftentimes they're going to put on a mask, right?
I don't know about that.
Oftentimes they put on goggles, is that right?
It depends what they're testing.
Right.
Yeah.
But in order to go out and collect something, you'll see CSI, crime scene investigators, in full body suits when they walk into a crime scene.
Yeah, you can.
Because you don't want to contaminate the scene with your own hair off your arm or an eyelash falling into a blood stain, correct?
That is correct.
Right. So there are protocols. I mean, you said just a second ago, Scott,
Right.
well, it's DNA, unless somebody pours bleach in it, you're pretty much golden, right? That's not quite the fact.
And that's not quite what I said.
No, it's not quite what you said. You were suggesting that it's hardy enough that it doesn't really matter
No.
if it's contaminated or not. If there's multiple people's DNA, it just benefits everybody.
No, I simply asked what you meant by contamination.
Okay. So it could be contaminated with debris, is that right?
Sure, it can.
It could be contaminated with other people's DNA, is that right?
It can.
It could be contaminated with foreign items, foreign either aerosols or somebody's spittle when they're talking, correct?
Sure.
Contaminated with 1,000.
Making changes. You down there? Randy, you down there?
Of course, these solo cups didn't have lids on them, right?
They did not.
They were open.
Yes.
You didn't photograph where you picked up the samples.
No.
You didn't document where you picked up the samples.
No.
So if the samples were in 6, how many solo cups were there?
6.
6 solo cups. We don't know as we sit here where each of those solo cups contents came from specifically, do we?
Specifically, no.
Okay. Then those solo cups with no lids were placed into a bag, right?
That's correct.
You said on direct examination that this was a brown paper bag, right?
It is. Stop and Shop, I believe.
And you said that
Look at him looking
that
at
Stop
Hank.
and Shop bag is, other than having the words Stop and Shop on it versus evidence on it, basically the one and the same thing.
Same dimensions, made out of the same materials, yes.
Right. But with an evidence bag,
Patrick, was you down there
you know
today?
exactly
Was there any people out there
where it
today?
came from and who's handling it.
Not necessarily.
Comes from a manufacturer whose job it is to secure those bags so that they are not mishandled, so they can have some sort of bona fides that they're clean and ready to accept evidence. In, say, for instance, I don't know, the investigation of a homicide of a police officer. Important stuff, right?
We're not at a homicide of a police officer at this point.
I'm just talking about evidence bags in general. Evidence bags in general. In other words, I'm trying to think of some of the most important investigations around.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Those evidence bags, manufacture them and send them.
My son's grabbing my wire, man. Keep shutting it off.
The provenance of those bags.
Damn, he said I overslept. I'm gonna start calling you making excuses, Patrick, instead of making changes.
He don't go down there no more, I heard.
Yeah, making excuses, man.
I'm sure they
What
do.
happened, Patrick? Because you can't walk her in? You don't go in there? No, God damn, Patrick.
Oh,
There's a
goddamn.
reason that there's a price difference, right?
Still got to be down there, no?
What's the reason?
Well, it's not the shop. I can go pay 10 cents.
Yeah.
Shit, if I lived next door, I'd be down there. Takes me an hour and a half to get there, basically.
Where it's been or who's handling it. Right? It's got my milk and my eggs in it. Really don't care.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how they price it because of how they package it. I don't have any knowledge of
Well, that's good one to mention, the price.
Oh, no. Yeah, I agree with you on that.
I'm sorry, we're speaking over each other.
I apologize.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gallagher, you gotta wait.
I apologize. Hold on a
There's
minute.
a reason. My point is, there's a reason, right?
Yes.
That evidence bags.
I'm writing a report for the
because
stolen
there's a way
bike.
they're manufactured and they're taken care of, and Canton PD is willing to pay that extra price, like every other law enforcement agency, because of that, correct? All right. So they're not quite the same, are they?
No.
Those solo cups were placed in the evidence bag uncovered.
Yes.
The evidence bag was then placed in Sergeant Lank's vehicle.
It was closed and Sergeant Lang
Busting
transported
your
it to his vehicle.
Yeah,
Yes.
he was busting
When you say
mine last
closed, you mean
week,
the top
too. I
was
went to
rolled up,
Den.
Correct.
Or folded over.
Correct.
Gotta get
Was it
down there,
forensically
Patrick.
sealed?
Not at that time, no.
There was no evidence tape that went on it.
Not at that time, no.
Matter of fact, the cups were still open and could slosh around. Assume they melted.
Yes,
There's liquid blood and liquid water, like
that's correct.
snow.
That's correct.
And you indicated that those were, at least you believe, those were placed in an evidence locker, a temporary evidence locker, correct?
No, the blood samples were put in a refrigerated unit.
My mistake. I thought the refrigerator was the temporary storage locker. It's different?
Yes, lockers are not refrigerated. That's where the glass would go into a locker.
Okay. This was placed into an evidence refrigerator.
That's correct.
That was to maintain the integrity of the sample, the biological sample inside the cups, correct?
That's correct.
You have an evidence log of that.
I don't know.
You've never
We're
seen
live
an
now.
evidence
We've
log
been stopping it.
indicating that those were actually put into a refrigerated evidence locker.
I removed them myself, so I know they were in the refrigerated unit
When did you remove them?
on February 1st.
Right. We're talking about January 29th. They were taken to Canton PD by Officer Lang, Sergeant Lang, on January 29th. I'm just asking, well, let me ask a foundational question. Does Canton PD maintain something called evidence logs?
I don't know the answer to that. I'm not the evidence officer.
No.
There is, it's all computerized.
Right.
So like I explained earlier, when they do get logged in, the officer puts the description of the property, hits the space bar, and the computer generates an evidence number.
Right. And that evidence number is associated with just that piece of evidence.
Just that piece of evidence, correct?
And every time it's checked out or put back in, there is a log created, correct?
Yeah, they do it by computer, yes.
It's a digital fingerprint.
Correct.
All right. I mean, you're a former narco specialist, right?
Mhm.
You did narcotics for years, right?
I did.
Drugs.
He brought up boxes.
About the most sensitive thing out there, right? I mean, you get a bottle of fentanyl. You're not just going to set it on the evidence subject's desk. You're going to make sure that damn thing gets logged exactly how it's supposed to, correct?
Of course.
Because it needs to have a trace of where it goes and who touches it and who has access to it, correct?
That is correct.
You've never seen an evidence log for these items that were taken from 34 Fairview and supposedly put into the, well, not supposedly because you took them out, and ultimately went into a refrigerated evidence log.
Yeah, I wouldn't have access to the evidence log. Our evidence room is a very strict process. There's only 2 people that can even have access to the permanent, once it goes into permanent evidence. And it's the admin sergeant that changes the custody when it comes out for court, if an item has to come out for court, or if it has to be transported to another agency, or if an officer needs it removed from evidence for further inspection, the admin sergeant would take care of that.
That's the way it's.
Mr. Jackson, you're not going to finish today, right?
No, I'm
In
not.
2 minutes.
Two questions, and I'm also.
All right, 2 questions.
Thank you. That's the way it's supposed to work.
Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Yes.
But you've never, as you sit here, you've never seen an evidence log determining where that blood went and who was handling it between January 29th
I gotta have that.
and February 1st.
I have never seen an evidence log.
That's all I had, at least at this time.
All right, Lieutenant, we're going to have you come back tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Jury files that you can file later.
Thank you.
So juries, that's it for today. The same 4 cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about it, please disregard and let us know tomorrow, and be very careful with this.
If you happen to go on the JFK and James Jackson channel, don't listen to a word they say.
Goodbye.
God damn, we've been at it
Man.
for 4 hours and 41 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure we're gonna get some
Yes.
more. I mean, people are gonna funnel out and tap into this channel. I bet you. They're gonna
Let
jump
me
off
just
Court
take-
TV, and they're gonna come slide over here because they're gonna see the boys alive.
Yeah,
You
man,
know?
that was crazy, huh, Jay? To say the least. Man. Let me try to change some shit up if you wanna.
Yeah,
People.
it's
Yeah, I do. Come back. Oh, we got something going on.
Yes.
They were doing this last time I was there, and it was like just
Yo,
like new evidence coming in, shit like that. See, that's why Paul's going back in. The family will stay because they found out something new, or they're gonna bring something new. Look at these two; they've been close lately, huh? The one that thinks John's lost at sea, and fucking Paul lost Erin. Hey, everything happens for a reason, right? I can't see the chat, so.
not his wife. You heard?
Hold on, I gotta
They
take.
went over to
Yeah, wait. Where'd that
34
go?
Fairview at the end of the night, correct?
Oh shit.
The
My bad. No, that's That's not his wife. That's John's ex, the one that holds the picture of him. When I first seen her, I was like, "Who the hell is this?" And I saw Turtle Boy talking about her one time, and he's like, she acts like John's lost at sea, like he's coming home one day. Like when she's talking, she's like, "I love them so much." They dated in like 5th grade or some shit, 6th grade. I don't know. Chat notes. Yeah, ex from 20 years ago. Oh, that's Bella's mom? That's who they call Bella's mom? The one from 30 years ago. Yep, that's her. Yeah, man. So I don't know what the hell that is. Oh. I mean, we ain't gonna hear what's going on anyway, so I guess I'll just take that down. Right, Jay? We're not gonna hear nothing.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm saying we're not gonna
Bell-
hear.
That's Bella's mother?
Yeah.
Wow. That's wild.
Why? You can still hear that?
No, I can't hear that.
I
What up,
can.
Standing Stones?
I just removed it. I don't know why I can hear it. Hold on.
Because it's still playing on your YouTube, man. You got to shut it off on your YouTube. Still in your tab. That's why. It's still going to
Yeah.
be in your headphones.
It's gone. Thank you. So I had yeah, it's just wild to
No, that's not Bella's mom. See? I knew that wasn't Bella's mom.
No, I saw
It's not.
someone say Bella's mom. Because I always say Bella's mom. Who's Bella's mom? The girl from around the corner? Why
Yeah,
do they
allegedly.
always say Bella's mom? Does anyone know who Bella's mom? Bella's mom is not the girl. There he is. Bella's mom is a woman that lives in Canton that was married at the time she hooked up with John. Bella's mom is a woman that lives in Canton that was married at the time. Oh, okay.
Standing Stones got a question.
What's up, Standing Stones? Where they at? Let me see. What up, Standing Stones?
She didn't say the question yet.
Oh, I have the same question, James. Oh, who's Bella's mom? Well, now we know. Now we know, Standing Stones.
Bella's moms live off of Fairview.
Yeah. Damn, you guys got the drop. Huh?
Oh, they're locked in, kid.
Yeah, but you know, sometimes
They're locked in, locked in, locked in, locked in. Come on now.
Oh, we were locked in earlier. Yeah, like that. People was getting sick, car sick.
Yeah.
Like this right here.
You want? What do you want? I'm taking her first bite.
Oh, can you hear me, Jay?
What's going on, James Jackson? Man, we out here. We out here at Mike's Pastry. We got Nan with us.
Nice.
Eating pie.
So you never had a ricotta pie?
I have not. And I don't eat a lot of sugar and I don't eat a lot of carbs.
I know, you're lean. You're very lean. Let's get it, though. Let's see how you like it. Here we go.
One bite, everybody knows the rules.
Everybody. Portnoy, this ain't a pizza review.
Good? You like
Delicious.
it? Don't say you like it because don't worry, you can tell
fantastic.
JFK.
Is it really fantastic?
Here we go. Look at this.
Not sweeter than you.
Oh! Free Karen, free!
Oh shit, yo, it's Nan. Damn,
Sweeter than
Nan.
you.
Sweeter than you. I had ricotta pie, and I was chilling on North End, looking fly with my man James Jackson and my man Nubs.
And my man Nubs came over with the bread. Didn't know what to say.
Said, give me some love. I said, James, man, he's trying to run scams. He said, nah, chill out, JFK. That's my man's.
Yo, that was not. I said disclaimer. I said, what up, J. Rue? Tell him next.
J. Rue coming through with the 1-2. Oh, little Cheston dropping bars in the back.
Cheston, where the remote? Yeah,
Oh,
man. Shit was wild, but we all know where it started. Jay, there was is this the one where, remember when she said, yeah, I thought she was throwing punches and she did the weird punches?
Yep.
I have that with Jen McCabe. I thought it was funny, but I got that one and I got yours. They're all split up. Everybody thinks this one right here.
I'm guessing midnight.
Look at John.
Okay.
Don't just
Is
do
that
a
right?
heel toe out.
I think we were wrapping up around then. I don't know what time it actually closes.
When you left Waterfall,
heel
the
toe.
people that were
Heel
still
toe.
there included Matt,
He's like
your
talking
husband,
to himself.
and
He just
John
walked
O'Keefe.
out the
Is that
door.
right?
He's like, come on,
Yes.
come back.
You walked out
I
with
think
Karina Kolakifis
Like
and
triangles in his
Karen
head.
Reed.
I think he
Yes.
talked himself
And you
into
said
going
to
there.
Miss Reed
Yeah.
something along the lines of,
You know,
"You're coming with
like
me,"
on
correct?
like the lines of that.
I said, why don't you come with me?
Okay, fair enough. You were prompting her to join you for the ride over to 34 Fairview. Is that right?
Yes.
There was, in fact, to Matt.
Yeah, I feel like she was about like this to Matt at one point. Yeah.
Oh,
In the
wow.
video.
It's so
Go ahead, Mr.
funny.
Jackson.
Hey, check it out now. Coming through with the flow. My name's JFK, man. And fuck the popo, yo. My man Nubs.
But this case is a little different.
Go ahead, Mr. Jackson. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
That shit sounds so smooth on this beat, JFK's. Of course.
Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
You can find it on the Throat album.
Go ahead, Mr.
John
Jackson.
O'Keefe is talking to Higgins right there that whole time. Who's he talking
Yeah,
to? He's talking
and
to,
you
he's
know what
talking
I
to Big
caught
Bad
too?
Brian A.
You see
And at what
right
time
here,
was
right?
that? Though? What's that timestamp though? That's
I think it's
11:30 or
11.
10:30.
I think it's
Nah.
11:30. Or
Yeah,
maybe
that's
it was
11:30.
11:30 because
Yeah, it had to
right
be
when it
because they came in at
starts, I'm
10:55.
gonna download the. This
Nah,
is
it had to
part
be
2 I
11.
had. But I'm
It had to
saying,
be
well,
11.
anyway, I caught this right. Brian Albert, when someone comes over to the table, Brian Albert hits Brian Higgins on the thigh, right when they came over, and that's when like talking, and then the horse like he tapped him, like in other words to say, listen, like here, listen to this. It was definite. Like there's little things. Remember, it took us a little bit to really focus on when I seen it in the beginning when I first saw your heel toe video when you did it in Georgia on that bench.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's when I seen Jen come in and throw the punches to Matty M.
Yep.
And then I just never thought about it again. But it's so
Right.
funny how when she was in there testifying that was the one thing she remembered. But she didn't remember this shit. She didn't remember
Play that.
anything else. Running back and forth. Oh my God, it's about to go down. Like if you had nothing to do with this, why wouldn't you have been like, look, I know they was arguing before we left the bar. That's it. I mean, you knew because, and that's the thing.
Exactly.
It's like, why didn't they ask
If
her
that
that?
argument didn't amount to anything, you would just say it and be like, yeah,
Right.
they left on bad terms, but that's not what happened.
But she is saying that
Period.
though. She is saying that.
Two
And
things
shout out
could
to
happen,
Michael
right?
Dots too with his video. But she is saying that though. She's saying it was.
No, she
but
ain't saying
so
that.
isn't Karen. With all due respect, everybody's saying there was
She ain't
nothing
saying
going
that
on.
though.
Who? Jen?
She ain't never said there was an argument.
No, nobody said
No one
there
ever
was.
said there was an argument.
That's what I'm
So
saying.
no one's saying that.
Right.
So I mean, why not admit to the argument? If you admit to the argument, then you know what I mean? You can't admit to that.
Right.
Play the other video, the one I sent you.
This one right here.
About coming over to 34 Fairview.
No.
So at 12:20 a.m., after you left the waterfall and made your way over to 34 Fairview, you were more interested in getting John to come to 34 Fairview than you were to getting Karen to come to 34 Fairview.
No, that's not how I would describe that.
No? How would you describe it? There was a pizza man manhandling you, bro. And he's touching his ass now.
Right.
I'll put that.
Hands probably smell like shit.
This happened at 11:58, 12:09 they leave, right? Keep in mind, they walked inside the waterfall at 11 o'clock, basically. By 12:30, John is dead. In an hour and a half from this video, John's dead. It's that simple. It's not if it's on site, like we want it to be, the way it is, then it had to start this way. Wrong. I could be completely fucking wrong, but I know after I showed this video and I did a reenactment of this video, that guy in that hoodie, an ATF agent, that
Hey,
called in our
what's up,
show.
guys? Kevin from South Boston.
Hey man, what's up, guys? Kevin from South Boston.
Kevin from South Boston called me after I played this video, so I can only think that I'm right on target. And that's not to pat myself on the back. No. I'm just watching like you guys are watching. And I appreciate you guys' feelings because we're all on the same side at the end of the day. We all can agree that Karen didn't do this. And I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. But now I want you guys to look at Jen McCabe. Now keep in mind, this went down at 11:58. Shortly after, they jump in an LX 570 and they jump in the car. But that's not before Jen McCabe was looking like this. Now, when this was going on, this is how.
No, so real quick, Standing Stones, when you're in court, the TV is very clear. It was clear when I was there anyway, but those were actually mostly clips from the dash. I didn't really see the waterfall video, so I can't tell you what that looks like. But I would
Looks like
assume
it doesn't look like this. This is microdots, unless they use the microdots one. They're
Yeah,
gonna use
yeah,
the
this
original.
is-
They're gonna use the original OG footage, which is gonna dumb it down.
Jen McCabe was acting. When this was going on, this is how Jen McCabe was acting. Check the way Higgins is grabbing his head. Why is he grabbing his head?
But this
I
is
want
original
everybody to look
footage
at
right
Jen
here.
McCabe
This
right
ain't
now. There's
touched
Jen,
up by
right?
microdots. This is
Kinda
original
looks
footage
familiar,
right here.
like what we're seeing on the stand. You ready?
I mean, you can make
Look
it
at
out
this.
who is who. Look
Oh,
at
what
Jen.
was she looking at? Oh man, John, they're gonna
Nervous
fuck
as
you
hell.
up. Damn, John. Fuck.
I can't believe this
Oh,
is going
John,
down. Oh my god.
John. Oh, look at that. Eye to eye.
R.I.P. Officer John O'Keefe. Freaking Reed. Phone game is we've been rocking now almost 5 hours. God damn, Jay.
And that has 3 question marks behind it, correct?
Yes.
I'm making
Did you
peanut butter
text
jelly
Karen
sandwiches over here. Kid.
about coming over
Damn.
to 34 Fairview?
No.
So 12.
No, huh? I don't know.
Nah,
Higgins.
I mean, at the end of the day, if it's on site, if it happened as fast as everybody wants it to be, then it had to go down like that. It had to start at the waterfall that way. Other than that, it doesn't fit what you're saying.
Right.
You know what I mean? The 12:20 text, 11:32 I'm well. The 12:20 text, you come in here, him jumping out the car, Nagel not seeing him. That means it was on site, which means is it started there, and that's where it went. After the heel toe and the come on gesture, it started there, and that's it. If you want it to be on site. But you notice Jen, like you said, no one ever mentions the arm, the manhandling. No one ever mentions. That's why she's laughing like that. I feel like they're getting away with it every time they don't show. Like, think about it. If you're Jen McCabe, right, and you're like, I feel that she was like hitting him, like she's saying that, right? Because she's waiting for that 11:58. You don't think Jen McCabe watched this waterfall video 100 times with us on our fucking YouTube?
Yeah.
So she's
watched
waiting.
every
She's saying to
creative.
herself, it's only a matter of time before they drop it and throw me under the bus. And they didn't drop it. So she's like, what I mean? That's what she's waiting for. She was waiting for that to drop. That's why she tried to make the story. Oh, I feel like she was hitting and everything was we were all just play fighting. It was all just a big joke. That's what we were doing. We were just drunk and it wasn't nothing serious. No, it was serious. And once again, they didn't play that to Jen McCabe. I mean, at the end of the day, the best thing about it is we can bring her back on the stand and we can ask her that question. And I think we have to, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think we need an answer to that for real. I want to hear what she says.
Right. Me too. And you know what else I was thinking, Jay? It's like she always talks about how there was like so many cops there, right? So something about they must Alan Jackson would say, so they must have messed the report up, you're saying. Then they wrote down the wrong report. Now don't forget, these cops are all friends with Jen McCabe. They all know her. Why would they write down something wrong? They're gonna write down, whatever. So she's saying they would write down. What I'm trying to say is that why would they write the wrong report for Jen McCabe? They're not gonna try to hurt her, and they weren't thinking that far ahead when they were writing the reports. Definitely not this cop. Look at how he looked up there. Like, bro, someone said in the comments, he should not be a lieutenant. He's a lieutenant running around. Like, it's time to retire, bro. I mean, you might be a good guy. You might have kids. You might be a nice dad, I don't know. But you're not a good lieutenant. I can tell you that fucking right now.
Nah, he's a bug.
Yeah, he's a straight bug. I don't know what this
Got your back, keep looking forward.
Thought it was a video for the background. One of them AI things.
Yeah, man. We've
But
been
I
rocking
mean,
out,
hey,
man.
yeah,
I'm
thanks
thinking
for
about
rocking
jumping on
out.
I'm thinking about jumping on a flight at 8. We'll see. We'll see
8,
how it
my
goes. We'll
ass,
see.
shit, 5, 8.
I mean, if
My
you jump
dog has
on,
been.
brother,
I'll tell you
you
one
don't
thing, Loon.
you
I've
don't have to
never
jump
seen.
on if you don't have to jump on.
No, I mean, shit, Jay. I will if I can. Luna's been good all day, bro. She's been sitting there chilling. I mean, she came down obviously when I got my food, but it's also rainy and shitty here. So maybe she knows, like, she don't want to go out there.
Oh yeah, she knows for real.
She's like, but she got to go out at some point. Scotty McGinnis. Scotty's the man, bro. I hung out with him the other night. When I was down there, it was a good time. But yeah, so everybody, let me just take this down this off before. Everybody that was here today, I appreciate you. Obviously, I'm gonna try to get this moving a little faster and better. I'm learning on the fly. Jay's teaching me as we go. I'm teaching myself as I go when I'm home and I got spare time, because this is what I'm trying to do. I mean, I'm here. I believe Karen's innocence. I believe these guys should be held accountable. At least, like I say, he might not be a bad guy, but it might be time to hang it up. I remember when I used to think I was good at basketball and I was getting older and little kids were dunking on me, and I was like, all right, I'm not that good anymore. I knew it. I could admit that I sucked. Not sucked, but wasn't as good as them. You know what I mean? When you know, you know.
Took your accountability.
Yeah. Josie
It's like that
Lou.
some.
It's like that. It's got to be like that.
Uh-huh.
JoJo, Coco, everybody, E-Pags.
Mama J, Standing Stones, Bob Harden.
All the long gamers. Becky G. So tomorrow, he's got AJ. This guy's probably not going to sleep a wink tonight. Imagine that. This guy going home to his wife and kids tonight.
I wonder who's after.
God damn. I don't know. I would say whatever. He keeps throwing Lank out there. He threw Lank out there. I'd say Lank's next.
Good old
I would
Lank,
say
huh?
that for sure.
Nah, I don't know who Gangsta Grass is. Nope.
What up, Kelly? Pastor Pepper. Welcome to my soul. 5 hours. All right, Jay. I'm gonna talk to you later on. Let me know with that. So you said tomorrow morning. Just send me the message when whatever, and we'll take care of that.
No, tomorrow night, 8:30.
Oh, tomorrow night.
8:30. Yeah.
They're dealing with old school police. It's always been that way. Jackson is from LA. Well, I heard he was from Texas, but
Well,
who
yeah,
knows?
he grew up in Texas, but I mean, he went to
Yeah, I
LA
heard he
and
moved
started
out
his
to
career.
LA, of course. That's what
was a
I
D-
always thought too. But someone
was a
corrected
DA,
me
bro.
the other day and said he's not from LA. I'm like, how you gonna tell me I don't know where my own uncle's from? But anyway, Jackson is from LA. Doesn't understand how old school this area has and always will run business. One hand washes the other. Free Karen Reed. And
Yeah,
with
that
that
makes
being
sense.
said, that's the realest shit. That's the way it goes. That's just how it is
But
around
that's
here.
all gonna end. That's all gonna end after this trial.
Yep. You gotta stop. It's like that. Like mass accountability. He's like you said. He holds these fools accountable. That's what we need. Everybody needs to start holding these fools accountable. And that's why, Patrick, we was just busting your balls when we said you go down there. Because if we live close, we would be down there. You should, like, don't let a buffer zone. Don't let them push you back. I mean, why not? You was down there last year holding signs. There was so many people. When I came out of court the other day, it was sad. I only seen Scott McGinnis by
Oh
himself.
yeah, really?
One person, one man
Well,
band. Jay.
I mean, I'm just saying, if that's the case, then I mean, I don't think it's the buffer zone. I think people can't. People
People are like, well, if I can't be in front of the courthouse, I don't want to be there. So it's more like people, if you
I
ask
hope
me,
that's
it's
not
more,
why.
I mean, what else is it? I mean, let's call a spade a spade. You know what I mean? I mean, at the end of the day, they can't make it about them. They can't be in the front. They can't have
No,
that
I'll be
feeling.
clear. Well, I'll be clear. Like in the
I'm just
morning, it was
saying.
a lot. Yeah, because it was a lot more there in the morning. Like basically,
I mean, because you
but
can't stand in front of a courthouse, you're not going to protest. So you
right.
can't stand in front of the courthouse and you can't what? You can't get that feeling that you're looking for. Is it a you thing or is it a court thing? That's the question. Is it a you thing or the court thing? And that's not me taking jabs, but that's the perception. The perception of it, whether you like it or not, people go out there for their own reasons, right? Now, I'm not saying that they don't believe Karen Reed's not guilty, and I'm not saying they're not here on the sidelines. And keep in mind, this is the second trial. So they, disclaimer, they already know what to expect. They already been out there. So, I mean, this buffer zone pushing it back, like you said, it was effective because it made people,
Yeah,
they ain't
it's
getting
effective.
that fill. They ain't getting that fill that they usually get, that joy for being right out there, seeing Karen walk by, the unity, the community. They're not feeling the same, but you can actually still capture that just down the street a little bit. That's all.
Hold up. What if Tom CPU doesn't feel safe out there? Then I'm not going to drop a few thousand to fly again. Kristen, what does that mean? If Tom, like, I'd go out there.
Why wouldn't Tom CPU
Why
feel
doesn't
safe?
Tom CPU feel safe out there?
What do you
He
mean?
was
Isn't
out
that
there
dude?
today. I seen
Wait a
Tom
minute.
CPU. Hold up, that's a disclaimer because I seen I was watching someone, I forget who I was watching, but they said Tom was out there this morning. So what? You saying he just goes out there in the morning? So I thought he was out there. I'll check it, man. I'm checking my inbox. I'm live right now.
Isn't Tom CPU in the mafia?
Yeah, I thought he was the head of the
I thought he's the fucking main man. I thought he runs this whole shit.
I don't know, man. But all I'm saying is don't
I
let
thought
the
he runs
buffer
the
zone, push you away. And I know Boston Brandy's always down there with Ross and shit. Like they hold it
She's
down.
always down
Scott
there.
McGinnis,
She's
yeah.
been
Stephanie
she
with
ain't
the
going nowhere.
ass. All these people.
And Roseanne
Thank you, Rose.
McDonald's been a member for 3 months.
My girl holding it down.
Bukaki Ducksworth said Tom CPU is the capo.
Oh, all right. He's the oh shit. He talks to her. All right.
God
So then,
damn.
what's the problem, Kristen? Why you? Hold up. She said he hasn't been there except a couple times. So, all right.
So what? What's he got? What are you worried? Is he
I don't
worried
know.
about the people or is he worried about the
Is he like?
stadies?
Does he protect you when you go there? Or what's the? I don't get it. Like,
I mean,
what?
I thought all he had to do was just make a call and that's it. People get
Shit.
dealt with.
I mean, that's what I
What
thought.
does CPU stand for? What's that stand for? Does that stand for? That stands for what? Courage Protection Unit? God damn,
Yeah, you need
James.
to come. Oh shit.
Yeah, he
Yo,
runs the
listen, we
Courage
got you,
Protection
Kristen. We
Unit.
got your back. If we're out there, we got your back. We got your back straight up. Oh man.
Thanks, James, for keeping it real, and JFK too from Raji. Thank you, Standing Stone. CPU stands for computer something. No, it stands for Coverage Protection Unit. Currently protecting unit. Currently protecting you. Currently protesting unit. What's it stand for? Let's think of some shit. Cute, petite.
Man. Shit. Tom
The cute
CPU.
petite.
Tom cute.
Cute petite unity.
Cute.
Currently paving. I don't know. Currently paving. What else would it? You on it? Currently
Man,
paving.
she said, Joanne said, cute petty. What is it? Petite unit.
Yeah, that's what I said. Cute
Oh
petite
shit.
unit.
Man, you
Computer
guys are
P
crazy.
unit. Can't please you. Oh, there we go. Capo protection unit. Can't please you. E-Pags.
Oh shit, E-Pags. You guys are crap capo. Yeah, he's a cap. Nah, Tom's an OG in this shit. So that's why I was just wondering, Kristen, you guys made Kristen leave, man. She was like, stick on longer and you'll get some more subs. It's like, God damn, Kristen, my ass hurts. You got a cushion, send it, man. Criminal, yo,
Prosecution unit. Oh man, for real.
now you,
Damn.
damn, he's got it backwards. If you put the P in front of the C, that's wild.
CPU, huh?
Yeah, PC unit, bro. That's wild.
Wow.
I mean, criminal protection unit. Oh God. But no, I don't know. I guess people are not going down there. But I wish we did. I wish we did live closer. I'm gonna try to get out there as much as I can this summer, and I know Jay will make a couple trips out here. But I mean, it's nothing
Well,
for me to get out there.
Canton pussy unit. Oh shit.
Ah, come on, nah. Let's not. I don't want to do that on air. Start trashing people.
Classy puss.
You know what I mean? Just because I don't agree
Listen,
with
man, it's a
someone.
joke, man.
No,
It's a
I know
joke.
it's a joke, but one of these someone will clip it. Tom, look at Tom. I'm telling you, man. I was at a party the other night and someone misconstrued something that I said, and thank God I was at that party because I overheard it. And I was talking to somebody. I said, "Excuse me, what did you just say?" And they were like, "Yeah." And I said, "No, no, no, no." So the person she was telling, three of us were like this triangle now. I said, "Say that story again." I said, "This is how it went down." "Oh, I thought you said this." And then the person was like, "No, no, to me, James, it's okay." And I said, "No, it's not okay because if I wasn't here, that shit wouldn't have got corrected and it would have flew and you would have thought that was the truth." So, that's a disclaimer. That's
Man, you
not
got some turbulence in the chat. At Mary
What's up?
Bagwell, what do you mean CPU not welcome down there? You a bunch of clicky fuckers. I thought it was AM. I don't know what that means.
What? Yo, come on, guys, man. See? Don't come in here and set it off, guys. We've had a nice little session for 5 hours. Can't even call this a flight. We was driving on the duck course
Kathy
this morning.
Riccio said not being on camera for fame in trial isn't fun anymore.
Wait, listen, Mary Bat, what do you mean CPU not welcome down there? You all a bunch of clicks fuckers. I thought it was AM? What's that
AM?
mean?
I don't know. Step
I
into
thought
the
it was
AM.
AM. You thought it was morning? 4:30 in the morning? No, don't say that.
Kathy,
I don't know, man. I don't see. That's the thing. That's why our flights. Yeah, I know. See this? This is what I'm saying. I know our flights at night are called flights because we stay above the bullshit. So please don't bring that bullshit in here. Cause I'm sorry, like I don't care if you send in money or send in
Man, I just
super
got a
chats.
crazy text message.
Yeah, see what I'm saying? Like I
Damn,
got my inbox, and that's what I'm saying.
So hold on. So make it changes. He sent this to you too.
Yeah.
Look, I sent this to James, so I didn't have to type it twice.
Yeah, let me see. Where's my phone? But all
Damn,
I'm
it's like
saying is,
that,
guys,
huh?
just
So wait,
respect, just respect. The show as far as I'm working too here, man. I just try to figure out what's going on with this goddamn case. I'm into this. This is what we're doing. So
well,
please
what
don't
we're
bring
trying to
that
say,
bullshit.
I think what we're trying to say is, man, at the end of the day, the buffer zone, what we were trying to say was don't be discouraged because you push back a
Yeah,
little
that's
bit.
it.
And if you have to be around certain people, then whatever, you just manage it, man. Like, you know what I mean? There's different, you don't have to be, if you don't get along with somebody, you don't have to like shake hands and hug each other. You just have a mutual respect, keep it cordial. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, it's not about anybody in particular. It's about Karen Reed, period.
God damn. These people.
God damn, James, you got that text, right? And you said that from Rip, too.
I told you that. Well, she
But
said
he
that.
was running around, you know.
Yeah, he was running. Yeah, so it's like, you
Yeah.
know what, man? There's a lot of shit being said down there, and that's the crazy shit. You know what? Hey, Kristen, Say, you know what? You're probably right. I wouldn't spend the money to fucking fly out there either if that's the shit you're gonna have to deal with, because you guys are making it weird for people to go down there. What the fuck? And I'm not saying disclaimer. I don't mean to say you guys, but when I see shit like that, why make it like that weirdness to have people down there? It's not about us. It's about Karen. It's about all this
Well, you got to
bullshit. Why make
understand
this?
the buffer zone now. Psalm CPU is so nice and kept the vibe good. I watched the other streamers outside. The vibe is wild and confusing. I can't support by watching the stream. Great, Christian. Totally understand. But here's the thing.
Who said that?
Kristen just said that. But I just read it for you.
Oh, I'm
He
sorry.
was so nice. He kept the vibe good. I watched the other streamers outside. The vibe is wild and confusing. I could support by watching the stream. Of course you can.
No. I get it. I get it for you being far away. I know you, Chris. I'm sorry.
Oh,
That's
listen
not
what I'm saying. Let me
that's not,
just say
I just
something.
want to correct that real quick, Jay. Chris, that's not no disrespect to you. I'm just saying for people here, not you far away, that like to watch the streams. That's great. I'm sorry that the confusion. Go ahead, Jay.
No, what I'm saying is, I think what happened is when it was wide open to the public and you could do whatever you want, people felt like they felt they were more in control. And then when you get put in the buffer zone, you get put in this surrounded. You basically get put in the kennel. You know what I mean? Everybody's in the kennel together. You're all in the yard together, and people don't like that feeling because personalities are clashing, and other people feel like they're more free Karen Reed than the other. This one does more than the other one, and that right there is just ego and misconception of it. Because at the end of the day, you're not on trial for murder. You don't know any more about the case. Your point of view is no better than anybody else's. At the end of the day, if we're all in agreement that it's free Karen Reed, and we're all in agreement that Karen didn't do this, then you need to put all that other corny shit to the side. Period. You know, and I feel like people just want to keep patting themselves on the back. And when I say the people, I'm just saying certain individuals that are like stirring this shit up. Obviously, it's a thing because people are talking about it.
Right. It's been it's been a thing. Hold on, this comes on uploading, so I don't know how if it comes on. I just want to pause it real quick. But it's been a thing, Jay, and that's a thing. And that's why I say we fly 39,000 above the bullshit. We try not to get caught
Jackie
up in that.
Vems, the drama needs to leave now. Jackie Vems dropping the Vems.
Get this trouble out of here.
Yeah, get it out of here. Drop another 50, man, and we'll disappear.
Drop it. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it
Come
like it's
on,
hot.
Jackie.
Jackie come
Come
in the
on,
chat.
Jackie. I'll bust the beatbox, James. A rap.
Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Nicole, Caitlin, everybody went over to 34 Fairview at the end of the night.
Yes.
Correct? The bar closed at, I'm guessing, midnight.
Okay.
Is that right?
I think we were wrapping up around then. I don't know what time it actually closes.
When you left Waterfall, the people that were still there included Matt, your husband, and John O'Keefe. Is that right?
Yes.
You walked out with Karina Kolakithis and Karen Reed.
Yes.
And you said to Miss Reed something along the lines of, "You're coming with me," correct?
I said, "Why don't you come with me?"
Okay, fair enough. You were prompting her to join you for the ride over to 34 Fairview. Is that right?
Yes.
There was, in fact, to Matt.
Yeah, I feel like she was about like this to Matt at one point. Yeah.
I feel like she was doing
Go ahead,
that.
Mr. Jackson.
Yo, check. 1, 2, 1, 2.
But this
Mic
case
check to the gods.
is a little different.
Go ahead, Mr. Jackson. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
That's when he texts right there.
Go ahead, Mr. Jackson. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
That's when he texts right there. I mean, that's when he was looking down. So he texts her right in front of John.
Yep. Piece of shit, huh?
Solid dude, bro. Solid
Boston
dude.
Brandy, why ain't you down there, taking care of everybody? You tell me what's going on. She knows.
Boston Brandy, what's the haps, man?
What's the deal? Free Karen Reed. That's what's up.
Jackie
So,
Ben's
yeah,
coming
man.
through with the 50 bangers.
Oh, Jack, I haven't even seen it. I'm sorry.
She just dropped
I
that
was in
50
my
bang.
zone, Jackie. Where you at? Where you at, girl? She at?
Oh, they pulled some shit with you? What happened? What happened?
Drama needs to leave now. Thank you, Jackie. Drama does need to leave. It's not about that. But, you know, and things like this, unfortunately, you know, and it's funny, Jay, right? Because I was in court the other day and people say, oh, why is James in court? Because I don't get like into, and this is not to pat myself on the back, but I don't get into this kind of stuff because it has, like we say all the time, has nothing to do. What doesn't matter in the courtroom, right?
Yeah, but it matters because Karen needs the supporters out there, though.
Exactly. So when I heard it brought up the day I was there, I said, "Don't let her hear you talking. She shouldn't have to hear this. She don't need to hear her supporters out there fighting with each other like that and talking, saying things, you know, allegedly saying things in her direction that I didn't agree with. You know, that shit was wild, man. So I'm like, please, for the love of God, don't let her hear that. So that's the only thing I can say about that. It's like, I just don't agree with it. I think that, you know, it's not about us. We're here for one thing and one thing only. We believe that Karen Reed is innocent, and we believe that, you know, we need to fight for justice for John O'Keefe. Will it happen? It's like Auntie Deb says, I don't know. Who the hell knows, right? We don't know. But we
The
can
one,
only hope.
the
We're
one
only
thing we know
humans,
for
so
sure, one thing we know for sure is that we don't know. Josie Lou, where's the teddy bear? The teddy bear is teddy bear is teddy bear's. I
there's
think I
the
threw that
teddy.
teddy.
Put the teddy up. Make everybody feel comfortable.
Yeah. But you know, I just think that we need to be outside for Karen.
Yep.
Can't give up on her now because of a fucking buffer zone.
Me and my girl were playing. Me and the girl were playing. Who you playing with? Your daughter? All right. Maybe I read because I read that. I mean, I clicked on it first. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I gotta start from the top. Wild
He
and
said
Sandy
I.
actually.
He said I should
Tell him.
never talk near or in the direction of Hank. Like, who the fuck you think you are? Beat it. I'll talk whenever I want. Also, she was talking shit for legit saying the words peekaboo. I'm not even lying. Hank walked by, cops slammed brakes, pulled back, demanded my ID, date of birth, etc. Because I said peekaboo to a little girl while he walked by. Wow.
Today?
Yeah, James, today, Boston Brandy got pulled over.
Wow. Well, you
She got
see
pulled
what I'm
over, they
saying?
took her ID.
They took your fucking ID.
They took her fucking ID, James.
He said that I should never talk near or to in the direction of Hank. Like, who the fuck does he think he beat it? I'll talk wherever, whenever. All right, just be ready when they put them on. But that's it. That's what you gotta do. I mean,
Just be ready. What?
be ready when you hear click click. Let me put a background for Brandy. Just be ready when you. Just be ready. Be
Don't worry
ready,
about it.
girl.
We'll come bail you out.
That's it. We'll come bail you out. You a fucking mod now. Just be ready.
Use that wrench to open up that cell door to get ice.
Oh shit.
Man, what you need from the cooler, Brandy? We got some Tang over
man.
here. I got 2 Herder soups. I got a couple honey buns.
This won't play, huh? The music? Oh, it's got on mute. This one right here. Oh, it's on mute.
Why am I here? Commas a bit.
Yeah, there it is. I can hear it. I hear it.
Yeah, but it starts off way down.
Doorstep laid flat, blasted. Casket smell of fresh flowers. Fake friends fill the room, yeah. Amateur hour. Oh, it's such a pity. Everybody talking that murder.
Turn it up just a little bit more.
Yeah. Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, so that's crazy, Brandy. I'm sorry that's happening.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah.
See what it is, the way you rap ain't the way you live. Man, you slipping, my kid. My crew's brilliant. Walk with a presence so they take looks. Pulling girls in the hood, no Facebooks. No such thing as a halfway crook, man, they snitching. So save yourself, G, or be working.
I really can't believe Hank Brennan tried acting like that was normal behavior to use a stop and shop bag as evidence. And I get it. They're trying to say time is of the essence, right? Anything that they can do for time is of the essence. But why doesn't that count for Jen McCabe and them? Why didn't she run in the house? Time is of the essence, right? Why didn't you run in the house and get a first responder, Brian Albert?
Period.
Boom. Time's of the essence. Why didn't you run in the house and call 911 from inside instead of outside in the cold? Logic. Why didn't you do all these fucking things? It just doesn't make sense, man. It doesn't make no sense.
The young cop thinks he's a Nazi.
Goddamn, huh?
Every Christmas, dude, you in church. Every night you in the street. Please tell me what's worse. Drug dealing, hustling in a recession.
I made this song in 2008.
Every day you wake up, it's a blessing.
Wow, right?
Translating thoughts through studio sessions.
Almost 20 years ago.
Live outside your mind,
Age well.
or your ass get lost in the system.
Any slip ups will be hung in your soul.
Just had to kill this right there. Alright, Jay, I'm gonna take her out and let's see if I can end this out on a good note. Everybody have a great day today.
Thank you, Coco. Come join me at 8 o'clock, 8:30. Hopefully we'll get James up there if he's free. If not, JFK is going to rock out for a couple hours. So come join me. Remember, more turbulence in the chat keeps the plane rocking.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? I would love,
Make sure
I'd
y'all
love to do
go
it
check.
nice.
Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Go ahead.
And
You
with
know,
that
I
being
didn't.
said, yeah, go ahead, brother. Do your thing. I'm out.
No.
Peace and
do
love,
it. Go ahead.
everybody.
All right,
Peace
man.
and love, everybody. I'm out. One love. And Little B,
Peace.
remember, for 3 months.
Little B, appreciate everybody. Yeah, 8 p.m. tonight. We'll be over there. Jackie, I appreciate you. Let me just get to these real quick. Oh, man, I'm sorry. It's been a long flight. I did not think it was going to go this long. I said, you know what? Let me just jump on here and try this. I'm glad I did because I learned a lot today, how to run the StreamYard a little more. I got the stuff, so I might as well use it, right? Pastor Pepper, I appreciate you. You already know. Thank you so much. 70s Libra Girl, thank you. Patty, member now. Gifted a membership. Thank you. EPAGs, thank you. Angelina, thank you. Jackie Vemps, thank you, girl. Drea, Jackie again, thank you. Jackie again, thank you. EPAGs, thank you so much. Pastor Pepper again, thank you. What the Duck gifted 5 James Jackson memberships, thank you. Josie Lou, thank you, girl, with that Selena picture. Of course, I noticed. Selena was one of my favorite. You know, she looked, J-Lo played her good in that movie. Pastor Pepper again, thank you, girl. Rose McDonald, member for 3 months, thank you. Coco, new member, thank you. Josie Lou, member for 1 month, thank you, Josie Lou. Standing Stones, thank you, James, for keeping it real. JFK 2 from Rozzy, thank you. Jackie again, drama needs to leave. For sure, drama needs to stop. Little B, member for 3 months. God bless you both. Peace. With that being said, I go by the name of James Jackson. I'll catch you on the next layover. Peace.
How wild would that be? If they ask him, sir, do you go by any aliases?
Making friends there.
Are you familiar with the program called the JFK Show? I believe it's 39,000 feet above your head. Who's that? Have you ever watched that show, sir? And when this journey's finally did you ever pretend to be someone named Kevin from South Boston. Does that ring a bell to you, sir? And I'm fucking serious. I'm fucking serious about this shit. Play the clip. Play the clip. You're wrong. Play that clip for the jury to hear. Because if he denies that shit, and then you play that clip, the jury's gonna be like, that's fucking Higgins. You're fucking Higgins, bro. This is Higgins. They're gonna be like, you're Higgins. Like, you're wrong. You're wrong. Play the clip. And if he lies on the stand about that, they're gonna assume everything he's saying is lying. Like, bro, that's clearly you. You're a decorated dude. Are you not? Like, come on. So somebody else just called up and you're to honor. What? So this is the kind of guy you are, Higgins. You're the kind of guy who's so insecure and worried that you watch random YouTube shows and just are like, this is what you do, and then you call in to defend your honor because no one else will defend you. Dude, play the clip. Play it. I'm serious. Play that fucking clip.
While JFK and James reenact the waterfall, we can say that all of us are friends. We stood proud and all of us stood tall, while those around us said you're wrong.
You're wrong.
We stood our
Murderers like the Canton Police Department.
Murderers like the Canton Police Department. And James reenactment of the waterfall.